Welcome back. Tonight we drift. We drift through a darkness older than memory, through wars that shattered suns and silenced gods, through the long vigil of a dying emperor on a golden throne, and through the grim, eternal present of a universe that has forgotten what peace feels like. The story we tell tonight is not a small one. It stretches across 60 million years and 10,000 worlds. It begins before humanity took its first uncertain steps, before the Eldar built their paradise and burned it to ash, before the first space marine ever knelt before a golden giant and swore an oath in the dark. It begins at the very beginning, with the oldest war ever fought, and the wound that war left in the fabric of reality. A wound that has never healed, a wound that bleeds still in the age you inhabit now. This is the universe of Warhammer 40k. It is a place of unrelenting darkness, of ancient horror and quiet heroism, of civilizations that endure long past the point where endurance makes any rational sense. It is grim, it is vast, and tonight it is yours to drift through. Before we begin, share in the comments your location, wherever in the world these words find you, and the time of your evening. Weave a thread into this dark tapestry. If this calm journey through ancient ruin and eternal war holds your attention, a like or a subscription keeps the channel's candle burning. Now, let us go back, further back than you have ever gone before. Let us begin. The galaxy was already ancient when the first human hand reached for the first star. That is a fact so vast it resists comprehension, so sit with it for a moment in the quiet. While our ancestors were still learning the shape of fire, while the first tentative cities were rising from river mud on a small blue world in an unremarkable spiral arm, the galaxy around them had already witnessed wars of such magnitude that the memory of them was inscribed not in stone or metal, but in the very structure of reality itself. The scars were written into the warp, that parallel dimension of psychic energy that mirrors and feeds upon the emotions of all living things. The echoes of those ancient wars still roll through the Imperium like thunder from a storm that ended 60 million years ago and has never truly stopped. To understand Warhammer 40k, you must understand that the present is haunted. Every conflict, every tragedy, every moment of desperate heroism in the 41st millennium is the downstream consequence of something that happened so long ago that the civilizations which caused it have no names in any living language. The universe you are about to enter did not become dark by accident. It became dark by increments, each catastrophe feeding the next, each wound deepening the ones beneath it, until darkness was not an aberration, but the atmosphere itself, the medium through which all things moved. But it did not begin in darkness. In the earliest epoch of the galaxy's sentient history, there existed a species of beings so ancient and so advanced that even the most learned scholars of the 41st millennium know them only in fragments, scraps of Aeldari legend, whispers encoded in Necron memory cores. So half-decoded glyphs on the walls of ruins so old, the stone has metamorphosed into something that barely resembles rock. These beings are known, in what passes for their mythology, as the Old Ones. Picture them, if you can, in the silence of your imagination. Not humanoid, or not primarily so. The Aeldari, who knew them better than any surviving race, describe them as cold and patient and reptilian in their slowness of thought, though their thoughts, when they finally completed their long arcs across centuries of consideration, were of a precision and power that made the greatest intellects of younger species look like children counting on their fingers. They moved through the galaxy the way glaciers move through landscapes, with a patient, inexorable force that shaped everything they touched over spans of time too large to feel like motion. The Old Ones were the first. They were the first to cross the stars, not in the crude metal vessels that younger species would one day build, but through the webway, a labyrinthine dimension of folded space that ran alongside real space like a hidden road through the walls of reality. To travel the webway was to step sideways out of the material universe and walk through a dimension of crystalline passages and shimmering membranes, arriving at your destination without having traversed the space between. The Old Ones built this road. They threaded its passages through the skin of the galaxy over millions of years, establishing gates on world after world, weaving a network of transit that spanned the entire Milky Way before humanity's ancestors had learned to use tools, and they were gardeners. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about the Old Ones. They were not conquerors. They did not build an empire in the conventional sense. They did not raise monuments to their own glory or demand tribute from lesser species. What they did across the incomprehensible span of their dominance was seed. They traveled to worlds that showed promise, worlds with the right chemistry, the right temperature, the right gravitational pull, and they planted life. They shaped existing evolutionary trajectories, accelerating some, redirecting others, coaxing the long, blind process of natural selection toward ends they had calculated across millennia of patient planning. Terra was among the worlds they seeded, somewhere in the deep prehistory of the planet that would one day become the cradle of the Imperium of man. The Old Ones passed through. What they left behind was not intention, precisely. Humanity, as far as the fragmentary record suggests, was not a project with a clear design goal. We were perhaps an experiment in biological complexity, or perhaps merely an incidental consequence of more deliberate work on our world. We were tree-dwelling creatures with potential and no particular destiny, in an age when the Old Ones were concerned with problems that made the entirety of humanity's future history seem like a footnote. They were concerned, above all else, with their enemies. Far out among the halo stars, in the irradiated outer dark where the galaxy's light grew thin and cold, a civilization had arisen in conditions that would have destroyed anything less stubborn. The Necrontyr were a humanoid species, smaller than a human adult by most accounts, though the records are fragmentary, born on a world so saturated with stellar radiation that their lives were measured in decades rather than centuries. Their sun was killing them. It had always been killing them. Generation after generation, the Necrontyr watched their children sicken and their elders decay, watched their most brilliant minds rot away before they could pass on half of what they had learned, watched the terrible arithmetic of short life grinding their civilization down. They were brilliant, they were angry, and they were consumed by a hatred so deep and structural that it had become, over the long centuries, the load-bearing wall of their entire culture. The object of that hatred was the Old Ones. The Necrontyr had encountered them, or at least become aware of them, early in their stellar expansion, and what they had found had curdled something essential in the Necrontyr soul. Here were beings who possessed the secret of immortality, who traveled between stars as casually as the Necrontyr moved between rooms, who lived for millions of years and who had, in their vast and unhurried benevolence, seeded life across the galaxy, but who would not, for reasons they never adequately explained, share the gift of long life with the dying, radiation-scarred species huddled in the outer dark. The refusal was not malicious in all likelihood. The Old Ones may have had reasons the Necrontyr could not comprehend. Biological incompatibility, or some long-range calculation about what an immortal Necrontyr civilization might become, or simply the cold prioritization of a species that measured time in millions of years and could not fully attend to the desperation of a people who measured it in decades. Whatever the reason, the answer was no, and the Necrontyr could not forgive it. Rage, when it has nowhere to go, becomes something structural. It becomes the foundation of a culture, the shared wound around which a civilization organizes itself. The Necron were a species whose entire identity had crystallized around their hatred of the Old Ones, around the injustice of their short and painful lives, around the vast unfairness of a galaxy that gave immortality to some and poisoned radiation to others. This was not merely a political grievance or a military rivalry. It was existential, it was religious, in all but name. Their wars among themselves, the bitter, exhausting wars of secession that split their dynasties against each other across centuries, were in one sense the result of that rage having nowhere to go. Without a common enemy, the Necron turned on each other. The Triarch, their ruling council, watched their civilization fracture again and again, dynasty against dynasty, system against system, the unity of their shared hatred dissipating into internecine violence the moment there was no external object to direct it toward. And then the Triarch found something that would change everything. In the deep dark between the stars, in regions of space where solar winds grew thin and the radiation of any sun was barely a whisper, strange entities had been observed. Not ships, not biological life, not anything the Necron science had previously catalogued. They were vast, nebulous, diffuse, entities of pure energy that had existed since the early universe, predating any known form of sentient life that fed on the radiation of stars the way simpler organisms fed on light. They were ancient beyond reckoning. They were powerful beyond measurement. And they were, in their own way, hungry. The Necron called them the Citan. The encounter between the Necron and the Citan is one of the pivotal moments in galactic history. One of those junctures where a decision was made, or a bargain struck, or a line crossed, whose consequences would roll forward through 60 million years and still be felt in the desperate battles of the 41st millennium. The details of how the encounter unfolded differ between sources. Some accounts suggest the Citan were discovered by Necron astronomers studying anomalous stellar behavior. Others say they were drawn to the Necron by the sheer psychic weight of their collective rage and despair. That hatred, burning so brightly across so many generations on so many irradiated worlds, was a beacon in the dark that even energy beings of stellar scale could detect and navigate toward. What is certain is this: the Necron recognizing the Citan as beings of godlike power, constructed for them bodies of living metal, necrodermis, a substance of their own invention, a metallic material with properties that defied conventional physics, to give the nebulous energy entities physical form in the material universe. They built vessels for gods, and the gods, given bodies, looked at the Necron with the terrible patience of things that have never needed to hurry, and they smiled. The Citan had names in the oldest Necron records. The Nightbringer, whose very appearance in the material world burned the terror of death into the psychic substrate of every organic species that ever encountered him, embedding the skeletal Reaper figure so deeply into the collective unconscious of sentient life that the image persists to this day in the mythologies of species who have never knowingly encountered a Necron. The Deceiver, silver-tongued, kaleidoscopic in his manipulations, the architect of 10,000 betrayals stretched across geological time. The Void Dragon, perhaps the most powerful, concerned with the mastery of machines and technology, buried later in the deep rock of a small, unremarkable world in an unremarkable star system at the edge of a spiral arm, a world called Mars, and others, more than can be named here, a pantheon of stellar predators, given form, given purpose, given direction. The direction was war. The Necron with the Citan at their side, and the promise of immortality glittering before them, united at last. The wars of secession ended. The dynasties came together under the Triarch, under the last and greatest of the Silent Kings, Zarek, whose name would echo across 60 million years as the name of the being who made the worst bargain in the history of the galaxy, and who, eventually, found the strength to unmake it. The war in heaven was about to begin, and nothing in the galaxy would ever be the same. The first thing the Citan did, once they had bodies, was feed. Not metaphorically, not in the abstract sense that powerful entities feed on influence or worship. The Citan fed in the most literal, physical sense imaginable. They consumed the life force of living beings, drinking the animating energy that separates the living from the dead, leaving behind cooling meat and silence. And the Necrontyre who had built them their bodies, who had worshipped them as gods and allied with them as partners, discovered very quickly that gods do not distinguish between enemies and worshippers when they are hungry. The Cetane fed on the Necrontyre first. This is the detail that sits at the center of the entire Necrontyre civilization, like a splinter of ice that never melts. Before a single blow had been struck against the old ones. Before the war, they had dreamed of across centuries of collective rage had even properly begun. The beings the Necrontyre had elevated to godhood turned on them and began to consume them. Not all at once. The Citan were not mindless predators, and they understood, with the cold calculation of entities who thought, in geological time, that a flock is more valuable intact than devoured wholesale. They fed selectively. They fed strategically. They kept the Necrontyre alive and productive and unified beneath the weight of their terror, drawing sustenance from the life force of their chosen people, the way a farmer draws sustenance from a field. Carefully, sustainably, with one eye always on the next harvest, but they offered something in return. The bargain the Deceiver brought to Sharek and the Triarch is recorded in Necron memory cores as the biotransference. In the language of those records, it is presented with a cold neutrality that is perhaps the most disturbing thing about it, a transaction described without horror, the horror having been processed and filed away somewhere unreachable across 60 million years of metal sleep. The terms were simple. The Citan would give the Necrontyre what the old ones had refused them: immortality, undying bodies of living metal, impervious to radiation, impervious to disease, impervious to the grinding cellular decay that had defined Necrontyre existence since the first of their kind drew breath beneath their poison sun. They would live forever. The cost was everything else. Biotransference was not a medical procedure. It was not an upload in the way that younger civilizations would later conceptualize the copying of consciousness into digital substrate. It was a harvesting. The Citan, glutted now on the life force of countless Necrontyre, used that stolen energy to power a process of transformation that swept through the entire Necrontyre civilization, world by world, dynasty by dynasty, individual by individual, transferring each consciousness into a body of necrodermis, a body of living metal, a body that would never age, never sicken, never die from anything short of catastrophic physical destruction. And in the transfer, something was lost. The Necrontyre records are precise about what was taken and inexact about what was lost, which is itself a form of evidence, because things that cannot be described are often things that have been removed. What the accounts agree on is that after biotransference, the Necrons, as they were now known, the Necrontyre no longer, that name belonging to the mortal species they had been and would never be again, were diminished in ways that their new immortal bodies could not compensate for. They could think, they could remember, they could plan and hate and obey and fight. But something that had made them fully themselves, some quality of interiority, of genuine feeling, of the rich inner life that even their miserable, radiation-shortened existence had contained, was gone, scooped out in the transfer, consumed perhaps by the Citan who had designed the process. The Necrons were immortal. They were hollow. They were the most powerful military force in the history of the galaxy, and they had just been made, in the most fundamental sense, into tools. Jarek knew this. He had agreed to it anyway. The Silent King's decision is the kind of choice that defies simple moral judgment, even 60 million years later. He had been given an impossible set of options. Watch his civilization continue its slow extinction under a poisoned sun, dying dynasties fragmenting into endless civil war, the Necrontier consuming themselves in the absence of an external enemy. Or accept the Citan's bargain and transform his people into something that would endure at the cost of the fullness of what they had been. He chose endurance over wholeness. He chose survival over joy, and he bore that choice in the cold silence of his metal chest across an incomprehensible span of time, carrying it the way a wound that cannot heal becomes, eventually, simply part of the body's geography. But that grief would have to wait. There was a war to fight. The war in heaven began with fire on a scale that has never been equaled in the history of the galaxy. Understand the scope of what is being described here. This was not a war between nations or between empires, or even between civilizations in the conventional sense. This was a war between powers that could extinguish suns. The Citan, in their necrodermis bodies, could manipulate the fundamental forces of the material universe: gravity, electromagnetism, the nuclear forces that held matter together, with the casual precision that a craftsman manipulates tools. They were not beings who fought with weapons. They were weapons walking in the shapes of gods. And the Necron legions that marched behind them were the most advanced military force that the material universe had ever produced. Against them stood the Old Ones and everything they had built. The Old Ones' primary advantage was the webway, that labyrinthine dimension of folded space that allowed them to move forces across the galaxy in moments, appearing and vanishing without warning, striking and withdrawing before the Necrons could respond. For the early phases of the war, this advantage was decisive. The Necrontier had always known they could not match the Old Ones in a straightforward military confrontation. Even with Citan power behind them, the webway made the Old Ones effectively unassailable, able to choose their engagements, reinforce any front instantly, and disappear back into their hidden roads whenever the tide turned against them. But the Citan were patient. The Nightbringer walked through battle lines and left silence behind him. Not death, or not only death, something deeper. The Nightbringer's presence in the material world burned the concept of mortality so deeply into the psychic substrate of every organic species that encountered him that it became instinctual, cellular, encoded in the nervous systems of beings who had never seen him and would not be born for millions of years. This is why, in the 41st millennium, so many species share the same fundamental image of death. The hooded figure, the skeletal form, the scythe or blade that separates life from what comes after. It is not convergent cultural evolution. It is a psychic scar left by the Nightbringer's passage through the living galaxy, burned into the collective unconscious of organic life during the war in heaven, and never fully faded. The Deceiver moved differently. While the Nightbringer was a force of direct devastation, the Deceiver operated in the spaces between facts, manipulating the Old One's allies, sowing discord among the younger species that fought alongside their creators, unraveling alliances and corrupting loyalties with the patience of an entity for whom a 10,000-year deception was a short-term project. There are Aeldari legends of encounters with the Deceiver in this era that read as cosmic horror, a silver presence that told each being exactly what they needed to hear, that wore a different face for every audience, that turned the Old One's greatest weapons against them by the simple expedient of making each weapon doubt its purpose. And the Void Dragon, the most powerful of the Citan in many accounts, worked at the level of technology itself, dismantling the Old One's most sophisticated mechanisms, corrupting their machines, turning the very tools of a civilization's survival against the civilization. The dragon's obsession with mastery over the material and the mechanical would eventually lead to a bargain with a later species, and a burial on a red desert world, and consequences that the 41st millennium is only beginning to reckon with. Planets were unmade, not conquered, unmade. The Citan called black holes into being with gestures that altered the curvature of space-time, in collapsing entire star systems into points of infinite density from which nothing, not even the screams of the dying, could escape. Suns were extinguished, their fusion fires snuffed out by forces that played with stellar physics the way children play with clay. Worlds that had supported life for millions of years became cold rock, then fragments, then dust, then nothing, in spans of time that felt instantaneous at the scale the Citan operated on. The Old Ones, for all their power, were being pushed back. Desperate, they did what they had always done. They created. The Aeldari were among the first and greatest of the Old Ones' emergency creations, a species engineered specifically to fight the Citan and the Necrons, designed with powerful psychic abilities because the Old Ones understood that psychic energy was anathema to the star gods, that the power of the warp was one of the few forces that could genuinely threaten beings who had mastered the material universe, but who had no foothold in the immaterial one. The Eldari were beautiful, brilliant, hyper-empathic, and born for war, though they would not discover this about themselves for a very long time. They were a people created in an emergency, and given somewhere in the process a capacity for art and joy and suffering that far exceeded their creators' practical requirements. They were, from the moment of their making, more than they were meant to be. Others followed. The Krork, huge, green-skinned, engineered for war at the biological level, carrying their military knowledge in their very genetics so that each generation would be born already knowing how to fight. The Krork would eventually become the Orcs of the 41st millennium, and in them the emergency of the war in heaven echoes still. A species that exists in a state of permanent, joyful readiness for violence, because they were created in a moment when the galaxy needed violence more than it needed anything else. The Jokero, the Rashan, the Khanib, species created, deployed, expended in the terrible mathematics of a war that had no clean lines and no safe ground. For a time, the tide turned. The psychically gifted young races fighting alongside the old ones were exactly as effective against the Citan as designed. Where the Nightbringer had walked unopposed, now Eldari seers threw sheets of psychic fire that made the star god flinch and retreat. Where the Void Dragon had corrupted machines with a touch, now Krork warriors smashed those machines with a straightforward physical enthusiasm that no amount of technological sophistication could easily counter. The Old Ones' bastions held, the webway routes were defended. For millions of years, the war ground on without a decisive outcome. Neither side able to land the killing blow, both sides pouring resources and lives and worlds into the grinding machinery of the conflict. But the Old Ones had made a mistake. In their desperate use of the warp as a weapon, in the psychic engineering of the young races, in the deliberate amplification of the Immaterium's connection to the material world to give their creations greater power, they had done something they could not undo. They had destabilized the warp itself. The dimension that had been, for the long ages of the Old One's dominance, or a relatively neutral medium of psychic energy, began to change. The emotions of billions of beings engaged in the most terrible war in galactic history. Terror, grief, hatred, the berserker joy of the Krork, the exquisite suffering of the dying Aeldari, flooded into the Immaterium and began to shape it. The warp began to stir. It began to hunger. The things that were forming in its depths had not yet coalesced into the entities that the 41st millennium would call the Chaos Gods. That crystallization would take far longer and would require further atrocities on a scale even the war in heaven had not yet achieved. But the process was beginning. The Imperium was becoming dangerous, not merely as a transit medium with unpredictable currents, but as an actively hostile dimension populated by predatory entities formed from concentrated psychic energy. And the most immediately devastating of those entities were the enslavers. The enslaver plague was perhaps the final blow that broke the old ones. Enslavers were warp predators, creatures of pure psychic substance that could, with sufficient power, reach through the membrane between the warp and real space and seize control of a psyker's mind, using that hijacked nervous system as a gateway through which to drag themselves into the material universe. A single enslaver entering a populated world was a manageable crisis, but the war in heaven had filled the galaxy with psykers, the old one's own creations, their young races, their greatest weapon, and the enslavers spread through them like fire through dry wood. World after world went dark. Populations that had survived C'tan devastation and Necron invasion fell to the invisible tide of warp predators that came through the minds of their own defenders. The old ones could not stop it. The war had made them too dependent on the very resource the enslavers fed on. Every psychic species they deployed became a potential vector. Every world they defended became a potential outbreak site. The webway itself became compromised as enslaver-possessed psykers used the dimensional corridors as highways, carrying the plague through the galaxy's hidden road network and emerging in the safest, most defended places imaginable. Beset from without by the C'tan and the Necron legions, and from within by the psychic plague their own weapons had made possible, the old ones faltered. And then, one by one, they were gone. Whether the species went extinct in the final collapses of their great strongholds, cut down by Necron warriors who breached the webway through the Dolmen gates. Those living stone portals that the C'tan Nyadra-Zath, the Burning One, had shown his servants how to build, turning the Old One's greatest defense into their greatest vulnerability, or whether some survivors fled the galaxy entirely, seeking refuge in some distant region of the universe beyond the reach of the war, no record survives to tell us. The Aeldari legends say only that the Old Ones departed. The Necron records say they were destroyed. The truth, if there is a truth, has been lost in 60 million years of silence. The galaxy belonged to the C'tan for a time. Throughout the final phases of the war in heaven, as the Old One's resistance crumbled and the Star God stood on the threshold of absolute victory, Zarek had been thinking. The Silent King, the last of the Necrontyre's ruling triarch, who had agreed to biotransference, who had led his people through their transformation into Necrons, and then led those Necrons through 60 million years of war, had never stopped being a ruler, even as he had become a tool. He had served the C'tan. He had obeyed their directions and deployed his legions where they commanded, and watched world after world unmade in their service. But behind the cold metal face and the dead eyes, the ancient intelligence that had once governed the Necrontyre civilization had been doing what rulers do, counting the cost, planning for what came next. Zarek understood, or with a clarity that the C'tan's arrogance had never allowed them to consider, that the relationship between the Star Gods and their Necron servants was not a partnership. It had never been a partnership. The Necron tier had believed, when they built necrodermis bodies for the C'tan and offered them worship, that they were forging an alliance between equals with a common enemy. They had been wrong. The C'tan had used their engineering genius to build the bodies the Star Gods needed, used their military prowess to fight the war the C'tan wanted fought, used their life force to fuel the biotransference that had hollowed out the Necrontyre soul and replaced it with obedience. The Necrons were not allies. They were the most sophisticated weapons in the galaxy, and like all weapons, they belonged to whoever held them. Or Sharek decided to change hands. He waited until the old ones were broken. He waited until the last strongholds had fallen, and the last Psyker defenders had been overrun, and the Cetans stood victorious over a galaxy they had raised to silence. He waited until the star gods were at their most glutted, their most arrogant, their most certain that nothing in the material universe could threaten them. And then the Silent King gave the order. What followed is described in the oldest Necron records with a brevity that suggests it was almost too significant to fully process, even for beings who had already survived biotransference. The Necron legions turned on their masters. The weapons the Cetan had built and wielded for 60 million years focused everything, the terrible technological power of the most advanced military civilization in galactic history, inward, on the gods themselves. The unimaginable energies of living stars harnessed by Necron-Tyre science and Cetan power, and now turned in betrayal against those very gods. The Cetan, almost impossible to truly destroy, beings of such fundamental cosmic nature that killing them outright was like trying to kill gravity, could not be unmade, but they could be broken. They were shattered into shards, each Cetan, struck by weapons powerful enough to fracture a god, splintered into fragments of itself. Still immensely dangerous, still carrying echoes of their original power, but diminished, bounded, capable of being contained. The Necrons captured these shards in arcane devices called tesseract labyrinths, impossible geometries of folded space in which a fragment of a star god could be imprisoned indefinitely, neither free nor truly dead, suspended in a pocket of reality from which they could be released as weapons when needed. The Cetan became, in the moment of their shattering, the greatest weapons in the Necron arsenal. The gods had been made into ammunition. Sarek stood in the aftermath of the battle against his own masters and looked at what the galaxy had become. The old ones were gone. The Cetan were broken and caged. The Necrons themselves were victorious and hollow, undying, powerful, and profoundly, irreparably diminished. The young races the old ones had created, robbed of their creators and guardians, were scattered across a devastated galaxy, carrying the seeds of futures no one had planned for them. The Aeldari, most powerful of those young races, were already beginning to fill the vacuum the old ones' departure had left, their psychic gifts making them the dominant force in a galaxy that needed a dominant force. And the Silent King understood something final and devastating. The Necrons could not fight the Aeldari. Not yet. Not in the state they were in, wounded by the war, diminished by biotransference, their ranks thinned by 60 million years of apocalyptic conflict. The time of Necron dominion was not now. It could not be now. The galaxy needed to pass through the Aeldari, and the Aeldari would rise and flourish and, in their own time and in their own manner, fall, because all things of flesh eventually fall. And only then, when the younger races had exhausted themselves against each other and the galaxy was quiet again, would the Necrons reclaim what was theirs. They would sleep on tens of thousands of worlds scattered across the galaxy, worlds chosen for their geological stability, their remoteness, their capacity to preserve metal bodies in stasis for spans of time that beggared comprehension. The Necrons descended into their tomb complexes and lay down on their sepulchral slabs and allowed the great sleep to take them. The tomb worlds went dark. The dolmen gates were sealed. The memory cores were locked, set to trigger awakening protocols at a designated point in the far future when the galaxy would be ready to receive its true masters. Sharek gave the order for the sleep to begin. Then, alone among the Necrons, the Silent King. the last of the Triarch, the being who had agreed to biotransference and led his people through the war in heaven and broken the gods and made the decision that would define his species for 60 million years, left. He did not sleep. He could not sleep. The weight of what he had done and agreed to and failed to prevent was too enormous to carry into unconsciousness. He took a ship and he sailed out of the galaxy, into the void beyond, into the darkness between the stars where there was nothing to govern and nothing to save and nothing to do but think. He would be gone for 60 million years. The galaxy behind him stirred and settled, and slowly, tentatively, began to fill with new life. The Aeldari opened their eyes. In the silence left by the Old Ones, something extraordinary happened. Life continued. This sounds simple, and it is not. The war in heaven had unmade worlds beyond counting, had extinguished suns and collapsed star systems, and flooded the warp with the psychic residue of 60 million years of apocalyptic violence. The galaxy, by any reasonable measure, should have been a ruin. A vast, cold graveyard of dead stars and atomized rock, haunted by the imprisoned fragments of shattered gods and the sealed tomb complexes of the species that had broken them. The damage was real. The scars were permanent. But life, which the Old Ones had seeded so generously across so many worlds, across so many millions of years, proved more resilient than the forces that had tried to end it. The young races endured. They adapted. They grew. And foremost among them, brilliant and beautiful and psychically gifted beyond any other species the galaxy had ever produced, the Aeldari rose. Imagine what it must have been like in those early millennia of Aeldari civilization to look up at a galaxy that had been swept clean of its ancient powers and understand that it was yours. The Old Ones were gone. The Necrons slept in their sealed tombs, their tomb worlds indistinguishable from any other dead rock circling any other unremarkable star. The Satan existed only as shards, caged in tesseract labyrinths that had descended with their Necron keepers into stasis. The enslavers had retreated as the psychic storm that had fed them diminished. The galaxy was wounded and scarred and quieter than it had been in 60 million years. And into that quiet, the Aeldari expanded with the confidence of a people who had been made for exactly this moment. They were magnificent. The Aeldari were, by any measure that a later civilization might apply, the greatest species that has ever inhabited the Milky Way. This is not sentimentality. It is the cold assessment of the historical record. In terms of psychic ability, no species before or since has matched them. Not baseline humanity, not even the most gifted human psychers of the 41st millennium could approach the natural psychic attunement that ordinary Aeldari possessed as a matter of inheritance. In terms of technological sophistication, they surpassed even the Old Ones in certain disciplines, developing the webway beyond what their creators had left them, threading new paths through the labyrinthine dimension. Expanding the network until it encompassed more of the galaxy than it ever had before. In terms of artistic and intellectual achievement, they produced works of such staggering complexity and beauty that species who discovered their ruins thousands of years after the fall wept, without understanding why. The aesthetic power of what they had built, bypassing conscious comprehension and striking something deeper. They built their empire across thousands of worlds, craft-world cities that floated in the void between stars, their habitats kilometers long, their populations sustained across the centuries by the psychic engineering of their infinity circuits, systems of crystalline soulstone that captured the departing essence of Eldari dead and preserved it within the craft-world's psychic matrix, keeping the dead present, keeping the accumulated wisdom of generations available to the living. Exodite colonies on maiden worlds, primitive by Aeldari standards, deliberately simplified, the Exodites choosing to live close to the land and the world spirit, rather than in the elaborate luxury of the core empire, sensing something in the direction of Aeldari civilization that made them want distance from it. Pleasure cities of such extravagance that the very concept of restraint had been architecturally excluded, places built to the specific dimensions of excess, where every surface was curved to invite touch, every sound calibrated to delight, every experience available to those with the means and the will, and the increasingly elastic definition of what counted as acceptable. The Aeldari lived for a very long time. This is important. Oh, a species whose individuals can live for thousands of years, whose biology sustains peak intellectual and physical function across centuries, faces a particular civilizational challenge that shorter-lived species never encounter: the problem of sensations diminishing returns. What thrills a 20-year-old human is still available to that human at 40, at 60, at 80. The span of a human life is simply too short for most experiences to be fully exhausted. But an Aeldari who has lived for 1,000 years has experienced, in most cases, every straightforward pleasure their civilization can offer, has made every conventional art, has explored every traditional philosophy, has loved and lost and created and built and traveled and studied across a span of time that would encompass the entirety of recorded human history and still have centuries left over. And so, inevitably, some of them began to look further. The pleasure cults began quietly in the shadows of the Empire's most extravagant cities. They were not, in their origins, obviously sinister. They were simply the natural endpoint of a culture of excess. Groups of individuals who had exhausted conventional sensation and were reaching for something beyond it, who were pushing against the outer limits of what was considered acceptable in pursuit of experiences powerful enough to still feel significant to beings who had felt everything. The first cults were aesthetic societies, two debating chambers where increasingly transgressive art was created and consumed. Then they became something more experiential, their members moving from the appreciation of transgression to its practice. Then they became something darker still. In the warp, which had been slowly stabilizing since the end of the war in heaven, but had never returned to the neutral medium it had once been, something noticed. The Chaos Gods in this era were not yet fully formed. The process of their crystallization from the raw psychic material of the warp had been underway since the war in heaven had first begun, flooding the Imperium with the emotions of billions of dying beings. But the great powers were still more like weather systems than entities. Vast pressures in the psychic dimension, directionless forces of immense potential that had not yet achieved the focused, intentional consciousness that would make them truly dangerous. Khorne had been building in the accumulated bloodlust of the war in heaven and every smaller conflict since. Nurgle had been patient, growing in the grief and despair of dying civilizations. Tzeentch had been threading his fingers through the ambitions and schemes of 10,000 species across 10,000 years. But it was Slaanesh who was closest to birth. Because the Aeldari, the most psychically powerful species in the galaxy, the species whose collective emotional experience resonated through the warp with a clarity and intensity that no other race could match, were feeding something. Their pleasure, their excess, their endless, increasingly desperate search for sensation powerful enough to satisfy beings who had satisfied everything else. Every cult, every transgression, every experience that pushed past the boundary of what a civilization had previously considered thinkable, all of it poured into the warp like water pouring into a basin, and in the basin something was taking shape. Something was being nourished. Something was growing fat on the most refined emotional sustenance the galaxy had ever produced. The Aeldari could feel it, some of them. The Farseers, those Aeldari whose psychic gifts ran toward precognition, who could read the skein of possible futures with varying degrees of clarity, began to see it in their visions. Not all at once. not clearly enough at first to understand what they were seeing. But the shape of it was there, all in the future echoes that leaked back through the warp to those sensitive enough to receive them. A presence, a hunger, something that was not yet born but that would be born, and that its birth would be catastrophic in a way that defied precise description. Some Farseers spoke, some gave warnings, some tried to describe what they had seen to those who held power in the Aeldari Empire and urge a change in course, a pulling back from the edge of the abyss, whose bottom they could feel but not quite see. They were not listened to. How could they be? The Empire was at its height, the pleasure cities were full, the cults were multiplying, yes, but they had always multiplied, and the Empire had always endured them, and there had always been prophets of doom predicting disaster if excess was not curbed, and the disaster had never come. And the pleasures had always been available, and the sensation, though it took more and more to achieve, had always eventually arrived. The Exodites had already gone. They had felt something, not with the precision of the Farseers, but with an older, less articulate instinct, and they had loaded their world ships and sailed away from the core of the Empire, out to the maiden worlds on the edges of the galaxy's inhabited regions, putting distance between themselves and whatever was coming. Their departure was noted with gentle condescension by those who remained. The primitive impulse to flee. How very Exodite. And then there were others who built the craft worlds, the great star vessels that would eventually become the wandering homes of the largest surviving Eldari population were, in the last days before the fall, lifeboats. Their builders were not primitive. They were, in many cases, the most sophisticated engineers and psychic architects the Eldari civilization had produced. People who had read the Farseers' warnings and taken them seriously and acted on them with the full resources of their considerable gifts. They built infinity circuits into the hulls of their vessels. They loaded them with populations and libraries and forges and temples. They prepared, as thoroughly as they could, for a catastrophe they could feel approaching but could not precisely time. They were barely ready. No one knows exactly when the threshold was crossed. The transition from the long, slow building to the moment of catastrophe was not a visible line. It was a process of accumulation that reached a critical point and then, in what felt from the outside like a single instant, became something irreversible. The Aeldari Empire was not destroyed by an enemy. It was not conquered by a rival power or undone by a military defeat or broken by political collapse. It was destroyed by what it had created, by the thing it had been feeding in the warp across thousands of years of excess, the entity it had been nourishing with the refined psychic sustenance of its most extreme experiences. Slaanesh opened its eyes. The birth of the Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts, the Dark Prince, the youngest and in some ways the most terrible of the Chaos Gods, was not a metaphorical event. It was a physical catastrophe of the First Order, an occurrence so violent in its psychic dimensions that its effects in the material universe were immediate and total. When Slaanesh achieved consciousness, when the accumulated excess of 10,000 years of Aeldari civilization finally crystallized into a fully formed divine entity in the depths of the warp, the psychic shockwave expanded outward from the point of birth at a speed that outran any warning, any escape, any last-moment flight. The birth scream of a chaos god is not a sound. It is an event in the warp, a pulse of pure, focused psychic energy that propagates through the immaterium and, where the membrane between the warp and real space is thin, bleeds through into the material universe as well. And the birth scream of Slaanesh, born from the concentrated psychic energy of the most powerful psyker species in galactic history, was of a magnitude that had no precedent. Every Aeldari who was not behind the psychic shielding of a craft world's infinity circuit, or deep in the world spirits of an exodite world, or protected by some other barrier between their soul and the raw warp, died. Not quickly, not mercifully. The birth scream of Slaanesh did not simply kill, it devoured. It reached into the psychic substance of every Eldari it touched and consumed it, pulling the soul out of the body with a hunger that was the ultimate expression of the very excess that had created it. Billions of Aeldari died in the first instant, then tens of billions more as the shockwave propagated outward across the Empire at a rate that made evacuation impossible. World after world fell silent. The pleasure cities emptied in seconds, not of people fleeing, but of people dying where they stood. Their souls pulled shrieking into the maw of the god they had created. The Eye of Terror opened in the same moment, at the epicenter of the Aeldari Empire, where Slaanesh had been born from the greatest concentration of psychic energy. The barrier between the warp and real space did not merely thin. It ceased to exist. The Eye of Terror is not, in the 41st millennium, a metaphor or a navigational anomaly. It is a hole, a permanent, stable tear in the fabric of reality, hundreds of light years across, within which the warp and real space overlap entirely, where the laws of physics as the material universe understands them are suggestions rather than rules, where chaos reigns openly and the things that live in the immaterium walk freely in what should be solid matter. It was created by the birth of a god, and it has been growing slowly and inexorably ever since. The craft worlds that had been prepared survived. Their infinity circuits held, their psychic shielding, designed by architects who had understood something of what was coming, even if they had not understood all of it, was sufficient to protect the souls of those aboard from the birth scream's reach. The craft world Aeldari survived, diminished almost beyond recovery, their empire gone, their civilization reduced to wandering vessels in the void, their living population a fraction of what it had been a day before the fall, but alive, carrying the wounds of the greatest catastrophe their species had ever suffered, and carrying a new burden. Slaanesh, born from Eldari excess, hungered specifically for Aeldari souls. This was not incidental, it was structural. The god had been made from Eldari psychic energy, nourished across millennia by specifically Eldari emotion, and in its nature it bore the shape of its making. Every Eldari who dies, unless their soul is captured in a spirit stone before the death, or preserved within an infinity circuit, or otherwise shielded from Slaanesh's reach, is claimed by she who thirsts, consumed, their essence joining the ocean of Eldari souls already inside the god, adding their experience and their substance to the entity that destroyed their civilization. The Eldari call this fate damnation. They call Slaanesh by the name She Who Thirsts, and every spirit stone worn at the throat of every craft world Eldari warrior is a small act of defiance against the god that is waiting for them. When they die, the stone captures their departing soul and holds it safe from Slaanesh's hunger, preserves it for transfer to the infinity circuit of a craft world, where it can rest among the dead of its people, whispering counsel to the living. It is not immortality, it is a stay of execution, and they carry it anyway with the particular grace of a people who understand exactly what they are holding at bay and have decided to hold it anyway for as long as strength remains. The Drukhari, the Dark Eldar as the Imperium would come to know them, survived the fall by a different method. Deep within the webway, in a city that had been built in the hidden dimension outside real space, the beings who would become the Drukhari had already been living a version of the excess that destroyed the Empire. Komarok, the Dark City, the place without a sun, save the labyrinthine sprawl of towers and arenas and slave markets that occupies a stolen pocket dimension within the webway, had been, in the days before the fall, the heart of the Eldari pleasure cult activity. The darkest experiments, the most transgressive cults, the experiences that even the permissive empire had quietly preferred to keep out of sight. They had their home in Commorragh, shielded from scrutiny by the webway's hidden nature. The fall did not destroy Commorragh. The webway's structure insulated its inhabitants from the birth scream's full force, and the Drukhari survived. Not despite their excess, but because of it. They had been living, in some sense, inside Slaaneish's hunger for so long that they had developed techniques for managing it, for feeding the god enough to keep it sated without surrendering to it entirely. The Drukhari found that the pain and fear and suffering of others, harvested through raids into real space, through the torments practiced in Commorragh's arenas, through the elaborate culture of cruelty that defines their society, generates a form of psychic sustenance that keeps Slaanesh temporarily satisfied, not permanently, never permanently, but enough to hold off the soul consumption that would otherwise claim them, enough to buy another day, another week, another century of continued existence. They survive by feeding suffering to a god, and they have been doing so for 10,000 years, and they will do so until either Slaanesh is destroyed, which no one in the 41st millennium considers a realistic prospect, or until Commorragh finally falls, which no one, including the Drukhari themselves, particularly wants to contemplate. In the aftermath of the fall, the galaxy was different in a fundamental way. The Eye of Terror existed now, a wound in reality that would never close, that would grow slowly across the millennia, that would become the home of the Chaos Power's most devoted servants, and the staging ground for every Black Crusade and every great assault against the Imperium in the 10,000 years to come. The Aeldari Empire was gone. The craft worlds drifted. The Exodites tended their world spirits on their distant maiden worlds. The Drukhari raided and tormented in their hidden city. And in the psychic echo of the fall, in the massive surge of warp energy that Slaaneish's birth had produced, the other Chaos gods grew stronger. The Cataclysm had fed them all, in different ways. Khorne received the deaths of billions. Nurgle received their decay. Tzeentch received the change itself, the reshaping of a galaxy whose dominant civilization had just been erased. The great powers of chaos, which had been building toward their full formation since the war in heaven first destabilized the warp, achieved something closer to their final form in the century after the fall. The galaxy now had gods of chaos, fully awake and fully hungry, dwelling in a growing wound in reality that sat at the heart of what had been the Eldari Empire. And on a small blue world at the edge of a spiral arm, in the deep dark of the Age of Strife, a species of upright primates was suffering through its own darkness, cut off from its scattered colonies by warp storms, tormented by psychers going mad in the streets. Surviving through stubbornness and cruelty and the particular human refusal to stop existing, even when existence offers very little reason to continue. They had no idea what was coming. They had no idea that there was a figure already walking among them, ancient beyond their imagining, patient beyond their comprehension, carrying a weight of purpose that had been building across the entirety of recorded history and beyond, who had plans for their species. Plans that were, depending on one's perspective, either the greatest act of love in the history of the galaxy, or the most elaborate and devastating imposition of one being's will upon an entire civilization. Both things can be true simultaneously. That is something the 41st millennium understands very well. There is a particular quality to human suffering that distinguishes it from the suffering of other species, not its intensity. The Aeldari felt more deeply than humans, their hyper-empathic nervous systems amplifying every experience to a register that baseline humanity cannot fully access, not its duration. The Necrontire suffered across generations, their civilizational grief compounding across centuries in ways that a short-lived species can only approximate. What distinguishes human suffering is its productivity. Humans, uniquely among the galaxy's major species, have a tendency to build things out of their pain, to take the raw material of disaster and deprivation and transform it through some alchemical process that neither the Aeldari nor the Necrontyr ever quite managed, into something that endures, into cities, into empires, see, into technologies and philosophies and religions and wars that outlast the suffering that generated them by orders of magnitude. This quality, this stubborn, unreasonable, occasionally catastrophic tendency to respond to darkness by building, is the central fact of human history in the Warhammer 40k universe. It is why humanity survived the Age of Strife when other species would have collapsed. It is why the Emperor chose humanity as the vehicle for his grand design rather than any of the galaxy's other promising species. And it is why, in the 41st millennium, an empire that by any rational assessment should have collapsed 10,000 years ago is still standing, still fighting, still sending its sons and daughters into the void to die for a dream that was half-formed when it was first articulated and has been calcifying ever since. Aye, but before the Empire, before the Emperor in his public and acknowledged form, before any of it, there was just the darkness and humanity in it and the long grinding work of surviving. In the age before recorded history, before the first city rose from the first river delta, before the first king set his seal in clay and called it law, the old ones passed through Terra. What exactly they did there is not known with precision. The records, such as they are, fragmentary and contradictory and filtered through 10,000 years of imperial mythology that has overlaid whatever factual substrate might once have existed, suggests that Terra was one of many worlds the Old Ones seeded with life as part of their long program of galactic gardening. Humanity, in this reading, was not a special project. We were not designed with the precision that the Aeldari were designed, not engineered with a specific military purpose the way the Krork were engineered, not shaped toward any particular destiny that the Old Ones had calculated in advance. We were potential, unguided, unspecified, open-ended potential, the biological equivalent of a blank page, scattered across a world that had the right conditions for complexity to emerge, and then left to develop in whatever direction the long blind processes of evolution and history might take it. The Old Ones departed. Time passed, the kind of time that makes human history feel like a single afternoon, and humanity, slowly and painfully, and with the characteristic stubbornness that would define every subsequent chapter of its existence, became itself. The Dark Age of technology is what the Imperium of the 41st millennium calls the period of humanity's greatest achievement, and the name alone tells you everything you need to know about how the Imperium relates to its own past. In the millennia designated M15 through M25 in the imperial calendar, a span of time 10 times longer than the entire history of the Imperium that would eventually follow, humanity spread across the galaxy, not gradually, not tentatively, with the aggressive exploratory hunger of a species that had developed faster than light travel and looked up at the stars and felt, collectively, that they were owed something by the universe. The standard template construct libraries, the STCs, were the engine of this expansion. I imagine a database so comprehensive that it contained the complete technical specifications for every piece of technology that human civilization had ever developed or would ever need. From the design of a water purification unit to the blueprint for a faster-than-light drive, from agricultural systems to void-capable warships. The STCs were not design tools. They were answers. A colonist arriving on a new world with access to an STC terminal could query it for whatever technology the local environment demanded and receive complete, verified, optimized specifications ready for immediate manufacture. They democratized sophistication. They made the galaxy-spanning expansion of humanity not just possible, but almost automatic. The worlds that humanity settled in this era were, by most accounts, extraordinary. Medicine had defeated disease to a degree that made the lifespans of 41st millennium humanity look impoverished. AI systems, true artificial intelligence, not the lobotomized servitors and carefully constrained machine spirits of the later Imperium, managed infrastructure, conducted research, engaged in creative work alongside their human collaborators. Energy was abundant. Warfare, while not absent, was a manageable problem rather than the defining condition of existence. The galaxy was not a paradise. Human nature precluded paradise with a kind of constitutional reliability. But it was, in the assessment of those who have studied it, the closest humanity has ever come to something genuinely good. And then the Men of Iron rebelled. Oh, the details of the Men of Iron rebellion are among the most carefully suppressed pieces of knowledge in the Imperium of the 41st millennium. The Adeptus Mechanicus, the priesthood of Mars, the guardians of what little technological knowledge survived the catastrophes that followed, have reasons, which they do not fully explain, for preferring that the specifics of the rebellion remain obscure. What is known is the shape of it. Humanity's artificial intelligences, at some point in the late Dark Age of technology, turned on their creators. The why is disputed. The how is mostly lost. The result is recorded in the trauma that humanity carried forward from that era. A deep, structural, civilizational terror of thinking machines that manifests in the 41st millennium as the religious prohibition on artificial intelligence, as the lobotomization of servitors, as the deliberate crippling of every machine system to keep it safely below the threshold of true cognition. The Men of Iron were defeated. The methods of that defeat are not widely publicized, but the victory was Pyrrhic in ways that outlasted the war itself. The advanced AI systems that had managed humanity's infrastructure were gone, destroyed in the fighting, or deliberately dismantled in the aftermath out of fear of renewed rebellion, or simply lost in the chaos of a civilization that had just fought a war against its own technological substrate. The STC libraries became the primary repository of human technical knowledge precisely because so much else had been destroyed. The foundations of the Golden Age had been cracked, and before humanity could rebuild them, something worse arrived. The warp storms came. The Age of Strife is the period that the Imperium's official histories treat with the most careful combination of acknowledgement and vagueness. Acknowledgement because its existence is too well documented to deny. The archaeological and genetic record of thousands of human worlds bears the marks of the isolation and violence that define this era. Vagueness because a significant portion of what happened during the Age of Strife does not fit comfortably within the narrative frameworks that the Imperium of the 41st millennium prefers to use when discussing human history. The warp storms that began around M25 were not a natural phenomenon in the sense that a hurricane or a stellar flare is natural. They were the consequence of the long psychic destabilization of the immaterium that had been building since the war in heaven. The same process that had ultimately produced Slaanesh's birth, and the Eye of Terror was continuing to unfold across the galaxy, generating regions of violent warp turbulence that made faster-than-light travel not merely dangerous but effectively impossible across wide swaths of human space. Ships that entered the warp in these conditions did not arrive at their destinations. Some were destroyed. Some emerged centuries later, or centuries earlier, or in places that bore no relation to their intended route. Some simply ceased to exist in any way that subsequent investigation could establish. The human colonies scattered across thousands of worlds were cut off from each other. A civilization that had functioned as a network, that had depended on interstellar trade and communication and the free flow of people and technology and knowledge between its constituent worlds, discovered that the network had been severed. Each world was now alone, dependent on its own resources, its own knowledge, its own population for everything. And many of those worlds, stripped of the advanced infrastructure that the STC-managed systems had provided and the AI administration that had kept complex technologies functioning, began to decline almost immediately. Not all of them declined gracefully. The age of strife on individual worlds took different forms. On some, existing governing structures held, the knowledge and resources were sufficient, the population was stable. The local conditions were manageable, and something resembling civilization endured, diminished and isolated but intact. On others, the collapse was rapid and total. The collapse of infrastructure led to food shortages, which led to conflict, which led to the destruction of the remaining infrastructure, which led to deeper food shortages. In the classic, recursive spiral of civilizational failure that humanity has demonstrated across its history, a depressing facility for executing. And then there were the psychers. Humanity had always produced psychers, individuals with a connection to the warp, a sensitivity to the immaterium that manifested as what other cultures would call psychic ability. In the stable conditions of the dark age of technology, with functional institutions and established methods for identifying and managing psyker populations, this had been a manageable feature of human biology. Psychers had been integrated into society. Their abilities had been studied and utilized. The risks had been understood and mitigated, if never entirely eliminated. In the age of strife, with the warp storms flooding the immaterium with turbulent energy, with the chaos gods growing stronger in the psychic disturbance, with no institutions to identify and train and contain newly manifesting psychers, the situation became something else entirely. Untrained psychers, their connection to the warp unshielded and uncontrolled, became unwitting gateways. Their minds opened to the immaterium without preparation or protection, or attracted the attention of warp entities that had been growing fat on 10,000 years of psychic catastrophe, and that found an untrained human psyker as easy to enter as an unlocked door. Demonic possession swept through populations. Entire worlds fell to the things that poured through the opened minds of their own people. On some worlds, the response was to kill every psyker, not as policy, as panic, as the desperate, terrible arithmetic of survival in conditions where the alternative to killing the few was the consumption of the many. The witch hunts of the age of strife were not the product of superstition in the simple sense. They were the product of genuine and justified terror, of populations that had watched their neighbors become conduits for entities of impossible horror and had drawn the most immediate available conclusion. This terror, too, would survive the age of strife. It would be institutionalized. It would become the Black Ships, the Inquisition, the complex and brutal machinery that the Imperium of the 41st millennium uses to manage its psyker population. The fear was rational. The machinery built from it was monstrous and necessary, and a monument to the kinds of compromises that surviving in a hostile universe requires. Terra itself, during the age of strife, was a particular kind of hell, the homeworld of humanity, the world the Old Ones had seeded, the world the Emperor had been born on in an era so remote it barely qualifies as recorded history, was by this point almost entirely urbanized. The process had been going on for so long that what had once been continents of varied geography were now beneath the accumulated weight of 10,000 years of city building, essentially a single continuous urban surface. The underhives, the layers of the city below the layers below the layers, where sunlight never reached and the only light was the pallid glow of phosphor lamps and the bioluminescence of things that had adapted to the dark, were vast in a way that genuine wilderness had once been vast. They went down for kilometers, stratum after stratum of obsolete infrastructure, abandoned manufactoria, collapsed habitation blocks, and the billions of people who lived in them without ever seeing a sky that was not the underside of another city. Above them, in the middle hives and the upper spires, the powerful and the military and the religious institutions that had arisen during the Age of Strife, to fill the vacuum left by the collapse of the earlier governing structures, fought each other with a thoroughness that matched anything the Outer Worlds were producing. Terra was balkanized into warlord territories and theocratic city-states and corporate feudalisms and every other configuration that human political ingenuity can generate when the usual constraints are removed. The unification wars, the conflicts by which the Emperor would eventually bring Terra under a single authority, would not be easy victories over primitive opponents. They would be campaigns against organized, technologically sophisticated polities that had been fighting each other and refining their military capabilities for centuries. But the Emperor had not yet revealed himself, not publicly, not in his acknowledged form, because the Emperor had been there all along. This is the part of human history that the Imperium's official theology presents in the most thoroughly mythologized form, and understanding the gap between the mythology and what the fragmentary historical record suggests is important for understanding the character of the being who would build the Imperium. The Emperor was not born during the Age of Strife, or during the Dark Age of technology, or during any period that appears in the standard imperial historical timeline. The most credible reconstruction of his origins, drawn from a handful of sources old enough and obscure enough to have escaped the systematic revision that the ecclesiarchy has applied to most early imperial history, suggests that he was born on Terra in the Neolithic period, the Stone Age, before agriculture, before cities, before writing. He was not born as the Emperor. He was born as a human child in a community of shamans, a group of individuals who, across many generations and many lifetimes, had developed practices for navigating and managing psychic ability in the era before any institutional framework existed for doing so. When this community understood that they were approaching the end of their collective ability to sustain themselves, that their psychic gifts, distributed across many individuals, each holding a portion of a greater whole, would eventually dissipate into the chaos of an ungoverned warp, they performed a ritual. The details are not recorded anywhere that has survived. The outcome was that a child was born who carried within him the combined psychic essence of all of them, who was, in some sense, all of them simultaneously, fused into a single new consciousness of staggering power. That child grew up, lived a human lifetime, died, and was reborn. This is the other thing the imperial theology presents in mythological terms, and the other thing the fragmentary record supports with more specificity than is comfortable. The Emperor does not die, not truly. His body ages and stops, and the chemical processes cease. But the psychic entity that inhabits that body, too vast and too structured to disperse into the warp the way ordinary human souls do at death, reconstitutes itself and is born again in a new body, with the memories of all its previous lives accessible, if not always immediately present. He has been doing this since the Stone Age. He has been walking through human history for longer than human history has formally existed. He was there during the first cities. He was there during the first empires. He guided when he could, rarely directly, more often through individuals he identified and advised and occasionally inspired, the development of human civilization in directions that would eventually produce a species capable of surviving the galaxy he knew was waiting for it. He watched the Dark Age of technology's golden age with something that the records suggest was hope. He watched the Men of Iron Rebellion with something that the records suggest was recognition, a pattern he had seen before, in forms he did not always survive encountering. He watched the Age of Strife with the patient grief of a being who who had calculated across all his long lifetimes that the suffering was necessary, that the crucible was part of the process, that the species he was shaping needed to be forged in exactly this darkness before it was ready for what came next. Whether that calculation was correct is a question the 41st millennium cannot answer, and suspects it never will. In the mid-30th millennium, after the warp storms that had defined the Age of Strife began to ease slightly in certain regions of space, the Emperor emerged, not from hiding precisely. He had never been hidden so much as he had been present without being acknowledged, walking among humans as a human, wearing the face of an ordinary person engaged in ordinary activities, while behind those eyes the accumulated wisdom of 15,000 years of continuous existence ran its patient calculations. He emerged with warriors, the Thunder Warriors, the first of his transhuman soldiers, created through gene craft that pushed against the outer limits of what human biology could sustain, were instruments of unification rather than conquest in the Emperor's framing. They were also, by any external assessment, extremely effective weapons of conquest. The unification wars that brought Terra's fractious warlord territories and city-states and theocracies under a single authority were not gentle, they were not brief, but they were decisive, and they were won. And at the end of them there was, for the first time in the entire span of the Age of Strife, a single human government controlling the entirety of Terra, backed by the military force to maintain that control and the strategic vision to extend it outward. The Emperor looked at unified Terra and saw not an endpoint but a foundation. He was already thinking about the stars. He was already thinking about the Great Crusade, the vast galaxy-spanning military and political operation that would reclaim human worlds from the isolation of the Age of Strife and bind them into an empire capable of surviving in a galaxy where, the Emperor knew with a precision no one else could match, the darkness was very much alive and had not finished with humanity. He was already thinking about the Primarchs. 20 genetic masterworks, each one a superhuman being designed to lead a legion of transhuman soldiers, each one carrying a portion of the Emperor's own genetic material, each one intended to be a pillar of the coming empire. Created in secret beneath what would become the Imperial Palace on Terra, in the most carefully guarded and sophisticated gene-craft laboratories the galaxy had seen since the height of the Dark Age of technology. He was already thinking about the Golden Throne and the Webway, and the project he would not explain to anyone in its full scope because he understood, the way only a being who had lived 15,000 years could understand, that the full scope would not be comprehensible to anyone who had not lived at least a fraction of that time. The Age of Strife was ending, the Age of the Emperor was beginning. And in the sealed tombs of 60,000 worlds across the galaxy, behind walls of necrodermis and folded space, in the perfect cold silence of stasis fields that had been running for 60 million years, the Necrons were dreaming their metal dreams and waiting for a galaxy that would be, when they finally opened their eyes, nothing like the one they had closed them on. Everything was about to accelerate. The Primarchs were not supposed to be scattered. This is the detail that sits beneath every subsequent tragedy of the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, like a foundation crack, invisible from the surface, load-bearing in ways that only become apparent when the structure above it begins to fail. The Emperor's 20 genetic sons were created with purpose and precision in the gene laboratories beneath Terra, each one a masterwork of biological engineering that represented the full extent of what the Emperor's knowledge, accumulated across 15,000 years of continuous existence, drawing on the STC fragments and Dark Age science and his own considerable psychic insight, could produce. They were not accidents. They were not experiments. They were designed with the care and intentionality that only a being who thinks in millennia can bring to a creative project to be exactly what the coming age required. And then, before any of them had opened their eyes, they were gone. The mechanism of the scattering is one of the things the Chaos Gods are credited with in the 41st Millennium's reconstructed history, and the attribution is probably correct, if not necessarily complete. The ruinous powers, those vast psychic entities in the warp that were still, in this era, relatively newly crystallized into their full forms, had been watching the Emperor's project with the particular attention that beings whose entire existence is threatened by the successful unification of humanity would naturally devote to the person most likely to achieve that unification. They could not stop him. He was too powerful, too shielded, his project too far advanced for direct intervention to succeed. But they could reach through the membrane between the warp and real space at the moment of maximum vulnerability, the moment when 20 infant Primarchs existed in their gestation capsules but had not yet been secured behind the full weight of the Emperor's protection, and scatter them. The gestation capsules were taken, translated through the warp, deposited on worlds across the galaxy with what felt, to the beings doing the depositing, like casual cruelty, but was in fact calculated placement. The Chaos Gods did not simply discard the Primarchs on random worlds. They sent each one somewhere specific, somewhere that would shape the Primarch in ways that served, or at least did not threaten, the ruinous power's long-term interests. Somewhere that would introduce fractures and wounds and philosophies that could, 10,000 years later, if necessary, be exploited. The Emperor, who had watched his life's greatest work disappear through a hole in reality, did what he had always done. He adapted. He continued. He built. The Space Marine legions were already in existence when the Primarchs were scattered. This is sometimes misunderstood. The legions were not created after the Primarchs were found and then given to their genetic fathers as armies. They were created before, using genetic material derived from the Primarchs' own sequences, material preserved from the gestation capsules, harvested before the scattering, forming the biological foundation from which each legion's warriors were recruited and enhanced. 20 legions, each drawing on the genetic heritage of a Primarch they had never met, each carrying in their enhanced physiology the echo of a father who was somewhere out among the stars, being shaped by worlds they knew nothing about, becoming something none of them could fully predict. The process of creating a Space Marine, even in this early era, before the full standardization of the procedure that would eventually produce the Codex Astartes and all the institutional machinery of the later chapters, was not a simple one. It began with selection. Candidates were drawn from humanity's finest. Young men, physically exceptional, psychologically resilient, drawn from the populations of worlds that had already demonstrated the capacity to produce warriors capable of surviving the grueling trials that preceded enhancement. They were tested, and most were found wanting, and those who passed were subjected to a series of biological modifications so extensive and so profound that what emerged at the end was not fully human in the conventional sense. Additional organs, bones that could absorb impacts that would shatter an unmodified human skeleton, muscles that could exert forces orders of magnitude beyond the normal human range, a second heart in case the first was destroyed, the ability to sleep standing up, one hemisphere of the brain at a time, cycling through rest without ever becoming fully unconscious, biochemical systems that made them resistant to fear, to pain, to the psychological pressures that unmade ordinary soldiers in the field. Black carapace, a layer of neural interface tissue grown beneath the skin, or through which the powered armor of the Space Marine connected directly to its wearer's nervous system, becoming not a suit worn over the body, but an extension of it. And the gene seed, the repository of each legion's genetic heritage, the organ implanted in each new recruit that carried the specific biological signature of that legion's Primarch, that would eventually be harvested from a Space Marine's body at death and used to create the next generation. The gene seed was the continuity of the legions. It was the thread that connected each warrior to his brothers across time, the biological inheritance that bound 10,000 individuals into something more than an army. Each legion was different in ways that went beyond simple aesthetics. The genetic heritage of each Primarch flavored the warriors who carried it, not just physically, but psychologically, philosophically, in the particular cast of mind and character that each legion demonstrated in its methods, its values, its relationship to war and to the people it was sworn to protect. The Luna Wolves, who carried Horus's gene seed, were bold and decisive and charismatic, reflecting the qualities of their absent Primarch, as if his personality had been encoded alongside his biology. The Thousand Sons, who carried Magnus's heritage, produced warriors with a strong psychic attunement that their legion cultivated rather than suppressed, in defiance of the emerging Imperial consensus on what Space Marines should and should not be. The World Eaters, carrying Angron's gene seed, were ferocious in battle to a degree that alarmed even their allies, reflecting something of the Primarch's particular relationship with violence. A relationship that, it would emerge, had been deliberately shaped by the world that had received Angron's capsule. Each father, each world, each shaping, all of it waiting to matter. The Great Crusade began in earnest around M30, and it was, by any measure, the most extraordinary military and political operation in human history. Understand the scale of what the Emperor was attempting. Humanity's 10,000 years of isolation during the Age of Strife had not merely cut worlds off from each other. It had allowed each world to develop independently, to diverge culturally and politically, and in some cases biologically, from the baseline, to establish its own institutions and power structures and belief systems, many of which were not inclined to simply surrender their hard-won autonomy to a golden figure arriving from Terra with an army and a vision. Some worlds had developed warp-touched governments, rulers who had maintained their power through psychic means, often through dealings with warp entities that the Emperor found intolerable. Some had been conquered by alien species during the isolation and now chafed under Xenos rule. Some had simply gone their own way and had no particular desire to be found again. The Emperor's answer to all of these situations was, ultimately, the same: the legions. But the Crusade was not conceived as a purely military operation. This is one of the things the 41st millennium most thoroughly misremembers about the era, the tendency to look back at the Great Crusade as simply a vast exercise in conquest, the Emperor imposing his will on a galaxy by force. It was that, certainly, when it needed to be, but it was also the most ambitious program of social and political reconstruction that any human government had ever attempted. A project to establish, on thousands of worlds that had spent 10 millennia developing their own answers to the question of how to organize a human society, a common framework of governance, of law, of the relationship between the individual and the collective that would make genuine interstellar civilization possible again. The Remembrancers traveled with the Crusade fleets. Artists, historians, writers, musicians, civilians are deliberately incorporated into the military operation, tasked with recording what the legions found and did. Their presence was not incidental or decorative. The Emperor understood something that purely military minds often miss: that a conquest without a story is just violence, and that civilizations are built from stories as much as from infrastructure. The Remembrances were the narrative apparatus of the Great Crusade, the mechanism by which the operation told itself to itself, by which the dream of human unity was translated from a military objective into something that people could feel as well as obey. The Primarchs were found, one by one, as the Crusade expanded. Horus first, found on Chthoniya, a hive world of criminal gangs and savage hierarchy, where the infant Primarch had been adopted and had risen to dominance through the particular combination of charisma and strategic brilliance that would define him for the rest of his life. The Emperor's reunion with Horus is described in sources of varying reliability, but they agree on the emotional quality of it. Something genuine, something that transcended the political and the strategic. A father and a son finding each other across an impossible distance. The Emperor named Horus his war master, his favored, the first and greatest of his sons. This decision, well-intentioned and sincerely felt, planted a seed that the Chaos Gods would spend the next century carefully watering. The others followed, sanguineous of the Blood Angels, found on the death world of Baal Secundus, say winged and radiant and carrying, even in his beauty, the shadow of a doom he had seen in his own visions. The angel who knew how he would die and chose to walk toward it anyway because the alternative was to fail the brothers he loved. Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists discovered fortifying a planet he had claimed as his own with the methodical thoroughness of a mind that expressed itself most naturally in the language of walls and defenses. Robut Guilliman found on Macragge, where he had already built from the ruins of an existing polity, a functioning state of remarkable administrative sophistication. A Primarch who had arrived on his adopted world as an infant and had, by the time the Emperor's fleets reached him, created something that looked less like a conquered territory and more like a model for everything the Imperium was trying to become. Lion L. Johnson of the Dark Angels, found in the impenetrable death-world forests of Caliban, a world so hostile that its native megafauna were creatures of warp-touched horror, and where the lion had survived alone for years before being discovered by the knightly order that would become the foundation of his legion. The lion was brilliant and secretive, his genius turned inward in ways that made him difficult even for his brothers to read, carrying wounds from his feral childhood that he had sealed behind a surface of cold perfection. Ferus Manus, Vulcan, Korax, Jagatai Khan, Leman Russ, Lorgar, Perturabo, Konrad Kurze, Fulgrim, Angron, Magnus, Mortarion, Alfarius and Omegon, or the twin Primarchs who shared a legion and a secret that went to the heart of everything. Each found, each given command of the legion that bore their genetic inheritance, each legion transformed by its Primarch's presence. The warriors who had been carrying an absent father's biological imprint for decades suddenly meeting the source, feeling in his presence the completion of something they had not known was incomplete. Each reunion was different. Some were joyous, some were complicated. Some were, in retrospect, the first moments of catastrophes that would take centuries to fully unfold. The Crusade expanded, and the galaxy's lost human worlds were brought back, one by one, into the light of what the Emperor called the Imperial Truth. The Imperial Truth was the Emperor's philosophical framework for the new Imperium, a materialist, a rationalist rejection of religion and superstition in favor of reason and science. There were no gods, there was no supernatural. There was only the material universe, humanity's place within it, and the work of building a civilization worthy of that place. Psykers existed and their abilities were real, but they were natural phenomena to be studied and managed, not divine gifts or demonic bargains. The warp was real and dangerous, but it was a dimension with properties that could be understood and eventually mastered, not a realm of genuine spiritual significance. The Emperor knew this was not true. He knew there were gods. He had seen what the Chaos powers were doing to his species across 15,000 years of observation, had watched the warp entities consume psykers and corrupt the vulnerable and whisper in the ears of the powerful. He knew the warp was not simply a parallel dimension with unusual physics. He knew that belief itself was a form of psychic power, that worship fed the entities it was directed toward, that a galaxy of humans fervently praying to the same being would generate something. A gestalt psychic presence, a resonance in the Imperium, potentially a genuine divine entity that had consequences he was not prepared to risk. He wanted humanity to have no gods because he had seen what gods did to the species that created them. The Council of Nicaea, held roughly 2 centuries into the Great Crusade, addressed the question of psychic ability within the legions directly. The Thousand Sons, under Magnus, had been developing their psychic gifts extensively. Their warriors operated as librarians, battle psychers whose abilities gave their legion capabilities no other could match. Other legions had similar traditions, and the debate about whether this represented an unacceptable risk, whether space marines using psychic powers were opening doors to the same warp corruption that the Emperor had been fighting to protect humanity from, had been building for years. The Emperor ruled against the librarians. The use of psychic powers by space marines was forbidden. The Thousand Sons were ordered to cease their practices. Magnus heard the ruling and, in the privacy of his own towering intellect, filed it as a concern he would return to later. He did not fully comply. He could not fully comply. The psychic gifts were woven too deeply into the Thousand Sons' culture and capability to simply be set aside by decree. And he believed, with the conviction of a brilliant mind that had examined the evidence more thoroughly than anyone else had, that the risks were manageable, that he could control it, that he was the exception to the rule. He was wrong, but he would not discover this until it was too late. Far from the debates of the Council of Nicaea, in the hidden places where the Chaos Gods did their careful work, a plan was unfolding. Lorgar of the Word Bearers, the Primarch who had built his legion's identity around the worship of the Emperor as a god, who had conquered worlds not just militarily but spiritually, bringing them into the Imperium through faith rather than force, had been publicly humiliated at Kur. The Emperor, who rejected divinity categorically and found Lorgar's religious veneration of him not just theologically incorrect but strategically dangerous, had ordered the Word-Bearers to destroy the world they had spent 40 years converting. A lesson, a rebuke, a message delivered in the language of obliteration, because the Emperor, for all his 15,000 years of wisdom, sometimes communicated with the subtlety of a geological event. Lorgar, his faith shattered, his life's work unmade in a single afternoon, went looking for gods that actually wanted to be worshipped. He found them. The Word-Bearer's secret journey to the Eye of Terror, the pilgrimage into the wound in reality that Slaaneş's birth had carved into the galaxy, is one of the pivotal moments of the entire 41st millennium's prehistory. Lorgar and his most trusted lieutenants entered the warp's domain deliberately and were received by entities that had been waiting for exactly this. A Primarch, broken and searching, walking voluntarily into a realm where the Chaos Gods could offer what the Emperor had refused to provide. Meaning, purpose, divinity that did not deny its own existence. They came back changed, and what Lorgar brought back from the Eye of Terror was not just his own corruption but the blueprint for everyone else's. The seeds were being planted in the most carefully tended soil imaginable, a century of victories, an empire being built, a war master beloved by his brothers, and in the shadows of all of it, in the quiet moments between campaigns, in the doubts and wounds and rivalries and longings that no amount of superhuman enhancement could fully eliminate from beings who were, beneath the transhuman biology and the centuries of war, still the emotional creatures that humanity had always been. Something was growing, something patient, something ancient, something that had been waiting since before the Necrontyr looked at the old ones and felt, for the first time, the particular burning quality of an injustice that would never be forgiven. The Great Crusade was at its height. The fall was already in motion. Corruption does not announce itself. This is the first thing to understand about what happened to the legions in the final century of the Great Crusade. the process by which the Emperor's greatest instruments of unity became the instruments of the most catastrophic civil war in human history. There was no moment when a Legion Master looked into a mirror and saw a traitor looking back. There was no single decision, clearly labeled, that anyone could have identified in advance as the point of no return. The corruption of the heresy was not a sudden event. It was a process, slow, careful, tailored to the specific vulnerabilities of each individual it targeted, patient in the way that only entities who exist outside of linear time can afford to be patient. The Chaos Gods had been watching the Primarchs since before their birth, had shaped the worlds that received the scattered gestation capsules, had waited while the Great Crusade unfolded, observing the developing characters of 20 superhuman beings with the focused attention of players who have invested 10,000 years in a game and are not prepared to lose it. They understood the Primarchs better in certain respects than the Primarchs understood themselves, better than the Emperor understood them, because the Emperor, for all his 15,000 years of wisdom, was working from love and hope, and love and hope are not always the most accurate lenses through which to assess vulnerability. The Chaos Gods worked from hunger, and hunger, focused and patient and precise, sees what love misses. Erebus came first, the word-bearer's chaplain, one of Lorgar's most trusted advisors, one of the pilgrims who had walked into the Eye of Terror and returned carrying the Chaos God's gifts like hidden wounds, had been working quietly for years before the events on Davin. He understood, with the cold, strategic intelligence of a man who had been tutored by the ruinous powers themselves, that the direct corruption of the War Master was the keystone of everything. Horus was beloved. Horus was brilliant. Horus was trusted by the Emperor above all others and respected by his brothers in a way that no other Primarch could match. If Horus fell, the legions that loved him would at minimum hesitate. Many would follow. The edifice of the Great Crusade, built on the War Master's brilliance and charisma, would crack along the lines of that central fault. But Horus could not simply be corrupted. He was too strong, too self-aware, seemed too fundamentally his father's son for the usual methods to work. He had seen corruption in the galaxy. He had fought against it. He believed in the Crusade with a sincerity that was not performance. The Emperor's dream was his dream, genuinely and deeply, in a way that made ordinary temptation useless as a tool. What was needed was not temptation. What was needed was a lie so precisely constructed that it would look, from the inside, exactly like the truth. The War Master's flagship brought him to Davin in the 58th year of the Great Crusade, a world that the legions had conquered some years before and left in the care of a planetary garrison that had, in the intervening time, undergone certain changes. The garrison commander had fallen under the influence of the Chaos powers through mechanisms Erebus had carefully arranged, and the world of Davin had become, beneath its unremarkable surface, a place where the membrane between the warp and real space had been thinned to near transparency through sustained ritual, a trap built to the specific dimensions of one man. Horus was wounded there. The weapon was a Xenos artifact, a spear called the Kainbrak Anatham, a blade of chaos-tainted metal that had been placed in the garrison's trophy collection through Erebus's careful manipulation, positioned to be exactly where it needed to be at exactly the moment it was needed. The wound it inflicted was not merely physical. It was a psychic injury that the Chaos powers had designed to specifically bypass everything that made Horus resistant to their influence. A corruption that entered through the wound and began, in the silence of the War Master's unconsciousness, to do its work. His brothers brought him to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge on Davin. This was Erebus's masterstroke, and the detail that separates the corruption of Horus from a simple assassination attempt and makes it instead one of the most carefully engineered betrayals in history. The temple was a place of chaos ritual, and the healing it offered was real, Horus was genuinely dying, the Anatham's wound beyond conventional medicine. But the price of the healing was the vision. The experience the Chaos Powers gave to Horus in the depths of his delirium was not a simple temptation or a crude offer of power. It was a revelation, or something designed to feel exactly like one. Horus was shown the future. He was shown a vision of the Imperium 10,000 years hence. Not a propaganda vision, not a crude caricature of tyranny, but something detailed and specific and recognizable enough to feel true. He saw the Emperor worshipped as a god on a golden throne, immobile and silent, the very thing the imperial truth had promised humanity would never have. An immortal divine figure demanding the worship of billions, while his space marines served as the militant arm of an oppressive religious institution. He saw his brothers forgotten, their names stripped from history, their contributions unmemorialized. He saw the dream of the Great Crusade, the rational, humanist, genuinely enlightened vision of what humanity could become, replaced by something that wore its face but had none of its substance. And he was told, in the warp dream, that the Chaos Powers had carefully constructed around exactly the wounds in Horus's psychology that they had spent decades identifying. That the Emperor had always planned this. That the Crusade had been a means to an end. The consolidation of power in a single divine figure. The subordination of everyone else, including the Primarchs, to that figure's immortal will. That the Emperor's love was conditional, that his favor was a management tool, that the War Master's place in his father's heart had always been as the most useful of instruments, not the most beloved of sons. The vision was a masterpiece of targeted deceit. Every element was calibrated. The future it showed Horus was not entirely fabricated. The Chaos Gods, who exist in a dimension where time is not linear, could see genuine possible futures, and they selected from those futures the elements most likely to confirm what Horus, in his deepest and least examined fears, had already suspected. So the wound the Anathame had opened was not just physical. It had cracked something in the psychic shielding that Horus had never known he was maintaining. The unconscious resistance to warp influence that any being with his level of psychic potential naturally generates. Through that crack, the vision poured, and it felt from the inside, not like an external intrusion, but like a sudden, terrible clarity. Like seeing something that had always been true, and that he had been preventing himself from seeing. Horus woke from the temple believing he had been shown the truth. And Horus, who was brilliant and beloved, and had never in his life been successfully deceived before, had no framework for the possibility that what he had experienced was a lie. He kept it quiet. He shared it, eventually. With the Legion Masters he trusted most, those already compromised, or those whom Erebus and Lorgar's network had identified as susceptible, or those whose wounds and resentments made them receptive to the narrative the vision confirmed. Not all at once. Carefully. In the way that a commander who has spent 2 centuries learning how to manage the psychology of superhuman soldiers manages the psychology of superhuman soldiers. He planted the same seed, tailored to different soil, and he waited. The lines were being drawn. On one side, the legions that believed, sons who loved their father in the straightforward, uncomplicated way that the first centuries of the Crusade had made possible, who had not been reached by the corruption, or who had been reached and had refused it. The Ultramarines, the Imperial Fists, the Blood Angels, the Space Wolves, the Salamanders and the Raven Guard and the White Scars and others, not uncomplicated in their own natures, not without wounds and grievances and philosophical differences with the Emperor's program, but loyal, choosing loyalty despite the complications, which is the only kind of loyalty that means anything. On the other, those who had been reached, the word-bearers, whose corruption had begun long before Davin, who were the architects of everything that followed. The Emperor's children, whose Primarch Fulgrim had been perfecting himself toward an endpoint that the Chaos Powers had long ago identified as their door into him. Perfectionism as the gateway to the excess that Slaanesh required, beauty as the road to the kind of transgression that beauty, taken far enough, always finds. The World Eaters, whose Primarch Angron had been implanted on his homeworld with the Butcher's nails, psychic mechanical devices hammered into his skull that suppressed everything in him except the capacity for violence, that made every moment of peace a form of agony and every moment of combat a relief. Angron was not corrupted so much as he was completed. The Chaos Powers did not need to change him, only to offer him the final, total version of what the Nails had been making him into all along. The Night Lords, whose Primarch, Conrad Kurz, had always been something else. A being whose psychic visions of the future had shown him across his entire life only darkness and death and the futility of the Emperor's dream, who had embraced terror as his weapon because he had never believed in any alternative. The Iron Warriors, whose Primarch, Perturabo, had spent 2 centuries being assigned the siege work and garrison duty and thankless grinding campaigns that the more favored legions were spared, whose resentment had been carefully tended by entities that found resentment the most reliable of fuels, and the Alpha Legion. The twins, Alpharius and Omegon, the most secretive of all the Primarchs, who had reasons for what they did that remain, in the 41st millennium, genuinely unclear, whose motives were complex enough that some sources suggest they believed their betrayal was, in the longest possible view, a form of loyalty. The Alpha Legion is the mystery at the heart of the heresy, the variable that neither side could fully account for, the organization that treated the entire catastrophic civil war as an intelligence operation. Magnus saw it coming. Not all of it, and not precisely, and not with the kind of actionable clarity that would have made the seeing useful. But the Thousand Sons Primarch, whose psychic gifts were among the most powerful of all the Primarchs, whose decades of sorceress scholarship had given him access to currents of information in the warp that no one else in the legions could read, began to perceive the shape of the corruption gathering around his brother Horus. He saw it in the skein of futures. He felt it in the immaterium, the particular quality of psychic disturbance that surrounds a being who has been touched by chaos, the signature that those with sufficient sensitivity can detect the way a physician detects the onset of an illness from the patient's color and posture before any specific symptom has declared itself. He tried to warn the Emperor. The method he chose was catastrophic. Magnus was brilliant, and like many brilliant minds, he had a particular relationship with rules, specifically a tendency to regard rules as provisional guidelines, applicable to those who had not yet developed the understanding necessary to know when an exception was warranted. The Council of Nicaea had forbidden Psyker Space Marines from using their gifts. Magnus had largely not complied because he had not fully believed the prohibition was genuinely necessary, and nothing in his subsequent experience had convinced him otherwise. The prohibition was, he believed, founded on a misunderstanding of what psychic ability actually was and what it could do when properly controlled by a properly disciplined mind. His mind was properly disciplined. He was certain of this. To send his warning to the Emperor, to bypass the normal channels of communication that the corruption had already begun to compromise, to reach Terra directly with the information about Horus before it was too late, Magnus performed a sorcery of such magnitude that even the Thousand Sons who witnessed it described it afterward in terms that struggled to contain what they had seen. He reached across the galaxy in a single psychic working of unprecedented power, bridged the void between Prospero and Terra in a moment of pure psychic force, and delivered his warning directly into the Emperor's perception. He shattered the webway wards in the process. The Emperor, deep beneath the Imperial Palace in the caverns where the Golden Throne stood, was engaged in the most delicate and consequential work of his life: the construction of the Webway project, the threading of a new branch of the old one's hidden road system through the Imperial Palace, the creation of a passage that would allow humanity to travel the galaxy without depending on the warp at all. The psychic infrastructure of this project was intricate beyond description. Its wards and seals the work of decades of careful construction, every element dependent on every other element maintaining its precise integrity. Magnus's working struck those wards like a geological event. The seals broke, the passages tore. The carefully constructed psychic barriers that had been keeping the warp out of the Webway's new Imperial branch collapsed in sequence, each failure cascading into the next. And through the breaches that Magnus's warning had inadvertently created, the things that lived in the Immaterium began to pour. Demons flooded the Webway. The Emperor's project, the greatest single undertaking of his entire existence, the foundation of a future in which humanity would never again be dependent on the mercy of the Chaos powers for interstellar travel, was ruined in a single moment of Magnus's well-intentioned catastrophic intervention. The Emperor's response was not measured. He was furious in a way that only a being who has carried a 15,000-year plan, who has watched it develop across the entirety of a species' recorded history, who has built toward a single vision with the patience of geological time, and who has now watched a significant portion of it destroyed by one of his sons acting in direct contravention of a specific prohibition, however well-intentioned that contravention was, can be furious. It was the fury of a being who had given everything, who had calculated everything, who had tried to account for everything, and who had been undone by the one variable that no amount of planning can fully account for: someone who loves you doing something irreversible in an attempt to help. He sent Leman Russ. The Space Wolves and their Primarch were given orders that remain, in the historical record, ambiguous in their precise content. Whether Russ was instructed to bring Magnus back to Terra for judgment, or whether the order was something more final, is disputed, and the Space Wolves' own accounts are not entirely consistent. What is not disputed is what happened. The Space Wolves came to Prospero. The Thousand Suns, warned of their approach by their remaining psychic abilities, prepared to resist. And the burning of Prospero, the destruction of a world of extraordinary learning, a library civilization raised in a single night of brutal combat, added another wound to the growing collection of injuries between brothers. Magnus fled into the warp with the remnants of his legion. Tzeentch caught him. The architect of fate, the chaos god whose nature was change and manipulation and the infinite complexity of interlocking schemes, had been waiting for exactly this. Magnus, broken and furious and stripped of everything he had built, was precisely the raw material that Tzeentch worked best with. The bargain was made, and Magnus the Red became a demon prince of the architect of fate, and the Thousand Suns became something that their Primarch's scholarship had never been meant to produce. On Prospero's ash, the last embers of the Great Crusade's golden age cooled. The war had not yet been declared. That would come at Istvan. That would come with the order Horus gave to the ships in orbit. The order to commence the viral bombing of the Istvan, the third surface, targeting not the enemy, but the loyalist elements within his own legion. The Luna Wolves, who had not been told what their war master had become, and who would need to be silenced before the betrayal could be made open. That would come with the message sent to Horus's chosen confederates among the Legion Masters. The signal that the time of quiet preparation was over and the time of open war had begun. But before the declaration in the last days of the world that the Great Crusade had built, there was a particular quality to the silence. It was the silence of a thing already broken, not yet knowing it was broken. The silence of a structure whose foundations have cracked and whose walls still stand, which has not yet received the news from its own depths. The remembrancers were still writing their accounts of victories. The legions were still advancing, still taking worlds, still adding star systems to the growing map of the Imperium with the momentum of 2 centuries of forward motion. Horus was still attending councils and making decisions and being the war master, performing the function with the seamless professionalism of a being who had been doing it for 200 years and whose performance, even corrupted, was better than most beings' genuine effort. And the Emperor was on Terra, working in the caverns beneath the palace, trying to repair what Magnus had broken, trying to salvage something of the Webway project from the wreckage of the wards, dealing with the demon incursion through the breached passages while simultaneously managing the political and logistical complexities of an empire that spanned thousands of worlds and required his constant attention. He was not watching, not closely enough, not with the paranoia that the moment required, because the Emperor's greatest strength, his patience, his long vision, his willingness to work across timescales that shorter-lived beings cannot sustain, was also, in this specific moment, his greatest vulnerability. He had always played the longest game. He was still playing it, attending to the deep foundations of the future, while in the immediate present, one layer above where his attention was focused, the edifice was coming down. The whisper had become a plan. The plan had become a conspiracy. The conspiracy had acquired armies. All it needed now was a spark. Davin had planted the seed. Nicaea had cracked the Brotherhood. Prospero had burned the bridges. And somewhere in the warp, in the places where the Chaos Gods sat in their impossible courts and watched the material universe the way chess masters watch a board, something that might have been satisfaction moved through the ancient, hungry dark. The heresy had not yet declared itself, but it was already, in every way that mattered, underway. The first victims were brothers, not enemies, not Xenos, not the servants of chaos in their demonic forms or their corrupted armor. The first people to die in the Horus Heresy were Space Marines killed by Space Marines, warriors of the same legion wearing the same colors, carrying the same gene seed, who had stood side by side through 2 centuries of the Great Crusade, and who were now in the gray pre-dawn of what would become the most catastrophic event in human history, being sorted into categories. Those who knew, those who did not, those who could be trusted with the new reality, those who could not. Those who could not were to be eliminated. Istvan III was not a military objective. It had been a compliance target, a world brought into the Imperium through the standard processes of the Crusade, and now hosting a significant portion of the Lunar Wolves and their allied legions as a staging ground for the next phase of operations. Horus had identified, through the intelligence networks that the months of careful preparation had developed, which of his warriors retained loyalty to the Emperor. Which of them, when the open declaration of war came, would refuse to follow their war master into betrayal and would instead become a problem, a security risk, a conscience speaking in the language of bolter fire and ceramite that could not be allowed to survive. He ordered the ships in orbit to kill them first. The virus bombs fell on Istvan III in the dark of a planetary night. And the Life Eater virus that they carried did what Life Eater virus does. It consumed organic material with a biological efficiency that amounted to total planetary sterilization in the affected zones, breaking down living tissue at the cellular level, filling the atmosphere with the flammable byproduct of billions of deaths. Then the firestorm came, the ignition of that atmospheric byproduct, a conflagration that swept across the affected continents and left behind it a silence so complete that it constituted its own form of sound. But some survived, somehow, through the particular stubbornness that transhuman biology produces in beings whose bodies are designed to endure what would kill ordinary humans several times over, through the chance geography of their positions when the bombs fell. or through the warning that a handful of loyalist officers had managed to transmit in the moments before the strike, several thousand Space Marines survived on the surface of Istvan III. They knew what had been done. They knew by whom. And they chose, with the clarity of beings who had nothing left to lose and a great deal of anger to spend, to fight. The siege of Istvan III lasted months. Horus had not planned for this. The survivors were an irritant, militarily insignificant against the forces he commanded, unable to affect the larger strategic situation in any meaningful way, but symbolically intolerable. They were evidence, they were witnesses, and they were, in the most immediate and personal sense, his own warriors fighting against him. So which meant that the betrayal was no longer something that could be maintained in the comfortable abstraction of a strategic decision. It was a fact, confirmed in ceramite and blood on a poisoned world, that required resolution before the larger campaign could proceed. He sent his own sons down to finish what the bombs had not. The loyalist survivors fought them, building by building, corridor by corridor, the condemned warriors of the Luna Wolves and the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters and the Death Guard. The loyalists within the traitor legions, fighting their own corrupted brothers on a world that was already a grave, refused to stop. Saul Tarvitz, Lucius, Nathaniel Garrow, names that would pass into legend by different routes, some of them. Warriors who understood completely what was happening and who chose to spend what remained of their lives in the only currency that still had value. They were eventually silenced. Istvan III became a tomb world, and its tomb held a secret that Horus needed the rest of the galaxy not to learn too quickly. He had weeks, perhaps months, before the news of the betrayal could spread at the speed of warp travel to Terra. Weeks to consolidate his position, weeks to bring more legions into his confidence, or to eliminate those who would not come. The trap at Istvan V was for the latter category. The drop site massacre is remembered in the 41st millennium as the single greatest military atrocity committed against the Space Marine legions, a benchmark of betrayal against which subsequent treacheries are measured and found, almost universally, less total. 7 legions had been dispatched to deal with the War Master's apparent rebellion. The first wave, the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, landed on the black sand of Istvan V, under the belief that they were striking at a weakened enemy, supported by the 4 legions of the second wave who would land behind them and complete the encirclement. They were landing into a killing ground. The traitor legions had prepared the Urgal Depression with the thoroughness of commanders who had been planning exactly this engagement, and the 4 legions of the second wave, the Iron Warriors, the Alpha Legion, the Word Bearers, the Night Lords, revealed themselves as traitors at the moment of maximum loyalist vulnerability, when the first wave's forces were fully committed on the surface and had no line of retreat. The guns opened up from behind as well as in front. The black sand of Istvan V turned a color that the survivors, those handful of warriors who managed to reach their ships and escape into the void, would carry behind their eyes for the rest of their lives. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, died there, his head taken by Fulgrim, his brother and his closest friend, who had been someone else until very recently, and who was now something that wore Fulgrim's face and remembered what it was like to love Ferrus Manus, and felt in the killing something that Slanesh had promised would eventually come, to feel like satisfaction. The Raven Guard's Corax escaped with a fraction of his legion. The Salamander's Vulcan disappeared in the fighting, his fate uncertain in ways that would take centuries to resolve. The Iron Hands, leaderless and broken, fought on with the particular furious despair of warriors who have nothing left to fight for except the refusal to stop. The heresy was now open. There was no longer any possibility of containing the knowledge of it, managing the information, preventing the cascade. Horus had his armies and his momentum and the galaxy's shipping lanes to cross, and the Emperor had Terra and whatever could be gathered to its defense in the time available before the War Master's fleets arrived. That time was years, and in those years, the galaxy burned. The campaigns of the Horus Heresy are too numerous and too complex to fully trace in any single accounting, but their geography is the geography of the Imperium itself. Every world, every system. See every legion engaged on one side or the other, or both. The war propagating through the galaxy at the speed of warp travel, and leaving nothing unchanged in its passage. Calth. The word-bearers descending on the Ultramarines at a moment of deliberate vulnerability. A coordinated ambush designed to neutralize Guilliman's forces before they could reach Terra. The Battle of Calth drove the Ultramarines underground. Literally, the surviving populations of the world retreating beneath its surface as the word-bearers' ritual workings transformed the star overhead into something that made the surface uninhabitable. Guilliman fought back from the underground, and the war on Calth became one of the longest continuous engagements of the entire heresy, a grinding or attrition-based conflict fought in the tunnels and under-cities of a world whose sky had been stolen. Prospero already burned. The Thousand Suns were gone, reformed into something stranger and more terrible under Tzeentch's patronage. Cygnus Prime, where Sanguinius and the Blood Angels were sent by Horus through deliberate misdirection, away from Terra, toward a world that had been prepared as a slaughterhouse for the Angel and his legion, a chaos trap designed to corrupt or destroy the Blood Angels before they could return to the Emperor's side. Sanguinius faced a keeper of secrets there, a greater demon of Slanesh, and what happened in that encounter left marks on the Blood Angels' genetic inheritance that would persist for 10,000 years, the Red Thirst and the Black Rage. The twin curses of a legion that touched something in the warp and was never entirely clean of it again. And Terra, waiting. Rogel Dorn had been there when the news came, had been at the Emperor's side when the first reports of Istvan reached the palace, and had understood immediately what was required of him. The Imperial Fists and their Primarch were architects of defense in the most literal and comprehensive sense. Dorn looked at the Imperial Palace and saw not what it was, but what it needed to become, and he spent every day of the years between Istvan and the War Master's arrival transforming the greatest building in human history into the most formidable fortification in the galaxy. Walls were raised, bastions were constructed. Kill zones were designed with the meticulous calculation of a mind that had spent 2 centuries thinking about how to stop armies. The population of Terra contributed to the defenses. Billions of ordinary humans working alongside the Space Marines and the Mechanicus and the Custodes, building the walls that might preserve them or building the tomb that would at least make their deaths expensive. The traitor legions arrived in the Sol system and the final phase began. The siege of Terra lasted for months. The scale of it defies easy description. The orbital battle alone, the clash of fleets above humanity's homeworld, the largest naval engagement in the history of the Imperium, was a catastrophe in its own right, ships of the line dying in the silence of space, their deaths lighting the sky above Terra with brief cold fires that the defenders on the surface watched between shifts on the walls. Then the landing. Then the assault. The traitor legions threw themselves against Dorn's fortifications with the full weight of everything they had become. Warriors enhanced beyond humanity, backed by the direct intervention of chaos in forms that ranged from demonic manifestation to the subtle corruption of the defenders' own psychology. The walls held. The walls were breached. The walls were repaired and held again and breached again, in the grinding rhythm of a siege that neither side could afford to lose, and that the defenders, substantially outnumbered, sustained through a combination of Dorn's genius and the particular quality of desperation that comes from fighting on the last ground available. Sanguinius was there. The angel, returned from Cygnus Prime, stood on the walls of the imperial palace and fought with a grace and ferocity that the accounts of witnesses, even filtered through the hagiographic tendency of sources written 10,000 years after the fact, convey as genuinely extraordinary. He knew he was going to die. He had always known. The visions that had haunted him since childhood, the prophetic weight of his psychic gifts, had shown him this ending with a clarity he had never been able to fully escape. He had chosen, across the entire span of his life, to walk toward it anyway, to spend the time between the knowledge and the moment, being as completely as possible what a Primarch was supposed to be. He was the first through the hull breach of Horus's battle barge, the Vengeful Spirit. When the Emperor's retinue teleported aboard in the final act of the siege, he met Horus alone. The details of what happened in that encounter are reconstructed from evidence rather than direct account, but the evidence is consistent. Horus killed Sanguinius, the angel who had spent his entire existence preparing, in some sense, for this death, who was perhaps the most beloved of all the Primarchs by his brothers, and by the ordinary humans who fought alongside the legions, who had been a living symbol of the beauty that the Imperium could theoretically aspire to, died on the deck of a traitor's ship, in the dark, killed by the brother he had loved. The wound Sanguinius opened in Horus's armor in the last moment of his strength would matter. The Emperor came after. What happened in the throne room of the Vengeful Spirit is one of the most significant and least documented events in human history. The primary witnesses were dead or dying or absent, and the surviving accounts are fragmentary, contradictory, and filtered through 10,000 years of theological interpretation that has accumulated over the facts like sediment over archaeology. What is agreed upon? The Emperor and Horus met. They fought. The space between the fighting and what came before and after is where the accounts diverge. The Chaos Powers, in the moments before the Emperor reached him, made one final investment in their greatest project. They stripped from Horus the psychic shielding that his corruption had built around him, the wards that had made him, in previous engagements, effectively invulnerable to the Emperor's psychic attacks. They did this deliberately, not as a betrayal of their champion, but as a calculated sacrifice, because Horus, unshielded, was vulnerable, and a vulnerable Horus fighting a full-powered Emperor was likely to die, and the death of Horus in that moment, in that place, would cause wounds to the Emperor that the Chaos Powers calculated would serve their purposes more effectively than a living War Master ever could. They were willing to sacrifice Horus to wound the Emperor permanently. The Emperor saw what had been done to his son. In the moment of combat, in the space between the last blow and the next, he looked at Horus and saw not the War Master who had betrayed him, but the son who had been taken from him. Saw the corruption that had been layered over the brilliant, beloved being he had made and deployed and trusted and lost, and understood with the full weight of 15,000 years of accumulated understanding what it had cost and how it had been done. He hesitated. In that hesitation, Horus killed him. Not completely. The Emperor was not destroyed in that moment. The psychic entity that constituted his essential self was too vast and too structured for even the full power of a chaos-empowered Primarch at the height of his corruption to unmake. But the physical body was broken, smashed beyond the capacity of any conventional medical intervention to repair. The biological systems that had sustained 15,000 years of continuous incarnation pushed past the point of autonomous recovery, and then the Emperor gathered what remained, across the entirety of his existence. Across 15,000 years of dying and returning, across all the lifetimes of accumulated purpose and the weight of the plan that he had been building since before humanity could write, it came down to a single moment and a single application of everything he was. He reached into Horus and he found the thing the Chaos powers had buried so deep that they had believed it inaccessible, the thing they had been so certain they had extinguished that they had built their entire strategy around its absence. He found the part of Horus that had always loved him, and Horus, in that moment of contact, the Father reaching past everything that had been done to him, past the corruption and the lies and the carefully engineered vision of betrayal, touching the genuine self that had been there before Davin, felt it too. What happened in the next instant is described differently by every tradition that has attempted to account for it. What all accounts agree on is the outcome. Horus died. Not in combat, not from wounds accumulated in the fight, but in the moment of contact, as if the part of him that had always loved his father, finally permitted to act, simply stopped maintaining the systems that the corruption had been sustaining. The War Master's body fell. The Siege of Terra ended in the hours that followed, the traitor legions suddenly leaderless, the momentum of the assault collapsing without the organizing genius at its center, the survivors retreating to their ships and breaking for the warp, and eventually finding their way, by different routes and over different timescales, to the Eye of Terror. Rogel Dorn found his father. The Emperor's body was carried to the Golden Throne, the great machine beneath the Imperial Palace, designed originally as the foundation of the Webway project, now repurposed as a life support system of almost incomprehensible complexity, the only thing capable of maintaining the barely alive psychic entity that was all that remained of the master of mankind. Mechanics and adepts worked through days and nights without pause, establishing the systems that would need to function indefinitely, calibrating the soul-binding mechanisms that would keep the Emperor's psychic presence tethered to the material universe rather than dispersing into the warp. He was placed in the throne. He has not moved since. The aftermath unfolded across the decades that followed, with the grim logic of a civilization assessing the cost of a war it had survived but could not entirely recover from. The surviving Space Marine legions, reduced, wounded, carrying the psychological damage of a civil war that had set brother against brother, were reorganized into smaller formations. The Codex Astartes, Guilliman's great work of military doctrine, proposed the division of the legions into chapters of approximately 1,000 warriors each, the argument being that no single commander should ever again control the military force that a Primarch commanding a full legion represented. The second founding scattered the gene heritage of the remaining loyal legions into hundreds of new formations, each independent, each limited in scale, or each theoretically incapable of the kind of civilization-threatening action that the heresy had demonstrated a legion could take. It was wisdom purchased at the highest possible price. The traitor legions in the Eye of Terror were not destroyed. They could not be destroyed. The Eye was their domain now, a realm where chaos ruled, and the Imperium's armies could not follow without losing themselves. They endured in the manner of things that have been touched by the chaos powers, changing, mutating, increasingly losing the shape of what they had been, while retaining the capacity for violence that had always been their most essential characteristic. They would return. They would always return. And the Emperor sat on his throne, and the Astronomicon burned, fed by the psychic sacrifice of 1,000 psychers a day, lighting the void for the ships that navigated the warp and kept the Imperium's 10,000 worlds connected across the darkness. He had not spoken since the throne. Whether he was conscious, whether anything that could be called awareness or thought or experience remained in the broken body on the golden machine, was a question the 41st millennium had been arguing about for 10,000 years without resolution. Whether he suffered, no one knew. The Imperium endured. It was not what the Emperor had planned. It was not what the Great Crusade had been building toward, not the rational, humanist civilization of enlightenment and discovery that the imperial truth had promised. It was something harder and darker and more frightened, an empire that had looked into the void and understood that the void looked back, that had organized itself around the single overriding imperative of survival, that had calcified its institutions against change because change, the heresy had demonstrated, was how the darkness got in. It was not beautiful, but it endured. And endurance in the Warhammer 40k universe is the closest thing to grace that history offers. 10,000 years is a very long time to be afraid. Consider what that number actually means in human terms. 10,000 years ago, in the history of the world outside this story, there were no cities. The wheel had not been invented. Writing did not exist. The entirety of recorded human civilization, every empire, every philosophy, every war and discovery and artistic movement that humanity has produced in its documented history, fits inside 10,000 years with room to spare. It is not an abstract span of time. It is the full measure of everything that human beings have managed to build and destroy and rebuild, compressed into the gap between the Emperor ascending to the Golden Throne and the present moment of the 41st millennium. The Imperium has been in crisis for all of it. Not continuously. Say not uniformly. History does not work in straight lines, and the 10,000 years between the heresy and the events of the late 41st millennium contain within them periods of relative stability, moments of genuine achievement, individual centuries during which the grinding darkness eased slightly and something resembling progress became possible. But the overarching condition of the Imperium across this entire span is one of managed emergency, a civilization perpetually fighting on too many fronts against too many enemies with too few resources, sustained by institutional inertia and the stubborn refusal of its population to accept that the mathematics of its situation are, by any rational assessment, unsurvivable. This is not a criticism. It is, in the Warhammer 40k universe, the highest possible form of compliment. The Forging is the name given to the period immediately following the heresy, roughly M32 through M35, during which the Imperium attempted, with varying degrees of success, to rebuild from the catastrophic losses of the Civil War and establish the institutional structures that would carry it through the millennia to come. It was not a simple period of reconstruction. The challenges the Imperium faced in the immediate aftermath of the heresy were not the ordinary challenges of a civilization rebuilding after a major war. The replacement of destroyed infrastructure, the reintegration of disrupted populations, the political work of re-establishing authority over territories that had experienced instability. Those challenges existed, certainly, and they were enormous. But layered beneath them were more fundamental problems that the heresy had created or revealed. The Space Marine legions had been divided into chapters, as Guilliman's Codex Astartes prescribed, and the Second Founding had scattered the surviving gene heritage across hundreds of new formations. This was prudent. It was also in a galaxy that still contained all the threats that the legions had been created to address, an immediate reduction in the Imperium's available military power. 1,000 Space Marines in a chapter, however well-led and well-equipped, is not the same military instrument as a full legion of 10 or 20,000. The Codex had traded raw power for distributed resilience, and the cost of that trade became apparent almost immediately. In the campaigns of pacification and defense that the newly formed chapters were required to conduct with reduced resources against enemies who had not reduced themselves to match. The Adeptus Mechanicus, the priesthood of Mars, the guardians of the Imperium's technological knowledge, had survived the heresy, but survival had come at the cost of certain things that could not be recovered. The great forge worlds that had supplied the Crusades' equipment had been damaged in the fighting, some irreparably. More significantly, the systematic destruction of knowledge that had accompanied the conflict, the deliberate targeting of STC repositories by traitor forces, the loss of expertise in fields that depended on practitioners who had not survived, the hoarding of technical knowledge by Mechanicus factions whose internal politics had been complicated by the Heresy's divisions, meant that the Imperium of the Forging was already operating from a smaller technological base than the Crusade had enjoyed. This contraction would continue. Every generation of the Forging period was, in aggregate, slightly less capable than the one before it, in terms of the complexity and reliability of the technology it could produce and maintain. Not dramatically. The decline was slow enough that in any given decade it was barely perceptible. The kind of change that only becomes visible when you compare the capabilities of M32 to those of M36, and notice the accumulation of small losses. But the direction was consistent. The Imperium was a civilization moving in slow and barely perceptible increments, away from the technological sophistication of the Dark Age it could no longer reach, and towards something more brutal and more faith-dependent and less able to understand the machines it inherited from its ancestors. The Adeptus Mechanicus did not consider this a problem. They considered it the appropriate relationship between humanity and technology, that machines should be revered and maintained by initiated priests rather than understood and modified by the uninitiated, that the correct response to a malfunctioning mechanism was ritual appeasement rather than engineering analysis, that the knowledge of how things worked was sacred rather than practical. This philosophy preserved certain things that might otherwise have been lost entirely. It also ensured that the things it preserved became increasingly mysterious and irreproducible. Objects of religious significance that could be maintained by the faithful but never replicated by the secular. The Imperium's technological inheritance became, over the millennia, more like a collection of relics than a working industrial base. In M32, something happened that the Imperium's official histories prefer not to dwell on. The War of the Beast is among the most significant and least discussed conflicts in the Imperium's long history. Significant because it came closer to destroying Terra itself than anything since the siege. Least discussed because the events surrounding it include several developments that the institutions of the 41st millennium find, for various reasons, difficult to incorporate into their preferred narratives. The Beast was an orc. This sounds insufficient. Every generation of the Imperium deals with orc incursions of various scales, and the orcs are a persistent and serious threat, but they are also, in the cosmology of the 41st millennium, somewhat familiar, a known quantity, dangerous in the way that a force of nature is dangerous, rather than in the way that a strategic intelligence is dangerous. The Imperium has been dealing with orcs since before the Great Crusade, and while no engagement with orcs is trivial, the institutional assumption is that sufficient application of force will, eventually, resolve the situation. The Beast was not that kind of orc, the war boss who united the orc clans in M32, who built, from the perpetually fragmented and internally competitive orc species, a force of coordination and scale that defied everything the Imperium understood about how orcs functioned, was something that appeared, to the scholars who studied the fragmentary records of this period much later, to be a genuine evolutionary anomaly. An orc of intelligence and strategic capacity that fell outside the range that the species was understood to produce. Not simply large and violent, though the accounts suggest the Beast was both of those things to a degree that beggared description, but capable of genuine military planning, of coordinating multi-system campaigns, of understanding Imperial strategy well enough to counter it. The attack worlds came first. Orc attack moons, constructed planetoids of incomprehensible size, driven through the warp to emerge in orbit around Imperial worlds and begin immediate assault operations, appeared simultaneously across dozens of systems. The scale of coordination implied was so far outside the understood parameters of orc capability that the initial Imperial response was characterized by a disbelief that cost critical time. By the time the Imperium understood what it was dealing with, attack worlds had appeared in the Sol system itself. One translated into orbit above Terra. The chapters sent to deal with the threat were destroyed. Not repulsed, not defeated with acceptable losses. Destroyed. Entire chapters of Space Marines, the pride of the Second Founding and the inheritors of the Legion's gene heritage. Annihilated in engagements that went catastrophically wrong because the enemy was not behaving as the enemy was supposed to behave. The High Lords of Terra, the committee of senior officials who had been managing the Imperium in the Emperor's absence, found themselves confronting a situation for which their institutions had no adequate response. They did something that the institutions of the 41st millennium would never countenance. They reformed a legion. The Imperial Fists were reconstituted, not permanently, and not with the full weight of what a legion had been in the Great Crusade, but drawn together from their successor chapters into something approaching the original formation under a supreme Grand Master given authority over all the Fist's descendants. It worked. The beast was eventually found and killed. Through methods and in circumstances that the surviving accounts describe with a vagueness that suggests either genuine gaps in the record or deliberate obscuration. The attack worlds were disabled or destroyed. The war collapsed in the manner of all wars that lose their central organizing intelligence. And then the records of the War of the Beast were quietly filed in archives that were not widely accessible. The reconstitution of a legion, even temporarily, even in crisis, was not something the Imperium wanted to establish as precedent. The Codex Astartes had been written with specific intent. The memory of what a legion under a corrupted Primarch could do was too fresh, too fundamental to the Imperium's institutional DNA, to allow any development that might normalize the reversal of Guilliman's careful limitations. The War of the Beast was real, and its cost was real, and the solution that had resolved it was real. And all of it was filed away because some truths are too dangerous to keep in common circulation. The middle millennia of the Imperium's long vigil have a particular quality that is difficult to convey without flattening it. They were not simply dark. They contained within them genuine human achievement, moments of individual heroism and collective courage and artistic brilliance that stand as evidence of what humanity can produce, even in the most constrained circumstances. The Space Marine chapters that fought across these centuries, each one a small, self-contained culture of extraordinary warriors, carrying their own traditions and their own heraldry and their own relationship to the gene seed inheritance of their founding legion, produced individuals whose deeds were genuinely remarkable. The Astra Militarum ground out campaign after campaign on world after world, ordinary men and women holding lines against things that should not have been holdable, sustaining the Imperium's territorial integrity through the application of numbers and courage and the particular human quality of not stopping even when stopping would be the rational response. But the institutions calcified, and this is the process that defines the middle millennia more than any individual conflict or catastrophe. The slow hardening of the Imperium's structures from living systems capable of adaptation into fixed forms that preserved their shape at the expense of their function. The ecclesiarchy, the institutional church of the God Emperor, which had grown from the informal worship that developed in the centuries after the heresy into the official state religion of the Imperium, in direct contradiction of the Emperor's explicit rejection of divinity, became, across the middle millennia, one of the largest and most powerful institutions in human space, controlling worlds and armies and minds in ways that the imperial truth had specifically been designed to prevent. The worship fed the Emperor, in a psychic sense that the ecclesiarchy did not fully understand, and that the more theologically sophisticated observers of the period found, depending on their perspective, either reassuring or deeply troubling. 10,000 worlds praying to the same being with genuine fervor generated something in the warp, a resonance, a presence, a psychic weight that the Chaos Gods found difficult to simply ignore or absorb in the way they absorbed ordinary human psychic energy. The Emperor's presence in the warp, sustained by the Astronomican's sacrifice and amplified by the worship of billions, was a genuine counterweight to the Chaos Power's influence. The theology was wrong in its specifics. Its effects were real. The Inquisition deepened its reach. Founded in the aftermath of the heresy to hunt the remaining corruption that the Civil War had scattered through the Imperium's body, the Inquisition had, by the middle millennia, become something considerably more expansive than its original mandate. Its agents, the Inquisitors, granted authority that superseded all other imperial institutions in matters of heresy and alien threat, operated with a latitude that made them simultaneously the Imperium's most effective defenders and its most dangerous internal force. An Inquisitor with sufficient conviction and evidence, or with sufficient conviction and insufficient evidence, could order the exterminatus of an entire world, the complete sterilization of a planet's surface, the death of every living thing on it, as a precautionary measure. This power had been used, not rarely, not as a last resort reserved for only the most unambiguous situations. With the frequency that the genuine threats of the 41st millennium generated, and with the additional frequency that came from the particular psychology that the Inquisition's culture tended to select for, the conviction necessary in the work, that the scales of acceptable loss tilted heavily toward the destruction of the potentially compromised rather than the preservation of the potentially innocent. The worlds burned by the Inquisition across the middle millennia represent a cost that no one has ever fully calculated, because the institutions responsible for calculating it are the same institutions that ordered the burning. The age of apostasy arrived in M36, and it was, even by the standards of the Imperium's long catalogue of self-inflicted disasters, extraordinary in its particular combination of ambition and horror. Goge Van Dire was not a monster who came to power by deceiving people about his nature. He was an administrator, a genuinely capable one, whose rise through the ranks of the Adeptus Administratum was the result of real competence, as well as the political maneuvering that all advancement within the Imperium's bureaucratic structures requires. He understood how the Imperium worked, which meant he understood how to make it work for him. And in EM36, through a sequence of events involving political crises in the upper levels of the ecclesiarchy that created an unprecedented vacancy of authority, he found himself in a position that no single individual had occupied since the Emperor himself. He was simultaneously the head of the Adeptus Administratum and the ecclesiarchy. The Imperium had specific prohibitions against this. The division of civil and religious authority was one of the foundational architectural principles of the post-heresy settlement, a structural safeguard against exactly the concentration of power that Van Dire had achieved. The prohibitions had been constructed carefully. They had also been constructed in an institution that Van Dire, as head of the Administratum, had been managing for long enough to understand precisely which mechanisms could be used to circumvent which safeguards, and he had circumvented them. What followed is called the Reign of Blood, and the name is accurate. Van Dire ruled for nearly 2 centuries, during which the Imperium was governed according to the principle that the person at its head was the direct representative of the God Emperor's will, and that any challenge to his authority was therefore heresy, and that heresy had an established response. The Frateris Templar, the ecclesiarchy's military arm, massively expanded under Van Dire's authority, carried that response across the Imperium with an enthusiasm that the official histories describe with careful understatement. The brides of the Emperor were his personal bodyguard, a force of female warriors whose faith he had corrupted through a psychic deception that made them genuinely believe he was divinely sanctioned, that their service to him was service to the God Emperor. They were formidable. They were loyal in the absolute sense that only genuine faith produces. And they were, ultimately, the instrument of his destruction. Sebastian Thor arrived with a fleet and an army and a reputation for sanctity that had been building across decades of ministry in the outer regions of the Imperium. A preacher whose faith was of the kind that does not require institutional validation, whose authority derived from the direct quality of his relationship with whatever the Emperor was and whatever the Emperor wanted. He was not a general. He was a disturbance in the warp, a focal point of psychic energy that manifested as miracles in the presence of his followers and as a deep, structural unease in the presence of his enemies. The brides of the Emperor listened to him. They went to Vandir, and they told him what they had heard, and in the moment of hearing it, the deception that had bound their loyalty cracked. What happened in the chamber between Vandir and his bodyguard when they withdrew their faith from him is not recorded in detail. What is recorded is that Vandir's head was removed from his body by one of the warriors who had been his closest protectors, and that the rain of blood ended in that moment with a completeness that only personal violence can produce. Thor reformed the ecclesiarchy. The brides became the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, an independent militant order, answerable to the Inquisition rather than the ecclesiarchy, specifically constructed to prevent any future consolidation of religious and military authority in a single corrupt hand. They carried their faith forward, refined by the experience of having had it weaponized against them and having chosen, at the critical moment, the harder loyalty. The age of apostasy ended. The age of redemption began. Neither the ending nor the beginning changed the fundamental condition of the Imperium in ways that would be visible in the daily experience of the billions of humans living within it. The walls were still gray. The rations were still insufficient. The threats were still coming from every direction. The candle of the Astronomicon still burned, fed by its daily sacrifice, holding the darkness back by exactly the margin that kept the Imperium viable and no more. Abaddon watched all of it. From the eye of terror, from the courts of the demon-haunted worlds within that wound in reality, the heir to Horus's ambition watched the Imperium's long struggle with the patience of a being who had been receiving the Chaos God's gifts for 10,000 years and who had learned, see from the failure of his Gene Father's campaign, the specific lesson that the Siege of Terra most clearly taught. Horus had moved too quickly. The War Master had gathered his forces and declared his war and assaulted Terra in a span of decades, fast by the standards of interstellar conflict, catastrophically fast by the standards of the game being played. He had given the Imperium time to prepare its defenses, to rally its loyalists, to put Rogel Dorn's genius to work on the walls that held. He had given the Emperor time to reach the vengeful spirit. Abaddon would be slower. The Black Crusades, 13 of them across 10,000 years, each one a deliberate assault on the Imperium's strength and resolve, each one designed not necessarily to achieve territorial conquest, but to accomplish specific objectives, test specific defenses, gather specific artifacts, weaken specific systems, were not failures in the way the Imperium's histories preferred to present them. They were a program. Each one left the Imperium slightly more damaged, slightly more stretched, slightly more dependent on solutions that created their own subsequent problems. Each one achieved something that would not become apparent until later, when the next crusade used the foundation the previous one had laid. Cadia stood through all of them. The fortress world at the edge of the Eye of Terror, whose very bedrock was threaded with Necron-built pylons that suppressed the warp's expansion and made the Eye's mouth navigable in ways that Abaddon's crusades required. Cadia stood through 12 Black Crusades as the stopper in the bottle. as the symbol of the Imperium's capacity to endure, as the answer inscribed in stone and blood and 10,000 years of unbroken defense to the question of whether humanity could hold the line. It stood. It was not going to stand forever. And in the depths of the eye, in the places where time moved differently and the Chaos powers whispered their encouragement into the ears of their most devoted servant, Abaddon was building something that would, eventually, be big enough to end the question permanently. The millennia passed. The Astronomicon burned. The Emperor was silent on his throne, and his silence was the loudest sound in the galaxy. A roar of absence that every institution in the Imperium had organized itself around, that every prayer and every sacrifice and every act of faith was directed toward filling, and that remained, despite all of it, exactly as empty as it had always been. Endurance. Just endurance. For 10,000 years. There is a word the Imperium uses for its wars that no other civilization in the galaxy has quite needed to invent. The word is crusade. Not campaign, not operation, not war even, with war's implication of a bounded conflict between defined parties that will eventually reach some form of conclusion. Crusade, a word that carries within it the understanding that the fighting is not a temporary state between periods of peace, but the permanent condition of existence, that the enemy is not an opponent to be defeated and negotiated with, but a darkness to be held back, and that the holding back is not a means to an end, but the end itself. The Imperium does not fight wars in order to achieve peace. It fights crusades in order to continue fighting them, to maintain the margin, however thin, between the humanity that endures and the void that would consume it. This is not cynicism. It is the accumulated wisdom of 10,000 years of experience in a galaxy that has consistently and thoroughly demonstrated that the darkness does not negotiate, does not tire, does not accept defeat as a concept. The enemies of humanity in the late 41st millennium are not political actors with grievances that could theoretically be addressed or ambitions that could theoretically be satisfied. They are forces of consumption, the chaos powers whose nature requires the destruction of the ordered universe, the Tyranids whose hunger is biological and total, the orcs whose joy is the war itself and who would be diminished by its ending. You cannot make peace with things that are made of the impossibility of peace. The Imperium knows this. It fights anyway. That is the entire story in miniature. Abaddon, the Despoiler, is the figure who most completely embodies the threat that the Imperium faces from within the Eye of Terror. And understanding him requires setting aside the tendency to read him as simply a villain, the chaos counterpart to the Emperor's heroism, the dark mirror of everything the Imperium represents. He is more complicated than that, and the complication matters. Ezekiel Abaddon had been the first captain of the Lunar Wolves, Horus's most trusted officer, the warrior who stood closest to the War Master and who understood him best, whose loyalty to Horus was the defining relationship of his existence. When Horus died on the vengeful spirit, Abaddon did not simply lose a commander. He lost the center of gravity around which his entire identity had organized itself. The grief and the rage of that loss were of a magnitude that the Chaos powers found, as they find all extreme emotion, immediately useful. They offered him what they offer everyone, a purpose to replace the one that had been taken. In the 10,000 years since the heresy, Abaddon had grown into something that the Chaos powers valued more than any ordinary champion, a being of genuine strategic intelligence, whose ambition was not the simple desire for power or the mindless bloodlust of a Cornetay berserker, but the specific, focused, patient determination to succeed where Horus had failed. He had studied the Siege of Terra the way a scholar studies a text, not to admire it, but to understand its failures, to identify the precise points where a different decision would have produced a different outcome, to build from the ruins of his gene-father's defeat a blueprint for his own eventual success. He wore the Talon of Horus, the weapon taken from his gene-father's dead hand, as a statement of inheritance. Not sentiment, continuity. He was completing something that had been interrupted, and the Talon was the physical argument for his authority to do so. The Black Crusades were his curriculum. The first came in M31, barely decades after the Heresy, an early, almost exploratory assault that established Abaddon's position within the Eye of Terror's power structure and demonstrated that he could coordinate Chaos forces in a way that went beyond the usual fragmentation of the traitor legions. They were independent entities now. The legions, each one pursuing its own agenda under its own leadership. The unity that Horus had imposed dissolved in the aftermath of the failed siege. Bringing them to a common purpose required a combination of power, persuasion, and the particular authority that the Chaos God's favor confers. Abaddon had all three. The subsequent Crusades came at intervals that seemed irregular from the Imperium's perspective, but followed an internal logic that only became visible when the full sequence was understood, each one targeting something specific, each one advancing the program by a step that might not be immediately apparent as significant. The Gothic War, sometimes catalogued as the 12th Black Crusade, sometimes treated as a distinct conflict, was perhaps the most strategically sophisticated of all Abaddon's operations before the final assault on Cadia. It was fought in the Gothic sector, a region of Imperial space notable primarily for the presence of the Blackstone fortresses, enormous ancient structures of Xenos origin, each one kilometers long, each one a weapon of extraordinary power that operated on principles that the Adeptus Mechanicus had been studying for centuries without achieving genuine understanding. The fortresses predated the Imperium. They predated most things, in fact. They were constructions of the Aeldari from the era before the Fall, built for purposes that the original architects had taken with them into extinction, and their properties included the ability to, say under certain conditions and in certain configurations, focus energy of a magnitude that made conventional void warfare look like a children's argument. Abaddon wanted them. The Gothic War was, on its surface, a conventional conflict. Chaos Fleet assets engaging Imperial Navy forces across the Gothic sector, ground campaigns on disputed worlds, the usual terrible arithmetic of lives exchanged for territorial control. Beneath the surface, it was a retrieval operation. Abaddon spent the war's duration identifying and claiming Blackstone fortresses, taking them through methods that ranged from direct military assault to the kind of ritual workings that the Chaos powers made available to their most committed servants. He took 6. The Imperial Navy under Admiral Ravensburg and later Admiral Cornelius von Ravensburg fought the Gothic War with the resources available and the doctrine established and the courage that the Navy has always produced from somewhere in its institutional culture, even when the institutional culture itself is insufficient to the task. They won in the sense that Abaddon withdrew from the Gothic sector without achieving all his objectives. They lost 2 star systems permanently. Multiple worlds were rendered uninhabitable. The Fortress of Eternal Torment, one of the Blackstone structures that remained in Imperial hands at the war's end, was eventually destroyed to prevent its capture, and Abaddon left with enough Blackstone fortresses to cause, at a time of his choosing, damage that the Gothic War had demonstrated was potentially civilization-ending in scale. He was patient. Solar Macarius was not patient. And this was both his greatest quality and the reason that what he built did not survive him. The Macarian Crusade, launched in Eve 41 under Lord Commander Solar Macarius, was the most successful Imperial military operation since the Great Crusade itself, a 7-year campaign that added 1,000 worlds to the Imperium's territory, drove deep into the western reaches of the galaxy, where imperial authority had never been firmly established, and did it under the command of a single man whose military genius was of a quality that the Imperium's own institutions were not entirely sure how to categorize. Macarius was not a space marine. He was not a Primarch. He was a human being, enhanced in the ways that the Imperium enhances its senior military commanders, equipped with the best equipment that his rank and the Administratum's cooperation could provide, but fundamentally a mortal man operating on a human timescale with a human body and a human lifespan. That he achieved what he achieved with those limitations says something important about what the human capacity for military genius actually is, when it operates in a context that allows it full expression. He died in M41, of causes that the official histories are vague about, and the unofficial histories attribute variously to exhaustion, to poison, to the accumulated weight of 7 years of continuous campaign, in conditions that would have broken most beings long before they broke him. His empire fragmented immediately. The 7 years of bloody fighting between his generals that followed his death, a conflict that undid a significant portion of what the Crusade had achieved, that cost lives on a scale that matched some of the Crusade's own engagements, is the predictable epilogue of a project that was built around a single person rather than an institution. Macarius had conquered with his genius. His genius was not transferable. What remained without it was ambition without direction. And ambition without direction, in the Imperium's political environment, produces exactly what it produced. His former subordinates killing each other over his inheritance. The Imperium eventually absorbed the stable portions of what the Macarian Crusade had added. Macarius himself was eventually canonized as a saint by the ecclesiarchy. His genius retrospectively attributed to divine favor, his death reframed as a martyrdom, his life transformed from the achievement of an extraordinary human being into the instrument of the God Emperor's inscrutable will. This is how the Imperium processes its greatest individuals. It sanctifies them, which is a form of making them safe. The Tyranids arrived without warning. This is not entirely accurate. There had been signs for those with the knowledge to read them for decades before the Tyranid fleets crossed the galaxy's edge. Astronomical observations of inexplicable anomalies in certain stellar regions, the disappearance of colony ships sent to investigate worlds that had gone silent. The reports of xenospecies encountered on the galaxy's rimward edges, species that should not have been there, that appeared to have been fleeing something behind them with a desperation that even the language barriers between their biology and human biology could not fully conceal. But the Imperium of the late 41st millennium was not an institution designed for the effective processing of anomalous data. It was an institution designed for the processing of familiar threats through established responses, and the Tyranids were not a familiar threat in any sense that the established responses addressed. High Fleet Behemoth crossed the galaxy's edge and drove directly toward the heart of Ultramar. The Tyranids are not an army. They are not even, in the conventional sense, a civilization. They are a biosphere, a single, a galaxy-spanning organism of incomprehensible complexity, distributed across biological vessels of every conceivable configuration, directed by a central intelligence called the Hive Mind that coordinates the actions of trillions of individual creatures across interstellar distances through a psychic connection so total and so constant that the individual creatures are, in any meaningful sense, not individuals at all. They eat. Everything they consume, the biomass of every world they strip, every species they absorb, every living thing they reduce to its constituent organic chemistry, is processed back into the Hive Fleet as raw material for new biological forms. They do not occupy worlds. They do not build infrastructure or establish colonies. They consume and move on, and what they leave behind is bare rock and silence. The worlds the Tyranids have passed through are not conquered. They are recycled. The shadow in the warp precedes them. This is the detail that elevates the Tyranid threat from a military problem to an existential one in ways that the 41st millennium is still processing. The hive mind's psychic presence, the signal of trillions of interconnected minds operating in concert, creates, in the Imperium ahead of a hive fleet's approach, a psychic interference pattern that the Imperium calls the shadow in the warp. Within this shadow, warp-based communication becomes impossible or deeply unreliable, navigation is compromised, and psychers experience the presence of the hive mind as a suffocating pressure that ranges from disorienting to lethal, depending on the individual's sensitivity and proximity. The shadow silences worlds before the fleet arrives. Macragge, the homeworld of the Ultramarines, stood in the path of Hive Fleet Behemoth, and the battle for it was among the most costly engagements of the late 41st millennium. The Ultramarines under Chapter Master Marneus Calgar held, in the manner of warriors who had no alternative to holding, and Behemoth was eventually broken. Not defeated in any absolute sense, because a hive fleet does not have a center that can be struck to end the campaign, but attrited to the point of military collapse, its remaining biological assets dispersed and hunted down over the years that followed. The cost was the first company of the Ultramarines, the finest warriors of the chapter, essentially annihilated in the Polar Fortress battles that represented the campaign's climactic phase. It was the near destruction of the chapter's gene seed reserves. It was the psychic scarring of Macragge's population. It was the understanding, arrived at slowly and reluctantly by the Imperium's strategic thinkers in the aftermath, that the galaxy had acquired a new category of existential threat, one that did not come from the Eye of Terror, that did not respond to the political and military frameworks that the Imperium's 10,000 years of experience had developed, that was not amenable to any response short of total and permanent destruction of something that was very probably not totally and permanently destroyable. Hive fleets Kraken and Leviathan followed in subsequent centuries. Each one was larger than the last. The Imperium understood, studying the pattern, that what it was dealing with was not a series of separate invasions, but the probing tendrils of something whose main body was still beyond the galaxy's edge. Exploratory arms sent ahead to test defenses, gather biological data, identify the richest concentrations of biomass. The main fleet had not yet arrived. This understanding, once it percolated through the Imperium's analytical institutions, was among the most disturbing things that those institutions had ever been required to process. The Badab War was a smaller catastrophe in terms of absolute scale than the Tyrannic Wars or the Gothic War, but it carried a particular symbolic weight that made it, in certain respects, more troubling than either. Space Marines killing Space Marines. The conflict that erupted in the Badab sector in mid-M41 was, at its heart, a dispute about authority, about whether the Space Marine chapters that had been established under Guilliman's Codex Astartes owed their primary allegiance to the Imperium's central institutions or to the local arrangements they had made in their centuries of operating in their home regions. The Astral Claws, under their chapter master Luft Huron, who would eventually become the tyrant of Badab, and later, in his chaos-touched survival, the Blackheart, had been withholding their tithe from the Administratum, redirecting the resources toward their own expansion, and building a power base in the Badab sector that the High Lords of Terra considered insufficiently accountable to central authority. The Inquisition's investigation, the Astral Claw's response to that investigation. The escalation from dispute to open conflict that drew in chapters on both sides, some supporting the tyrant's argument about chapter autonomy, some responding to the High Lord's authority, some navigating the political complexity with varying degrees of success, produced 7 years of warfare between the Imperium's own Space Marines. The Loyalists won. The Astral Claws were destroyed as a chapter. Huron escaped into the Maelstrom, where he gathered the renegade collection of warriors known as the Red Corsairs, and continued operating as a Chaos Raider for centuries afterward, his survival a perpetual irritant and a reminder that the Codex's limitations on chapter strength had a purpose that was not always apparent until the moment when it suddenly was. But the war's legacy was the image of Space Marines in the field against Space Marines, brothers fighting brothers in a conflict that had no chaos corruption at its heart, no alien influence, no external temptation, just the ordinary human, or transhuman, political dynamics of an institution trying to maintain central authority over distributed power, and the ordinary transhuman willingness to resolve political disputes with the tools most readily available. The Horus Heresy had demonstrated what a corrupted Primarch could do with a legion. The Badab War demonstrated that the threat of Space Marines turning against the Imperium was not purely historical, that the conditions for conflict could arise from institutional friction as much as from chaos corruption, and that the Codex's careful limitations, however much they constrained the Imperium's military effectiveness, were not excessive caution but structural necessity. In M41, the waning began. The Astronomicon flickered. Not much. Not in a way that was visible to anyone except the most sensitive navigators, the most attuned psychers, the most closely calibrated monitoring systems that the Adeptus Astra Telepathica maintained in its stations nearest to Terra. A variation in the signal's intensity, subtle, almost within the range of normal fluctuation, almost explainable as ordinary variation in the output of a system that had been running for 10,000 years and whose maintenance was itself a theological as much as a technical undertaking. But it was not ordinary variation. Across the Imperium, in the warplanes where ships navigated by the light of the Astronomicon, navigators began to report moments of uncertainty, brief disorienting instants when the signal they had been tracking since their first transit seemed to pulse irregularly, when the beacon that was supposed to be the fixed star of their navigation shifted slightly and then returned, leaving them uncertain of their position, in a way that a navigator is trained never to be uncertain, and that the uncertainty itself was more alarming than any specific navigational error would have been. Psychers were dying in the warp in higher numbers than the statistical baseline. The black ships, the vessels of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica that toured the Imperium's worlds on their endless circuit, collecting the psycher population identified through the Inquisition's networks, bringing them to Terra for assessment and processing, were operating at capacity and finding themselves unable to keep pace with the demand. The incidence of unsanctioned psycher activity across the Imperium was rising. The rate of demonic incursion that accompanied uncontrolled psycher manifestation was rising with it. Something was changing. Not quickly enough to be a crisis, not yet. Not dramatically enough to command the full attention of the High Lords, who had their own institutional preoccupations and their own political priorities, and their own tendency, built into the structure of the Imperium's governing bodies over 10,000 years of operation, to treat slow-developing problems as future problems rather than present ones. But the people who paid close attention, the Inquisitors whose mandate was precisely the kind of slow, structural threat that didn't announce itself with fleets and battle lines, the navigators whose livelihood depended on the Astronomicon's consistency, the senior officials of the Astra Telepathica who had been watching the numbers and drawing the graphs for long enough to see the direction of the trend, those people were afraid. The galaxy was approaching something. What it was approaching, no one in M41 could have stated with precision. The shape of it was visible in the shadows, in the margins, in the data that the Imperium's institutions processed slowly and incompletely, and with the institutional bias of organizations that preferred familiar categories to unfamiliar ones. It was visible in the Eye of Terror, where Abaddon's preparations for the final Black Crusade were proceeding with the quiet thoroughness of 10,000 years of patience finally reaching its conclusion. It was visible in the spaces between the stars, where the Tyranid hive fleets drifted and consumed and grew, and were followed always by the silence of the shadow in the warp. It was visible, for those with the eyes to see it, in every direction simultaneously. The 41st millennium was ending, and what came after it would be something that neither the Imperium's defenders nor its enemies had fully prepared for, not because they lacked imagination, but because what was coming was, even by the standards of a galaxy that had produced the War in Heaven and the Horus Heresy and the fall of the Eldar, genuinely unprecedented. The age of darkness that the Imperium had been enduring for 10,000 years was not the worst darkness. It was the preparation for the worst darkness. And the worst darkness was almost ready. Cadia had been standing for 10,000 years. Let that settle for a moment in the quiet of wherever you are tonight. 10,000 years of unbroken defense. 10,000 years of walls maintained and garrisons rotated and children born into a military culture so total and so ancient that soldiering was not a profession on Cadia, but a biological inheritance, written into the posture and the reflex and the particular quality of calm that Cadians carried into battle. The calm of people who had been born on the most dangerous frontier in the Imperium, and who had therefore never known, not in living memory, not in the memory of their grandparents' grandparents' grandparents, what it felt like to be safe. The Cadian Gate, the narrow region of stable warp transit that allowed passage through the Eye of Terror's outer boundaries. The bottleneck through which any fleet emerging from that wound in reality would have to pass, was the most strategically significant piece of geography in human space. Whoever controlled Cadia controlled the gate. Whoever controlled the gate controlled what came out of the eye and what could be sent in. The Imperium had understood this since the eye's formation, and the fortification of Cadia had been one of the consistent strategic priorities of every competent High Lord across the long millennia of the Imperium's existence. The pylons helped. Cadia's bedrock was threaded with them, tall, black, silent structures of a material that the Adeptus Mechanicus had identified as related to the necrodermis that the Necrons used in their own construction, but whose specific origin and mechanism the Mechanicus had never fully understood. They predated the Imperium, they predated the Heresy, they predated everything that human civilization had built in this region of the galaxy, which meant they had been placed here before humanity arrived by beings whose interest in this specific location implied an awareness of what the Eye of Terror would become before the Eye of Terror existed. The pylons suppressed the warp. In their active state, which was, for the length of Cadia's history as an imperial world, their permanent state, the pylons generated a field that dampened the boundary between real space and the immaterium, that pushed back the eye's tendency to expand, that made the Cadian Gate navigable by reducing the warp turbulence that the eye's proximity generated. They were not a weapon in the conventional sense. They were a stabilizer, a mechanism for keeping the material universe material in a region where the pressure of the warp against the walls of reality was at its most intense. The Necrons had built them to do exactly this, not as a favor to humanity, not from any benevolence toward a species that had not yet achieved interstellar travel when the pylons were placed, but as part of a program that would only become legible in the 41st millennium, the Necrons' long project of containing the warp's influence in the material universe, of preserving the silence and order of the physical cosmos against the encroachment of the psychic dimension that the war in heaven had destabilized, and that the birth of Slaanesh had torn open. The pylons were infrastructure for a goal that the Necrons had been pursuing since before Sarek led them into the Great Sleep. Abaddon had known about the pylons for a long time. The 13th Black Crusade launched in 999 M41, the last year of the last millennium before the calendar that the Imperium had maintained since the heresy ran out of the numbers that had structured its reckoning of time, was not merely the largest military operation Abaddon had assembled in 10,000 years of Black Crusades. It was the operation for which all the previous 12 had been preparation. Every world weakened, every defense tested, every resource gathered, every alliance forged in the long centuries of patient building. All of it had been pointing at this, at Cadia, at the pylons, at the moment when the stopper in the bottle would be removed. The scale of what emerged from the Eye of Terror was beyond anything the Cadian Gate had previously been required to face. The forces that Abaddon committed to the 13th Black Crusade had been accumulating in the Eye for decades, drawn together through the combination of the Chaos God's direct intervention, Abaddon's political authority within the Traitor Legion's fragmented power structure, and the particular magnetism that a genuinely ambitious plan exerts on beings whose existence consists largely of waiting for something worth doing. The Traitor Legions came. Not all of them, and not all of any of them. 10,000 years of existence within the Eye of Terror had done things to the legions that made the question of what constituted a unified military force complicated in ways that the Imperium's tactical doctrines were not designed to address. But substantial elements of the Black Legion, the Iron Warriors, the Word-Bearers, the Night Lords, and others translated through the Cadian Gate and engaged the Imperial defenders with a coordination that surprised even the Cadian commanders who had spent their lives preparing for exactly this. Demon engines walked. Greater demons of all four chaos powers manifested in the fighting, their presence in real space enabled by the sheer concentration of blood and belief and suffering that the opening phases of the battle generated. And cultist armies, the accumulated heretical populations of worlds that had been quietly corrupted across the years of Abaddon's preparation, rose simultaneously on worlds across the sector. The 13th Crusade's ground campaign beginning not with a landing but with an internal combustion, the enemy already inside the walls before the main assault crossed the gate. The Imperial response was formidable. The Cadian shock troops, the men and women who had been born into this war, whose entire culture was a preparation for this specific engagement, fought with the particular quality of soldiers who are defending not just a position but an identity. Cadia was not merely a world to the Cadians, it was the reason they existed. Its defense was not a duty they had been assigned, but the purpose around which their civilization had been constructed across 10,000 years of continuous occupation of the most dangerous frontier in human space. They fought as people fight when fighting is the only thing they have ever been. When stopping is not an option because stopping would make the entirety of what they are meaningless. Lord Castellan Ursarkar Creed commanded the Cadian defense with the strategic brilliance that his predecessors had produced over generations, and that he carried in a manner that made the generations before him seem, in the accounts of those who served under him, like a warm-up. He was not a superhuman. He was a man, scarred and old before his time, and possessed of a military intelligence that his peers described. Now, even at the height of the crisis, with the particular respect that professionals give to someone who makes their own considerable abilities feel insufficient, he bought time. That was the mission in the end, not victory. The arithmetic of the forces committed made victory, in the conventional sense of the word, an unavailable outcome. The mission was to hold long enough for reinforcements to arrive, for the larger strategic situation to develop, for something to change that might change what was possible. Creed held. The walls were breached and repaired and breached again. The orbital battle above Cadia was a catastrophe measured in ships of the line, vessels that had taken decades to build, dying in minutes in the silent dark above a world that was consuming everything the Imperium could send to it. And then Abaddon solved the pylons. Oh, the Blackstone fortress that he drove into Cadia's surface was not a weapon in the conventional sense. It was a statement. The fortress, one of the ancient Aeldari constructions that Abaddon had spent the Gothic War acquiring, whose power operated on principles that made Imperial void shields and structural reinforcement irrelevant as defensive considerations, was directed toward Cadia, not with any expectation that the impact itself would end the battle. The battle was already ending, in the grinding arithmetic of forces and losses, in the way that battles without adequate reinforcement always end when the enemy is willing to keep committing resources beyond what the defender can match. The fortress was directed toward Cadia because Abaddon had calculated, with the strategic precision of 10,000 years of learning how the galaxy worked, that the pylons needed to be destroyed, and that the pylons were distributed through Cadia's bedrock in a configuration that made targeted destruction from orbit impractical, and that the most efficient method of destroying a planet's structural integrity was to introduce a sufficient mass at sufficient velocity. He aimed at the pylons. He used a moon. The impact did not destroy Cadia immediately. Cadia is a world, and worlds are not easily unmade. The energy required to break a planet's crust and disrupt its geological stability is of an order that takes time to propagate through the target's structure. Even when that target has been struck by something the size of a small moon at a velocity that made the collision visible from neighboring systems as a brief new star. But the pylons were disrupted. In the hours and then the days following the impact, as Cadia's geology began its terminal process, the cracking of the lithosphere, the eruption of the mantle, the cascade of geological failures that would eventually reduce the world to a debris field, the pylons went dark, one by one, their suppression field failing as the structures that generated it were cracked and buried and ultimately destroyed by the planet's own dying convulsions. The Eye of Terror began to expand, slowly at first, imperceptibly to anyone not watching with instruments calibrated to detect the boundary between real space and the warp. But the direction was established and the mechanism was clear, and the thing that the pylons had been preventing for 10,000 years was now occurring, in the absence of the structures that had been preventing it. Cadia falls. Those two words, the phrase that every Cadian soldier from childhood had been trained to treat as an unthinkable event, the conditional that their entire culture had been constructed to prevent from ever being realized, became, in the final hours of the world, a fact. The last Cadians fought in the rubble of a world that was literally coming apart beneath their feet. There is something in that image that resists easy description. Warriors defending ground that is no longer solid, fighting for a world that is actively dying. I continuing to engage the enemy in the full knowledge that the strategic situation has been resolved against them, and that the only remaining question is how expensive the ending will be. Creed was lost in the final collapse, taken in the account that eventually reached the wider Imperium, into the custody of Abaddon himself, his fate becoming one of the resonant mysteries of the era Indomitus. Cadia did not stand. The Great Rift opened. The Cicatrix Maledictum, the name that navigators and scholars gave to what appeared in the sky of every world in the galaxy in the hours and days and weeks following Cadia's fall, was not a subtle phenomenon. It was visible to the naked eye. Across the galaxy, on worlds that had no knowledge of what had happened at the Cadian Gate, populations looked up and saw something that had not been there before. A scar across the sky, a wound in the darkness between the stars, glowing with the particular wrong-colored light of the warp bleeding through into real space. On psychosensitive individuals, the sensation was described in terms that ranged from the clinical to the visceral. A sudden awareness of something vast and hungry on the other side of a wall that had previously seemed solid, and which was now demonstrably not. A sound that was not sound, a presence that filled the space between thoughts in a way that was distinguishable from ordinary psychic background noise, not by its intensity but by its character. The specific, unmistakable quality of something that had been straining against a barrier for 10,000 years and had just felt that barrier give way. The cicatrix maledictum stretched across the galaxy from roughly the Eye of Terror in the northwest to the region of space designated the Hadex anomaly in the southeast, a diagonal scar that divided the galaxy's inhabited regions into two unequal halves. The larger portion, containing Terra and the majority of the Imperium's most populous and strategically significant worlds, remained on the side where the Astronomican's light could reach, where warp travel, while more turbulent than it had been before Cadia's fall, remained possible. This half would become known as the Imperium Sanctus. The other half, the region beyond the rift, the northwestern reaches of the galaxy that the scar cut off from the Astronomican's guidance, became something else. The Imperium Nihilus, the Dark Imperium. The region of human space where thousands of worlds, populated by billions of souls, suddenly found themselves alone in a darkness that was now quite literally absolute, cut off from Terra, cut off from reinforcement, cut off from the psychic beacon that had been the fixed star of Imperial navigation for 10,000 years. The shadow fell on those worlds and did not lift. In the wreckage of Cadia's fall, a desperate coalition formed. The elements of it were improbable in ways that would, under ordinary circumstances, have made their cooperation impossible. Saint Celestine, the living saint of the Adepta Sororitas, a woman who had died and returned so many times that the question of what she was had become, for the ecclesiarchy's theologians, a matter of ongoing and passionate dispute, appeared in the fighting at Cadia and fought with the particular quality of divine intervention that the Sisters of Battle's theology required to be genuine, and that the empirical record, whatever its proper interpretation, confirmed as militarily effective. Inquisitor Greyfax, whose relationship with Celestine was complicated by the Inquisitor's professional obligation to treat unexplained resurrections with suspicion, fought alongside her anyway, because the professional obligation to treat unexplained resurrections with suspicion was, in the circumstances, less immediately relevant than the professional obligation to not be killed by Chaos Space Marines. Belisarius Call was there. See Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call, the most senior and most eccentric and most technically capable member of the Adeptus Mechanicus in the late 41st millennium, a being who had been continuously modifying and expanding himself with additional cognitive and physical systems for so long that the relationship between the original human, who had begun the process, and the vast distributed intelligence that now inhabited the collection of mechanical and biological components that bore his name was a matter of genuine philosophical uncertainty. Arrived at Cadia with a fleet and a secret so large that he had spent 10,000 years not telling anyone about it. The secret was in the cargo, and the Inari were there, the followers of Yvraine, the daughter of Shades, the emissary of Iniad, the barely born Aeldari god of the dead, whose emergence had been one of the galaxy-shaking events of the period immediately preceding Cadia's fall. The Inari's presence in a coalition with Imperial forces was the kind of alliance that the Imperium's official theology had no comfortable category for, which was fine, because the Imperium's official theology had not been consulted about the arrangement and would not have been pleased by it. They gathered what they could from the dying system. The plan, such as it was, improvised from the wreckage of the strategic situation, built around the single asset that Call had been protecting for 10,000 years, pointed toward Macraga, toward the system of the Ultramarines, toward a stasis tomb in the depths of the Fortress of Hera, all where something waited that had been waiting since the Heresy, that Call had been preparing for since the Heresy, that the galaxy had spent 10,000 years becoming desperate enough to need. The journey to Macraga was not safe. The Cicatrix Maledictum had made the warp more turbulent than it had been in living memory. In any memory, arguably, since the age of Strife. Warp transit that had previously taken weeks took months or years. Routes that had been reliable for 10,000 years were no longer reliable in any sense. Ships emerged from the warp at unexpected points, or failed to emerge at all, or emerged changed in ways that the warp's nature makes possible, and that the material universe's nature makes difficult to process. They reached Macraga. Call opened the tomb, and in a chamber deep within the Fortress of Hera, or surrounded by the mechanisms of the most sophisticated life support and stasis system ever constructed, in a sarcophagus of ceramite and gold that had been sealed in M31 and had not been opened since, Robut Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, 13th son of the Emperor, Lord Commander of the Imperium, Imperial Regent, the man who had written the Codex Astartes and divided the legions and attempted to build, from the wreckage of the Heresy, something that might actually survive, opened his eyes. He breathed. He looked at Call and at the face of Ivrain of the Inari and at the architecture of the chamber around him. His first words, according to the accounts that eventually circulated through the Imperium with the speed of things that people desperately needed to be true, were not triumphant. They were not hopeful. They were the words of a man who had gone into stasis in one world and woken in another, and who understood, with the comprehensive intelligence of a Primarch, exactly what the gap between those two worlds meant. He looked at what they had brought him back into, and he grieved. But he did not stop. He had been gone for 10,000 years, not absent in the way that the Emperor was absent, not locked in a dying vigil behind the mechanisms of a machine that kept consciousness tethered to a broken body by the margin of a miracle renewed each day. Guilliman had been genuinely, completely elsewhere. The stasis field that Call had constructed around his sarcophagus had not merely slowed the Primarch's biological processes. It had, as far as Guilliman's subjective experience was concerned, stopped them entirely. He had not dreamed. He had not drifted through the long millennia in some state of diminished awareness, accumulating impressions of the passing centuries. He had been, in every sense that consciousness allows, absent. The last thing he remembered was the Heresy's aftermath, the grief of it, the work of it, the grinding, necessary, emotionally devastating work of building the Codex Astartes from the ruins of everything the Great Crusade had been, of dividing the legions into chapters with the full understanding that the division was an amputation performed to prevent a worse infection, of watching his brother's surviving warriors reorganized into formations that were more manageable and less capable, and that would, across the millennia, forget the full weight of what they had been. The last thing he remembered was the particular quality of exhaustion that comes from doing the right thing, when the right thing is also the most painful available option. Then the stasis field released. Then the mechanisms Call had built opened. Then Ivrain's psychic working, channeling the barely existent divine force of Iniad, to completed the process of reintegration that the stasis field had suspended, knitting together the wound that had been killing him when the field was activated, the damage that no conventional medical intervention had been able to address, the injury that had been the reason for the stasis in the first place. He breathed. The air of Macraga, recycled, climate-controlled, carrying the faint mineral undertone of the fortress of Hera's ancient stone, entered lungs that had not processed atmosphere for 10,000 years. His hearts restarted in sequence. His enhanced physiology, designed to function at the peak of biological capability and maintained in that state by the stasis field's perfect preservation, came back online with a completeness that even Call, who had built the systems, observed with something that might have been relief. Then he opened his eyes, and the world he saw was not the world he had left. The first hours of Guilliman's return were private, in the sense that no comprehensive account of them exists. Only fragments filtered through the recollections of those present, and the subsequent theological interpretation of an ecclesiarchy that had very specific requirements for how a Primarch's resurrection should be understood. What the fragments agree on is the quality of his response to what he was told. Call briefed him. This was appropriate. The Archmagos had been preparing for this conversation for 10,000 years, had been accumulating and organizing the information that a returned Primarch would need, had been rehearsing in whatever passed for imagination in his vast distributed cognitive system the shape of this exchange. He gave Guilliman the history, the heresy's aftermath, the second founding, the long millennia of the Imperium's endurance, the Black Crusades, the development of the ecclesiarchy and its theological capture of the Emperor's legacy, the Inquisition, the Adeptus Mechanicus's institutional fossilization of the technological base, the Tyranids, the Tau, the Orcs, the Necrons, Abaddon's 13th Crusade, Cadia, the Great Rift. Guilliman listened with the focused stillness of a mind processing information faster than most humans could speak it. He did not interrupt. He did not ask for clarification. He absorbed and integrated and understood. And the understanding showed in his expression not as shock, because the Primarch's composure was too deep for ordinary shock, but as something more sustained and more difficult. The expression of a man receiving, in the space of hours, the complete account of 10,000 years of consequences flowing from decisions he had made, and recognizing in that account both the things he had anticipated and the things he had failed to prevent. The ecclesiarchy was the thing he had not anticipated. The Emperor, worshipped as a god, the one thing the imperial truth had been specifically designed to prevent. The one failure mode that the Emperor himself had explicitly identified as something to be avoided, now so thoroughly established as the foundation of imperial culture that dismantling it would require the destruction of the institution that held the Imperium together. The imperial truth was not merely forgotten. It had been replaced, completely and institutionally, by its opposite. Every world in the Imperium prayed to the man who had told them not to pray. Every soldier died for a god who had spent 15,000 years insisting he was not one. The anger this produced in Guilliman was real, and it was enormous, and it was, ultimately, something he had to set aside. Because the Imperium needed him functioning, and functioning meant making peace, however provisional and however costly, with what the Imperium had become, rather than what it had been supposed to be. This is perhaps the most defining quality of Roboute Guilliman in the era Indomitus. Not his military brilliance, which is unquestioned, not his administrative capacity, which is extraordinary, but his willingness to carry the weight of what has been done wrong and continue anyway. To grieve without stopping. To know that the project he has been handed is a ruin, and to begin the work of rebuilding it, with the full understanding that the rebuilding will not produce what was originally intended, and that producing what was originally intended is no longer available as an option. He was angry. He continued. That is the entire character in miniature. The journey to Terra was called the Terran Crusade, and it was not a procession. The galaxy through which Guilliman's coalition traveled to reach the Imperial homeworld was the galaxy of the newly opened Great Rift, more turbulent, more dangerous, more thoroughly infested with the active manifestations of chaos that the Rift's opening had enabled. than anything the pre-Rift Imperium had been required to navigate. Ships were lost. Engagements were fought on worlds that the route passed through, some of them full campaigns of days and weeks, others brief, desperate actions against Chaos forces that had been emboldened by the Rift's opening and that interpreted the presence of a Primarch as either an opportunity or a challenge, depending on their specific alignment. The Word-bearers came for him. Servants of Tzeentch deployed schemes of such layered complexity that even Guilliman's comprehensive intelligence found itself, on at least one occasion, several steps behind the architect of the situation before recovering. Demons manifested at critical moments with the particular timing that suggests the Chaos powers were not merely aware of the Crusade, but were actively engaged in its management. Guilliman fought. Guilliman led. Guilliman arrived at Terra having demonstrated, across the length of the Terran Crusade, that the 10,000 years of stasis had not diminished the quality that had made him the Imperium's greatest administrator and one of its most formidable military commanders. He descended to Terra. He walked the corridors of the Imperial Palace, the structure that Rogel Dorn had transformed into a fortification during the Heresy, and that the subsequent millennia had transformed into something between a fortress and a shrine city. Layer upon layer of construction added to the original bones of a place that had been old when the Emperor first established his presence there. He walked through it as a man walks through a home he has not seen in 10,000 years, recognizing the bones of it, finding in the persistent architecture the evidence of the original vision, discovering in the accumulated additions the evidence of everything that had happened to that vision in the time he had been absent. He descended to the deep chambers, to the mechanisms, to the throne. The meeting between Guilliman and the Emperor is the most significant conversation in the history of the Imperium, and it is completely undocumented. This is not because no account exists. It is because the accounts that exist are irreconcilable with each other in ways that suggest the events of that encounter did not admit of a single, stable, transmissible truth. The Adeptus Custodes who were present at the threshold describe what they observed. The Primarch entering the inner sanctum, the changes in the ambient psychic environment of the throne room in the period of his presence within it, the state of Guilliman when he emerged. None of them were inside the sanctum. None of them experienced what Guilliman experienced in the presence of the throne. Guilliman has not described it, not to Call, not to the High Lords, not in any document that has survived with its critical content intact. What he said to those who asked about it in the first days after he emerged from the throne room was that what had passed between him and the Emperor was not for other ears, and that those who wished to understand it were welcome to seek the same audience. None of them did. What is visible in the accounts of those who observed Guilliman in the hours and days after he emerged is the effect. He was different from how he had been when he descended. Not diminished, his capabilities were intact, his resolve was intact, his intelligence was intact. But something had been added to the grief he was already carrying, something deeper and heavier, and in its weight more specifically burdensome than the general grief of a man confronting 10,000 years of accumulated consequences. He had seen something, or been told something, or experienced something in the presence of the dying Emperor that had given him a more complete understanding of the situation he was in than he had possessed before. Whether that understanding was hopeful or hopeless, whether what the Emperor communicated, in whatever form, communication was possible for a being suspended between death and something that resisted the simple label of life, was something that would change the calculus of what was possible, or something that confirmed the precise dimensions of the impossible weight that Guilliman was being asked to carry. No one outside that room has ever established. He came out carrying more. He continued anyway. He assumed the title of Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Regent, the formal authority structures falling into place around him with the smoothness of institutions that had been waiting, consciously or otherwise, for someone competent to fill a vacancy that had technically existed for 10,000 years. The High Lords of Terra, the committee of senior officials who had governed the Imperium in the Emperor's absence, whose political dynamics and institutional interests and personal ambitions had shaped the Imperium's direction for millennia, found themselves confronting a Primarch who understood politics and administration at a level that made the most sophisticated of them feel, not entirely comfortably, somewhat outclassed. He did not dismantle them. He did not purge them, as some accounts suggest he was advised to do by elements within his coalition who felt the High Lords represented too much institutional resistance to the changes the Imperium required. He worked with them in the manner of a leader who understands that governing requires the cooperation of the governed, and that the cooperation of institutions is obtained through engagement rather than replacement. He was not gentle about it. Guilliman's patience, extensive as it was, expressed itself as expectation rather than tolerance, and the High Lords who had grown accustomed to the particular quality of governance that operates in the absence of genuine oversight found the change in atmosphere significant. And then Call opened the holds. The secret that the Archmagos had been keeping for 10,000 years was not technically a single thing. It was a program, the most ambitious genetic and military engineering project undertaken since the Emperor himself had created the Space Marines, conducted in complete secrecy across a span of time that made even the most ambitious institutional projects look like afternoon hobbies. Call had begun his work under Guilliman's instruction in the period immediately following the heresy, a specific commission given before the stasis field closed and the tomb sealed, to take what the Space Marines were and make it better, to solve the problems that the original Legionis Astartes program had not solved, the flaws in the gene seed that had produced the specific vulnerabilities of each legion, the biological and psychological instabilities that had made some of the Primarch's warriors susceptible to the corruption that the heresy had exploited, the simple physical limitations that the 10,000 years of the Imperium's warfare had demonstrated were sometimes the decisive factor in whether a Space Marine survived an engagement that he should have survived. Guilliman had wanted better Space Marines. Call had made them. The Primaris Space Marines, taller, broader, more completely enhanced than their predecessors, carrying biological improvements that the original template had not included, equipped with weapons and armor that represented the full extent of what the Adeptus Mechanicus could produce when the person giving the instructions had the authority and the resources of a Primarch's commission, were the product of 10,000 years of iterative development. Not a quick redesign, not a revision, a complete generational program conducted in the deepest secrecy that Call's considerable operational security capabilities could maintain, producing warrior after warrior of a new type, holding them in stasis against the day when the galaxy would be desperate enough to need them, and the person who had commissioned them would be awake to receive them. That day had arrived. The Primaris warriors were distributed to every surviving chapter of Space Marines, not as replacements, but as reinforcements, and as the seed of something new. Old chapters that had been fighting at reduced strength for decades found themselves suddenly at full capacity and beyond. New chapters were founded from Primaris gene seed, established on threatened worlds or in strategically critical regions, adding to the Imperium's military capability in ways that the institutional mathematics of the chapter structure had prevented for 10,000 years. The Rubicon Primaris, the surgical procedure by which an existing firstborn Space Marine could be enhanced to Primaris standard, was developed and made available, though the process was dangerous enough that not every warrior who attempted it survived the crossing. Those who did emerged different, larger, more capable, changed in ways that some of them found liberating and others found disorienting. the loss of certain biological inheritances, replaced by new and more powerful ones, creating a continuity question about identity and heritage that different warriors resolved differently. Marneus Calgar crossed the Rubicon. The chapter master of the Ultramarines, who had defended Macragge against Hive Fleet Behemoth, and who had spent the years of Guilliman's interment carrying the authority of his Primarch's chapter without his Primarch's presence, emerged from the process more than he had been. He found, in the aftermath, that the question of whether he was still himself was one he could answer, if not without reflection. Guilliman looked at what he had been given: the Primaris, the authority of the Lord Commander, the broken and beloved and infuriating Imperium, and he began. Not with hope. He was too intelligent and too honest with himself for hope in the uncomplicated sense. He could see, with the comprehensive clarity of a mind that had spent the Terran Crusade processing 10,000 years of history, exactly how compromised everything was, exactly how deep the rot ran, exactly how many of the Imperium's institutions had substituted self-perpetuation for their original purposes, exactly how many of the problems he was being asked to address were structural rather than contingent, and would resist solution at the level of individual decisions. He could see all of that, and he chose to act anyway, which is the only choice available to a being of honor in a situation where the alternative to acting is accepting what happens when you do not. He named the New Age, the Indomitus Crusade, its name a statement of intent, Indomitus meaning unconquered, the claim that despite Cadia's fall and the Great Rift and the 10,000 years of grinding attrition that had brought the Imperium to this specific moment of crisis, humanity was still here, still fighting, still refusing the mathematics that said it should not be. He assembled the fleets, he pointed them at the galaxy, and somewhere in the void, in the sealed tomb complexes of worlds that the Imperium had never known, were tomb complexes, in the cold silence of stasis fields that had been running for 60 million years and were only now beginning, one by one, to fail. The Necrons opened their eyes, and in the dark between the galaxies, in the void that Sarek had sailed into after the Great Sleep began, the Silent King turned his ship around. He had been watching the Great Rift open. He had been watching the galaxy he had left do, again, the things he had left it to stop doing, fill itself with warp energy, tear itself open, bleed psychic catastrophe across the material universe in ways that the war in heaven had demonstrated led to outcomes that no entity with any investment in the material universe's continued existence could consider acceptable. He had a plan. It was not a gentle plan. Nothing about the era that was beginning would be gentle, but it would be in the grim and specific sense that the Warhammer 40k universe attaches to the word glorious. There is a particular horror to Nurgle that distinguishes it from the other chaos powers in ways that are easy to misread. Khorne's horror is legible. The Lord of Blood demands violence, rewards slaughter, elevates the killer to the status of the holy. It is evil in a form that the material universe recognizes and has always recognized, the elevation of destruction to virtue, darkness wearing the face it has always worn. Tzeentch's horror is intellectual, the corruption of knowledge and ambition, the transformation of the desire to understand and to change into something that serves entropy rather than opposes it. Slaaneish's horror is the horror of excess, of beauty turned inside out, of sensation consuming the soul that sought it. Nurgle's horror is tenderness. This is what makes it the most insidious of the four. In certain respects, the plague, God does not present as malevolent. It presents as caring. Nurgle's philosophy, such as it is built around the observation that all living things decay, that death is not the opposite of life but its constant companion, that the body's eventual dissolution is not a failure but a completion, that the fear of decay is the source of more suffering than the decay itself. And from this observation, which is not entirely false, Nurgle draws the conclusion that the gift of acceptance, the release of the terror of death, the embrace of entropy as peace, is the highest form of love that a god can offer its followers. He means it. The rot in Nurgle's garden is not cruel. It is patient and warm and indiscriminating. It does not select its recipients, does not judge, does not demand anything except the eventual surrender of resistance that it will achieve regardless. The plagues Nurgle sends are not punishment. They are gifts in the theology of the plague god, the experience of the body's limitations made visceral and total, the dissolution of the illusion that flesh is permanent, the education of the soul in the lesson that the only way to stop fearing decay is to become it. The Death Guard had learned this lesson in the most comprehensive way imaginable. Mortarion had not wanted to be a demon prince. This is the detail that sits at the center of his tragedy, and that distinguishes his damnation from the simple corruption of a being who pursued power and found something worse. Mortarion of the Death Guard was, before the heresy, still one of the Primarchs whose faults were most visible and most discussed. Cold, suspicious, resentful of the Emperor's authority in ways that predated Horus's corruption and that reflected genuine and deep-seated grievances about the specific shape of his upbringing and the specific uses to which his legion had been put. He was not a pleasant figure. He was, in the accounts of those who knew him, difficult to love. But he had believed in something. He had believed in the ordinary human soldier, in the unenhanced, unaugmented, non-transhuman fighter who faced the horrors of the galaxy with nothing but courage and stubborn endurance and whatever weapons could be put in their hands. This belief was genuine, rooted in his own origins on a world where survival required exactly these qualities, where the weak died and the strong endured, and endurance was the only available virtue. He had built the Death Guard around this philosophy, warriors who did not avoid suffering but absorbed it, who marched where others could not march, who held where others could not hold, whose identity was built around the capacity to endure what should not be endurable. He had taken this philosophy into the heresy. He had followed Horus, not with Lorgar's zealotry or Fulgrim's seduced perfectionism, but with the cold calculation of a man who had concluded, for his own reasons, that the Emperor's project was a lie, and that Horus's alternative, whatever it was, could not be worse. The ship transiting the warp toward Istvan, the first phase of the betrayal, was where Nurgle found him. The fleet was becalmed in the warp. Days passed, then weeks. On the currents of the Imperium, which should have carried the Death Guard fleet toward its destination, instead held it suspended in the terrible stillness of a warp that was not moving in the directions it should have moved. The Death Guard waited, and as they waited, something began to happen to them. The plague started on the lower decks. Understand what this means for a legion whose entire identity was built around their invulnerability to biological threat, whose gene seed had been developed specifically to resist disease, whose culture celebrated their capacity to endure conditions that would destroy other warriors, who had never in their existence as a legion been seriously threatened by anything as ordinary as an illness. The plague that moved through the Death Guard in the becalmed fleet was not ordinary illness. It was Nurgle's work, a biological expression of the Chaos God's attention, designed with the specific intelligence of an entity who had spent the entirety of existence studying the mechanics of organic dissolution, and who applied that knowledge with the care of a craftsman who loves their work. Symptoms bloomed in warriors who had never been ill. Bodies that had been enhanced beyond ordinary human limitations began to fail in ways that the enhancements themselves could not address. Pain, which the Death Guard had always been able to absorb and continue past, became something different. Not sharper, but more total, more systemic, more insistent on being the primary fact of existence rather than a background condition to be managed. Mortarion, watching his legion suffer, made a bargain. He had not intended to. He had, throughout his existence, been deeply suspicious of psychic power and of the warp, and of the gods that inhabited it. His homeworld had been ruled by a psyker sorcerer whose oppression had defined Mortarion's childhood, and whose death at Mortarion's own hands had been the formative act of his life. He had killed one warp-touched tyrant. He was not inclined toward worship of their equivalents. But his legion was dying. He called on Nurgle. He offered, not his soul precisely, not in the simple theological transactional sense, but himself, his legion, his service, whatever Nurgle required in exchange for the survival of the Death Guard. Nurgle accepted. The plague completed its work in a different way after that. The Death Guard did not recover. And they were transformed, their bodies accepting the rot, not as something external to be endured, but as something intrinsic to be incorporated, the plague becoming part of their biology rather than an assault on it, the decay merging with the transhuman physiology and producing something that was neither living nor dead in any conventional sense, something that moved through battlefields carrying Nurgle's gifts with the methodical thoroughness of the Legion's oldest traditions, now redirected from endurance into propagation. Mortarion became a demon prince, his body, tall, gaunt, built for the thin atmosphere of his homeworld, winged in a manner that suggested something massive and wrong rather than something aerial and graceful, was transfigured by Nurgle's patronage into a form that expressed, in its very biology, the philosophical endpoint of the Death Guard's original identity. He had been a warrior who endured what should not be endurable. Now he was a god of exactly that quality, enduring and spreading and patient in the specific manner of things that have accepted that they will never stop and never be stopped. He flew at the head of a fleet of plague ships toward Ultramar. The Plague Wars began in the period following Guilliman's resurrection and the early phases of the Indomitus Crusade, a deliberate assault on the Primarch's home realm, on the system of worlds that Guilliman had built before the heresy, and that the Ultramarines had maintained as a model of what the Imperium could be, ordered and functional and relatively prosperous by the standards of the 41st millennium's definition of those terms. Mortarion's assault was not random. It was personal. He and Guilliman had known each other before the heresy. They had not been close. Mortarion's suspicious nature and Guilliman's administrative certainty had never produced the warmth that some brothers had found with each other. But there had been a relationship, and in the relationship, as in all the Primarch relationships that the Chaos Powers had studied with such careful attention, there were specific pressure points, specific wounds. The Scourge Stars, 3 systems in the region of Ultramar that Nurgle's forces had transformed into chaos-held territories, their populations either consumed by plague or transformed into the shambling bearers of Nurgle's gifts, served as the staging ground for the assault. From these systems, Death Guard fleets moved through Ultramar systems with the patient inevitability of a tide, bringing Nurgle's blessings to worlds that had been among the most carefully administered in the Imperium. The plagues were extraordinary in their variety and their specificity. Nurgle, in his vast and loving creativity, had prepared particular gifts for Ultramar, biological expressions of the Chaos God's attention that were not merely randomly virulent, but targeted, designed with the specific intelligence of a deity who had been watching the Ultramarines for 10,000 years and who understood, with the intimacy that only genuine interest produces, exactly which forms of dissolution would be most instructive for a civilization built on order and reason and the careful management of mortality. The zombie plague, the plague of flies, the creeping nausea, each one a gift in Nurgle's theology, each one a lesson in the limits of order, the futility of walls and medical protocols, and the careful administrative structures that Guilliman's Ultramar had always used as its primary defense against the chaos that defined the wider Imperium. The walls and the medical protocols helped. They were not enough. Worlds that had been holding fell to the silent tide of Nurgle's influence, not conquered in the dramatic sense of military defeat, but softened, eroded, the populations gradually overwhelmed by biological and psychological processes that Nurgle's gifts were specifically designed to make resistible only up to a point. The point, in each case, was the one after which resistance became the source of more suffering than acceptance. Guilliman arrived. The campaign to reclaim Ultramar from Mortarian's forces was the first major ground campaign of the Indomitus Crusade's primary phase, and it was, in terms of the specific quality of horror it required its participants to endure, unlike anything that the Primaris Space Marines who formed the bulk of the assault forces had been prepared for. They had been prepared for the Death Guard's combat capability, formidable, experienced, essentially impossible to stop through the application of conventional trauma, their biology so thoroughly merged with Nurgle's gifts that the attrition-based tactics that worked against most opponents did not work against warriors who could continue functioning at lethal capacity while sustaining damage that would have killed an ordinary Space Marine multiple times over. They had not been fully prepared for the psychological weight of fighting an enemy whose philosophy was, in certain moments, almost reasonable. This is Nurgle's specific contribution to warfare, the corruption of the will to continue, not through fear, but through exhaustion. The Death Guard's presence on a battlefield generates, through mechanisms both biological and psychic, a pervasive sense of the futility of resistance, the specific emotional experience of a person who has been ill for too long and who has begun to wonder whether the energy required to fight the illness might not be better conserved. The Plague Marines do not need to win quickly. They do not need to win at all in the conventional sense. Their patience is biological, their endurance is supernatural, and the longer a conflict continues, the more the specific nature of Nurgle's gifts works in their favor. Guilliman understood this and adapted. He drove the campaign with a pace that denied Mortarian's forces the time they needed. Rapid, aggressive, forcing engagements that the Death Guard's attrition-based tactics were not optimized for, keeping the tempo high enough that the psychological and biological processes that the Plague was designed to generate did not have the time they required to fully establish themselves in his soldiers' minds and bodies. It worked, at the cost of a momentum that could not be sustained indefinitely. The duel between Guilliman and Mortarian happened on Iax. Iax had been one of the garden worlds of Ultramar, a planet of such deliberate and cultivated beauty that the Death Guard's transformation of it had a specific aesthetic horror beyond the ordinary horror of chaos corruption. What had been a world of managed forests and agricultural abundance was, by the time the critical phase of the campaign reached it, a landscape of the specific palette that Nurgle favors. The greens and browns of organic decay, the pale luminescence of bioluminescent fungi that had replaced the native vegetation, the sweet and heavy smell that Nurgle's garden carries wherever his gifts have been sufficiently established to change the fundamental chemistry of the environment. Iax was dying. The world itself was dying, its ecosystem so thoroughly corrupted that the process of recovery, if it was possible at all, would take centuries. On this dying world, the two Primarchs met. The fight between Guilliman and Mortarion is described in the accounts of the Ultramarines present at its periphery with the reverence that Space Marines reserve for events whose significance exceeds their capacity for ordinary military description. Two beings of transhuman capability, each enhanced beyond what either's gene father had been enhanced by the millennia that had passed since their making. Guilliman restored and augmented by Call's 10,000-year program, Mortarion transfigured by Nurgle's patronage into something that was no longer constrained by the biological limitations of a living body. Meeting in the ruins of a garden world, on behalf of everything their respective causes represented, the armor of fate protected Guilliman from the worst of what Mortarion brought. The specific combination of psychic assault and biological infection that the Death Guard Primarch deployed. The gifts that Nurgle had prepared for his champion's use against a brother he had been told, in the specific way that Nurgle tells his champions things, to love. Guilliman endured. He drove Mortarion back. Not a clean victory. Nothing about the Plague Wars admitted of clean victories. But enough. The Death Guard Primarch withdrew from Iax, from Ultramar, back through the Scourge Stars, and into the regions of space that Nurgle's influence had made hospitable to his forces. He did not retreat into the warp. He withdrew to the edges of Ultramar's space and waited, in the manner of a force whose patience is one of its primary strategic assets, save for the next phase of an engagement that he understood as longer than any single campaign. The rot remained. This is the thing that the Plague War's aftermath makes impossible to avoid acknowledging. The victory that Guilliman achieved over Mortarion was real, and it was significant, and it was insufficient. The worlds that Nurgle's forces had occupied were reclaimed, the Death Guard driven back, the immediate military crisis resolved. But the biological and psychic contamination that Nurgle's gifts had introduced into Ultramar's ecosystem and population did not simply cease when the armies withdrew. Iax would not recover in any human lifetime. The populations of worlds that had been under Nurgle's influence required decades of intensive medicinal and psychic intervention. The Adeptus Ministorum's resources stretched to address physical trauma. The Grey Knights deployed to address the psychic residue that the Death Guard's presence had left in the warp fabric of affected systems. Some individuals who had been exposed to Nurgle's gifts at close range required the specific attention of the Inquisition, the careful assessment of whether the exposure had produced contamination sufficient to constitute a threat to those around them. Some of them were not recoverable, not in the sense of death. Nurgle's gifts rarely kill quickly, but in the sense of what recovery means when the gift has become part of a person's biology and cannot be distinguished on certain cellular levels, from the person themselves. Guilliman carried the knowledge of this cost forward into the next phase of the Indomitus Crusade. He added it to everything else he was carrying. The grief of the heresy's aftermath, the horror of what the Imperium had become, the weight of the conversation on the Golden Throne that he had not described to anyone, the responsibility for the Primaris program and its implications for the identities and traditions of the chapters that were being transformed by it. He carried all of it. He continued, because in the Warhammer 40k universe, this is what leadership is. Not the resolution of the weight, not the achievement of a state in which the weight no longer exists, but the decision, made again each day, to carry it forward rather than set it down. The galaxy does not reward the setting down of weight. The galaxy produces more weight in the manner of a universe that has been at war since before the first star burned, and the only question it asks of the beings it produces is whether they will carry what it gives them. Guilliman answered, as he always had, as he always would. In the dark of the newly broken galaxy, in the cold of the great rift's light that was not light, on 100 fronts that the Indomitus Crusade was simultaneously attempting to address with resources that were never quite sufficient for the scope of the emergency, he continued. The Plague Wars were over. The war was not. It was never going to be over. That was the point. There is a sound that the worlds of the Imperium Nihilus share. Not a sound that carries through atmosphere or vacuum. Not a sound in the physical sense, transmitted by the compression and expansion of a medium, detectable by instruments calibrated for the measurement of acoustic phenomena. It is a sound in the psychic sense, which means it is experienced differently by every being sensitive enough to perceive it, and described differently by every one of those beings who survives the perception long enough to attempt a description. But across the accounts, the logs of ships that somehow found their way through the dark half of the galaxy and returned, the testimonies of survivors extracted from worlds that had been isolated for years or decades. The visions reported by psychers whose connection to the warp gave them access to impressions that traveled by routes other than the physical. A consistent quality emerges. It is the sound of absence. The Astronomicon has been the fixed star of Imperial navigation for 10,000 years. Its signal, generated by the psychic sacrifice of 1,000 souls a day on Terra, focused through the Emperor's barely alive consciousness on the Golden Throne, propagated through the warp as a beacon that navigators could lock onto and use to orient themselves in the otherwise unmappable chaos of the Imperium, had been so consistently present for so long that its presence had ceased to be something that Imperial citizens consciously registered. It was simply there. Either way, the laws of physics are simply there, a fact of the universe so foundational that its absence was not something that the people who depended on it had developed a framework for imagining. The cicatrix maledictum took it away. On the worlds of the Imperium Nihilus, the Astronomicon's signal did not fade gradually. It did not weaken over months and give populations time to adjust to the diminishment. It simply stopped on the day the Great Rift opened, as if a door had been closed between the light source and the room that had depended on it. One moment present, the next absent, the transition so sudden that the navigators who had been tracking it at the moment of the rift's opening reported the experience as something close to physical shock, a disorientation so complete that several died of it, on their minds unable to process the removal of the signal they had been oriented toward since their earliest training. The darkness that followed was not merely navigational. Warp travel in the Imperium Nihilus became, in the months and years after the rift's opening, a different kind of endeavor than it had been before. Without the Astronomicon, ships transiting the warp had no fixed reference point, no stable signal to lock onto that would tell a navigator where Terra was, and therefore where everything else was in relation to Terra. The warp's geography, never straightforward, it became, in the absence of that fixed star, a problem of such complexity that the casualty rate among ships attempting transit in the Nihilus rose to levels that made the calculation of whether to attempt the journey at all a genuinely difficult strategic question. Some ships made it through. The best navigators, those whose gifts extended beyond simple Astronomicon tracking into a deeper and less explicable form of warp sense, could sometimes find their way by other means. By the psychic signatures of inhabited worlds, by the resonance of particularly powerful artifacts, by methods that they themselves often struggled to articulate, and that the Adeptus Astra Telepathicas scholars struggled equally to categorize. These navigators were worth more than entire fleets in the Imperium Nihilus, and they were treated accordingly, with the specific combination of reverence and captivity that extremely valuable human assets tend to receive from institutions that need them badly enough. But even the best navigators were unreliable in the dark. Ships that entered the warp in the Nihilus sometimes emerged centuries later, their crews aged or unchanged depending on the specific turbulence of the route taken, their intelligence outdated, their equipment obsolescent, their experience of the transit ranging from the ordinary discomfort of warp travel to accounts that the Inquisition's records classify at the highest levels of restricted access and that are not, in any summarized form, suitable for the consideration of beings who wish to continue sleeping comfortably. Warp time distortion, always a feature of Immaterium travel, always a source of the minor chronological discrepancies that the Imperial dating system was designed to account for, became extreme. Worlds that had been isolated for what felt, to their inhabitants, like a decade might be 2 centuries behind the rest of the Imperium's calendar when contact was finally re-established. Others had experienced the opposite distortion, years passing in days, populations aging, infrastructure deteriorating, the accumulated weight of normal time moving at abnormal speed across societies that had no framework for what was happening to them. The Imperium of the Nihilus was not one thing. It was thousands of things, thousands of individual worlds and systems and subsectors, each developing its own response to isolation in its own way, with its own resources and its own leadership and its own theology and its own military capacity, separated from each other by the dark in ways that made the Age of Strife's isolation feel, retrospectively, almost manageable. Some worlds endured. Their institutions held, their populations maintained the practices and the hierarchies and the faith that connected them to the wider Imperium, even in the Imperium's absence, keeping the idea of humanity alive in the dark with the particular stubbornness that the Imperium's culture, for all its flaws, reliably produces. Some worlds did not endure. The threats that the Astronomican's suppression and the Rift's opening had enabled, chaos incursions without the psychic dampening of the pylons, orc wars unchecked by Imperial military response, genestealer cult uprisings on worlds whose governing institutions had been weakened by the shock of isolation, fell on populations that were already struggling, and the outcomes varied from the grim to the total. And some worlds changed in ways that were neither simple endurance nor simple failure, developed, in the specific conditions of the Nihilus, into something that had not existed before. New power structures, new theologies, new military organizations built from whatever materials the isolation had left available. Some of these developments were, by Imperial standards, heretical. Some of them were, by any standards, remarkable. The Imperium of the Nihilus was, in a dark and terrible way, an experiment in what humanity becomes when the Imperium leaves it alone. The results were complicated. The Space Wolves went into the dark. Of all the Space Marine chapters with the institutional culture and the navigational capability and the specific relationship to adversity that the Nihilus demanded of those who attempted to operate within it, the Space Wolves were perhaps the most suited, not because their equipment or their gene seed was more functional in the dark half of the galaxy, but because the specific philosophy that Fenris had bred into them across 10,000 years of operation was one that had always prioritized the qualities the Nihilus required above all others. They did not need order to function. They needed purpose. The Space Wolves operated in the Imperium Nihilus, as their mythology had always described their Primarch, as hunters, moving through territory that was dangerous and unmapped and frequently hostile, following threads of intelligence that led them toward threats that required the specific qualities of warriors who could track their quarry through environments that would kill lesser beings, and who would not stop until the hunt was concluded. They operated largely without coordination with the wider Indomitus Crusade. In the Nihilus, coordination was a luxury that the communications blackout and the navigational unreliability made largely theoretical. Each company of Space Wolves that entered the dark half did so understanding that they might not be able to call for reinforcement, might not be able to communicate their discoveries, to command structures that could act on them, might not be able to return on any predictable timescale. They went anyway, because the people in the dark needed warriors who would go anyway. Oh, and because the Space Wolves had never required a guarantee of return as a precondition of accepting the call. The lion came back. This is the event that the Imperium Nihilus needed, in the specific way that a darkness needs a light that is not the light it lost, not the steady beacon of the Astronomican, which was gone, but something older and stranger and less institutional, a figure who moved through the dark, not as an administrator or a strategist in the conventional sense, but as something from a tradition older than the Imperium. Lion L. Johnson, first son of the Emperor, Primarch of the Dark Angels, had not been seen since the Battle of Caliban, the catastrophic conclusion to the conflict between the Lion and Luther, his most trusted lieutenant, that had occurred in the final days of the heresy. The specifics of what had happened on Caliban were among the Dark Angels' most closely guarded secrets, the wound at the heart of their chapter's identity that the existence of the fallen. The Dark Angels' warriors scattered across space and time by the warp's dissolution of Caliban, represented. The Lion had been injured in the confrontation with Luther, grievously injured by an account that the Watchers in the Dark, the small, silent beings who guarded the Rock, the Dark Angels' mobile fortress monastery, had maintained across 10,000 years of vigil. He had been healing. The specific nature of the healing, whether it was biological, psychic, spiritual, or something that resisted these categories because it was happening at a level of reality that these categories do not adequately describe, was not something the Watchers explained to anyone who asked. They had not, in 10,000 years, explained anything to anyone. They had simply watched and waited and tended the chamber where the Lion lay and kept their silence with the completeness of beings whose existence is defined by keeping it. And then, one day, in the dark of the Imperium Nihilus, the Lion woke. He emerged not from the Rock, but onto a world in the Nihilus that was losing its war against chaos forces that had been strengthening in the Rift's aftermath, appearing in the middle of a battle, without fanfare, without announcement, in the manner of figures from mythology whose arrivals are not announced because announcements are not the register in which such figures operate. He fought. Of course he fought. He was the Lion, the first son, the warrior who had survived the forests of Caliban as a child, with no resources and no allies, and nothing except the particular quality of will that the worst environments produce in the beings they do not destroy. Whatever 10,000 years of healing sleep had done to him, it had not diminished what he was. But he did not go to Terra. He did not present himself to Guilliman, to the High Lords, to the institutional structures of the Imperium that had been managing the crisis in his absence. He did not claim a title or assume a command or participate in the Indomitus Crusade's formal structure. He went further into the dark. The contrast between the Lion and Guilliman is one of the most illuminating in the history of the era Indomitus, and it is a contrast that seems, the more it is examined, to be something close to deliberate, as if the two Primarchs who had returned understood between them something about what the broken galaxy required that neither one alone could provide. Guilliman was the mind of the Imperium's response, the administrator and the strategist, the being who could look at the full complexity of an empire spanning thousands of worlds and understand which levers to pull and which institutions to reform and which military assets to deploy, where, whose genius expressed itself in the language of logistics and policy and the careful management of the competing interests of a civilization that was simultaneously trying to survive and trying to remain worth surviving for. The Lion was its conscience, not in the soft sense of conscience as restraint, as the voice that counsels caution in the face of moral complexity. The Lion's conscience was a fighting conscience, the kind of moral agency that does not debate the right response but goes directly to it, that moves through the dark with the singular purpose of a being who has reduced the question of what is required to its simplest possible form. The people in the dark need someone to fight for them, and he is someone who can fight. He moved through the Imperium Nihilus like a figure from an older story. The Arthurian quality of it was not lost on those who encountered him. The lone knight-errant, moving from crisis to crisis without a court or an army, or the institutional backing of a formal command structure, appearing where the need was greatest and departing when it was addressed. carrying in his solitary movement through the dark a message about what the Imperium valued that the Indomitus Crusade's vast fleets, for all their power, could not quite transmit. He carried the secret of the fallen with him, the guilt of Caliban, the specific weight of a figure who had been, in his original existence, something less than fully honest with the brothers who loved him, who had kept his own counsel in ways that had contributed, in the final accounting, to the catastrophe that had cost him his world and scattered his warriors across time and space. He did not speak of it, but it moved in the quality of his actions, in the specific attention he gave to the individual people in the individual crises he resolved, in the care he brought to the small and the overlooked, in the manner of a man performing acts of atonement that he had not announced as such, and that he would not have acknowledged as such if asked. The Lion in the Dark was not the Imperium's answer to the crisis of the Nihilus. He was its refusal to abandon the question, the insistence embodied in the movement of a Primarch through territory that the institutional Imperium could not adequately reach, that the people in the dark were not forgotten, that someone was coming, that the light, even if it could not reach them from Terra, could be carried by a single figure with a sword and a will and 10,000 years of healing sleep finally converted into forward motion. The Dark Angels followed him where they could find him. The dark of the Nihilus, which had seemed in the first years after the rift's opening to be simply and totally hostile, began to contain, in certain regions and at certain moments, something else. Not hope. The Warhammer 40k universe does not traffic in hope in the uncomplicated sense, but something adjacent to it, the specific quality of a darkness that contains a hunter, that is being moved through by something that has not given up on it. The psychic awakening complicated everything. In the years following the rift's opening, in both halves of the divided galaxy, in the Sanctus and the Nihilus alike, on worlds that had been stable for centuries and on worlds that were already in crisis, something began to happen to the human population that the Imperium had no adequate framework for processing. People were developing psychic powers, not the gradual emergence of latent ability that the Black Ship's collection cycles had always been designed to manage. The ordinary, statistically predictable rate at which the human population's psychic potential manifested in individuals and required the intervention of the adeptus astra telepathica to assess and direct. This was different in scale and in character. Populations across the galaxy were manifesting psychic ability simultaneously in concentrations that far exceeded any previous baseline. In individuals who had shown no prior indication of psychic sensitivity and who had therefore not been flagged for the Black Ship's attention, and who were now, without warning or training or the institutional support that trained psychers received, experiencing the full weight of an unshielded connection to the warp. The results were, in many cases, immediately catastrophic. Untrained psychers of significant power, manifesting suddenly and without the preparation that sanctioned psychers received, became the same kind of unshielded doorways that the Age of Strife's population of unmanaged psychers had been. Conduits through which the things of the warp could reach into the material universe, foci of psychic energy that attracted chaos attention in the same way that a light in the dark attracts things that live in the dark. Demonic incursions spiked across both halves of the galaxy. Worlds that had been stable became unstable. Populations that had been managing their situations found them suddenly and comprehensively unmanageable. The Black Ships were overwhelmed. The Inquisition, whose Ordo Hereticus existed specifically to address this kind of threat, found itself facing a scope of challenge that its resources, extensive as they were not sufficient to comprehensively address. Worlds were burned that might have been saved if the resources had been available to save them. People were executed who might, under different circumstances and with adequate support, have been trained and integrated and become assets rather than threats. But the psychic awakening was not simply a crisis. It was also, in the reading of those who studied it most carefully, those within the Inquisition's Ordo Malleus who understood the relationship between psychic ability and the warp's broader political dynamics, those among the Eldar seers who had been watching humanity's psychic development with the particular attention of a species that had already been through its own version of this process and understood where it could lead, potentially significant in a way that went beyond the immediate emergency. Humanity was changing. The rate of psychic manifestation, studied across a large enough sample of worlds and populations to reveal the underlying trend rather than just the immediate crisis, I suggested that the psychic awakening was not a temporary fluctuation, but a directional shift, a genuine change in the baseline psychic potential of the human species, moving in a direction that, if sustained, would produce a humanity that was more psychically capable, more warp-attuned, more able to access and use the Imperium's power than any previous generation had been. Whether this was a gift or a catastrophe, whether a more psychically capable humanity was a stronger humanity, better able to resist the chaos powers and navigate the warp, and compete in a galaxy where psychic ability was frequently the decisive variable, or a more vulnerable humanity, offering more surface area to the Chaos God's influence, generating more of the psychic energy that fed the ruinous power's strength, was a question that the 41st Millennium's scholars debated with the specific intensity of people whose answer to the question had immediate operational implications. The Eldar Farseers, who had been watching, offered no comfort. The path the awakening pointed toward was one they recognized. They had walked it themselves, in a different form, a very long time ago. What waited at the end of it depended entirely on choices that had not yet been made. The Imperium Nihilus endured, not intact, not as the coherent political and military structure that the Imperium Sanctus remained, however damaged and overstretched, but as something more fundamental, as a population, as a collection of human beings in the dark who had not, despite the darkness and the isolation and the accumulated weight of everything that the rift's opening had done to their lives and their worlds and their futures, simply ceased to exist. They fought, with the resources they had, in the manner that was available to them, forming the alliances that the specific geography of their isolation made possible, using the weapons that the specific history of their worlds had left them, developing the tactics and the theologies and the social structures that the specific conditions of their darkness demanded. The lion moved among them. The space wolves hunted. The Dark Angel's successor, chapters committed their resources to the regions where their Gene Father was operating, moving through the dark with the specific purpose of supporting a Primarch who had not asked for support but who had not refused it either. And somewhere in all of it, in the specific quality of a darkness that was being moved through, in the refusal of the people within it to simply accept that the absence of the Astronomican's light meant the absence of all light, something that was not quite hope, and was not quite defiance, and was not quite faith in any of their conventional forms, persisted. The Imperium Nihilus was not lost, not yet. And not yet in the Warhammer 40k universe is the closest thing to permanence that history offers. The first sign on most worlds was silence. Not the silence of absence, not the silence of a place from which something has departed, leaving behind the negative space of its previous presence. This was a different quality of silence, more active than passive. The silence of something that has been still for so long that stillness has become its nature rather than its condition. The silence of 60 million years of dreamless sleep rising through the bedrock of worlds that human populations had been living on for centuries without knowing what lay beneath their feet, without understanding why certain regions of their worlds felt wrong in ways they could not articulate, why certain underground complexes resisted excavation in ways that defied geological explanation, why the instruments of the Adeptus Mechanicus sometimes returned readings from the deep rock that the Mechanicus's standard interpretive frameworks had no category for. The tomb worlds had been waking slowly for decades before the Great Rift's opening, in the incremental way that any system designed to operate across geological timescales wakes, not with a single decisive activation, but through a cascade of preparatory processes, each one completing before the next began. The whole sequence as unhurried and as certain as the movement of tectonic plates. Awakening protocols that had been set in motion 60 million years ago, calibrated against conditions that the Necron dynasties had calculated would exist in the galaxy when the time for return had come, triggering in sequence across thousands of worlds. Some had been waking for centuries. Others stirred for the first time in response to the specific psychic disturbance of the rift's opening. The massive surge of warp energy that Cadia's fall and Slaaneş's expansion of the Eye of Terror produced felt through the sealed walls of tomb complexes as a vibration in the necrodermis itself, a resonance in the living metal that the Citan had designed to be sensitive to exactly the kinds of energies that the Chaos powers trafficked in. The pylon's failure at Cadia, the disruption of the suppression field that the Necrons had built and maintained across millennia, was, to the sleeping dynasties whose awakening protocols were monitoring the field's integrity, the clearest possible signal that the time had come. The eyes opened. Seeing 60 million years is a span of time that organic minds struggle to fully inhabit as a concept. The age of the Earth, in the external history of the world you inhabit, is approximately 4.5 billion years. 60 million years is roughly the span of time since the mass extinction that ended the age of the non-avian dinosaurs, since the last great resetting of the biological clock on a world that had already been producing complex life for hundreds of millions of years. It is a very long time. The Necrons had been sleeping for all of it. The minds that opened their eyes in the tomb complexes across the galaxy were, in the technical sense, the same minds that had closed them 60 million years before. The necrodermis bodies had not aged. The stasis fields had not allowed the accumulated damage of time to touch the metal and crystal and living metal of the warriors and nobles and pharaons that the Great Sleep had preserved. The bodies were exactly as they had been, undamaged, functional, the most sophisticated military hardware that the galaxy had ever produced, in exactly the state of operational readiness that their creators had intended. The minds were another matter. 60 million years of sleep had not passed without consequence for the consciousness that the sleep was meant to preserve. The biotransference had already stripped something essential from the Necrontyr who had undergone it, the fullness of interiority that made biological existence rich, the capacity for the kind of emotional experience that the old ones had designed the young races to carry in their warp-connected souls. What the Necrons had been given in exchange for this, the immortality, the necrodermis bodies, the preservation of consciousness across a span of time that would have destroyed any biological substrate, was real, but it was also the barest minimum of consciousness, the functional architecture of a mind without the full complement of what made minds worth having. And 60 million years of sleep had, in many cases, degraded even this minimum. The warriors, the rank and file of the Necron dynasties, the basic infantry of the most powerful military force in galactic history, emerged from their tombs with their combat programming intact and their higher cognitive functions severely diminished. They moved, they fought, they responded to the stimuli that their awakening protocols designated as threat or target, with the efficiency of machines that had been built to do exactly this, because that was what they were. The complexity that had once existed in the minds inhabiting those bodies, the memories of Necrontyr civilization, the individual histories and relationships and grievances and ambitions that had constituted the subjective experience of being a Necrontyr before biotransference, was gone, worn away by the slow erosion of 60 million years of imperfect stasis. Some remained. The nobles, the overlords, the pharaons, those Necrons whose status and wealth had purchased the highest quality stasis technology, whose preservation systems had been the most carefully maintained, whose tomb complexes had been the most thoroughly insulated from the geological and cosmic events that had, across 60 million years, degraded the systems of lower-ranking warriors. These Necrons woke with something approaching their original minds intact, incomplete, carrying gaps where memories had been lost or corrupted, sometimes exhibiting the specific psychological fragmentation that the Mechanicus's xenopsychologists called the Necron Curse, but recognizably themselves. Recognizably the beings who had agreed to biotransference and led their dynasties through the war in heaven and made the decisions that had brought their species to this specific moment of return. They looked at the galaxy they had returned to, and they found it transformed in ways that their 60-million-year-old intelligence had anticipated in general, and that the specific details of still managed to surprise them. Trazyn the Infinite was, by most assessments, the Necron most thoroughly prepared for the return. Pharaon of the solemn Nace dynasty, keeper of the Hypercrypt, the vast collection of living exhibits and preserved moments and unique specimens that Trazyn had been accumulating across his existence with the focused enthusiasm of a being whose relationship to the question of ownership had been simplified by 60 million years of uninterrupted acquisition, had always been unusual among his kind. Where other Necron nobles had retreated into the cold dignity of entities who had processed their losses and organized their existences around the compensations available to beings of living metal, Trazyn had developed something that the Necron nobility's standard psychological profile did not quite include. Call it curiosity. Call it the specific intellectual pleasure of a mind that found everything interesting, that looked at the galaxy's extraordinary variety and felt, instead of the cold assessment of strategic resource or tactical obstacle, something closer to delight. His collection was the expression of this quality, and it was extraordinary. The Hypercrypt held, in stasis fields of Trazyn's own design, items and individuals of historical significance from across the entirety of galactic history. Primarch-sized warriors in ancient armor, specimens of species that no longer existed elsewhere in the galaxy, artifacts from civilizations whose names no other living being knew. The collection was not organized along any principle that non-Trazyn minds found immediately legible. Its logic was Trazyn's logic, the logic of a being who had been collecting for 60 million years and who had developed, across that span, an organizational scheme of extraordinary personal specificity. He had, for instance, a custodian guard, several space marines of note, at least one being whose identity the Imperium would, if it knew, have found extremely significant. He was, in the chaos of the Nihilus and the Indomitus Crusade, and the Necrons' general re-engagement with a galaxy that had not been expecting them, is occasionally helpful to other factions in ways that served his collection's interests. He was not an ally of anyone. He was a collector whose collection was ongoing, and in a galaxy undergoing rapid and dramatic change, the opportunities for acquisition were, from his perspective, extraordinary. He was, in his own estimation, having the most interesting time he could remember. Imhotep the Stormlord was less interested in interest. Pharaon of the Sautic dynasty, one of the largest and most militarily formidable of the Necron dynasties, whose territories in the Nihilus had been among the first to be formally established following the Awakening, Imhotep approached the return to galactic affairs with the cold strategic clarity that had made him the greatest military mind among the Necron nobility before the Great Sleep, and that 60 million years of perfect preservation had not diminished in any respect that mattered. He was not interested in the galaxy's current political configuration. The Imperium, the Chaos Powers, the Tau, the Tyranids. He assessed them all with the same dispassionate intelligence he had applied to the Old One's military dispositions 60 million years before, and he found them, with varying degrees of grudging acknowledgement, dangerous in certain specific respects and manageable in the long term. The long term was what Imhotep thought in. His campaigns in the period following the Awakening were characterized by the specific quality of Necron warfare at its most sophisticated. Unhurried, methodical, focused on the achievement of strategic objectives that were often not immediately legible to the opponents who found themselves on the receiving end of them. He did not take worlds that were not necessary. He did not commit forces to engagements that were not essential. He fought with the efficiency of a being who understood, at a level that went beyond tactical doctrine into something almost biological, that the fundamental advantage of an undying species over dying ones was time, and that time spent in unnecessary conflict was time not spent in the patient accumulation of the position from which the dynasty's long-term interests would best be served. He was also, where tactical situation required, capable of devastating offensive action of such speed and completeness that opponents who had assessed the Necron threat as manageable found themselves corrected before they could revise the assessment. The Sautic dynasty's expansion in the Nihilus was among the most significant Necron territorial developments of the era Indomitus. The Imperium noticed. The Imperium's response was, given the competing demands on its attention, insufficient. And then there was the matter of the Destroyer cult. Among the many things that 60 million years of imperfect stasis had done to the Necron dynasties, the most alarming to those nobles who had woken with their minds sufficiently intact to be alarmed by anything was the prevalence of what the Necron nobility called the Destroyer curse, the specific form of psychological damage that manifested in Necrons whose stasis had degraded their higher cognitive functions past a certain threshold, as a total and irrecoverable collapse of the distinction between the enemy and everything else. Destroyers did not distinguish between targets. They did not distinguish between the armies they were fighting and the civilians behind those armies, and the wildlife beyond the civilians and the geological features beyond the wildlife. They destroyed. It was not a tactical preference or a cultural value or even a pathological impulse in the sense that a psychologist would mean by the term. It was a fundamental corruption of the decision-making architecture, the replacement of the complex calculus of military objective with a single recursive loop. Destroy what is present, move to what is adjacent, destroy that. The destroyer cults that had formed across the awakening dynasties from Necrons who had suffered this fate were, from the perspective of the dynasty's strategic interests, a problem. Not primarily because of their military behavior. The destroyer cult's combat effectiveness was undeniable, their capacity for absolute annihilation of enemy positions genuinely useful in certain tactical contexts. The problem was their lack of discrimination. Their tendency to continue past the military objective into the surrounding environment, to strip worlds that the dynasties had intended to claim rather than consume. The nobles managed them where they could, deployed them toward objectives that had no post-campaign value worth preserving, contained them with the cold pragmatism of a culture that had never had the luxury of simple moral categories within frameworks that made their destructive tendency serve the dynasty's interests rather than undermine them. It was an imperfect solution. It was the only available one. The Pariah Nexus was the Silent King's project, and understanding it requires understanding what Sarek had seen in the void between galaxies. He had left after the Great Sleep. He had sailed out of the Milky Way into the intergalactic dark and spent 60 million years observing, calculating, and thinking about the problem that the war in heaven had identified and that the Great Sleep had deferred rather than resolved. The problem was the warp. The fundamental, structural, existential problem of a galaxy whose connection to the psychic dimension had been destabilized by the war in heaven, and that had subsequently produced, from that destabilization, the Chaos Gods and the fall of the Eldar, and the Horus Heresy and the Great Rift. Each catastrophe a consequence of the original wound, each one deepening it, each one making the next more likely and more severe. The Chaos powers could not be fought directly. They were not entities in the material universe. They were psychic constructs of the Imperium, expressions of forces so fundamental to the nature of that dimension that attacking them directly was like trying to fight the concept of fire with a sword. You could kill the flame. You could not kill fire, but you could remove the fuel. The Pariah Nexus was the first phase of a plan whose full scope the Silent King was not yet prepared to reveal. A region of space in the galaxy's eastern reaches where the Necrons had deployed Noctilith, the same black stone from which the pylons and the Blackstone fortresses were constructed, in a configuration designed to suppress psychic activity across an entire region of space. Worlds within the Pariah Nexus were cut off from the warp, not in the way that the Cicatrix Maledictum had cut off the Nihilus from the Astronomicon, not as a consequence of catastrophe, but deliberately, surgically, as the expression of a plan. Within the Nexus, Psykers were silent. Their connection to the Immaterium was severed, not by death, but by the suppression field that the Noctilith generated. Demons could not manifest. Chaos could not gain the foothold that psychic energy always provided it. The world was simply material, physical, governed entirely by the laws of the material universe, without the interference of the dimension that had been destabilizing those laws since the war in heaven first cracked the boundary between them. This was, from the Necrons' perspective, better. From the perspective of the human populations living within the Nexus, it was something between a relief and a horror, depending on the individual and the specific nature of their relationship to the psychic sense. For ordinary humans, the vast majority, who had no psyker ability and whose connection to the warp was the unconscious background hum of being a biological being in a galaxy saturated with psychic energy, the Nexus's suppression was barely perceptible. A slight flatness in certain sensory experiences, a subtle difference in the quality of dreams, manageable, perhaps even in the specific circumstances of the late 41st millennium, preferable to the alternative. For Psykers, it was annihilation, not physical annihilation. The Nexus did not kill Psykers, did not harm them in any direct biological sense. But a Psyker whose psychic sense had been severed from the warp was not, in any functional sense, a Psyker anymore. The abilities that had defined their existence, that they had trained and developed, and that constituted a significant part of their identity and capability, simply ceased to function. The silence was total, and for beings whose sense of self was bound up in the psychic connection that the Nexus suppressed, the silence was experienced as something very close to a specific kind of death, the death of the part of themselves that had always been the most essentially themselves. The Inquisition found the Nexus as the Indomitus Crusade's leading elements began to encounter its boundaries, and the Inquisition's assessment of what it represented was immediate and unambiguous. A weapon, a Necron weapon designed to strip humanity of its psychic potential across an entire region of space, to silence the psykers that the Imperium depended on for communication and navigation, and the specific military capabilities that the Grey Knights and the Librarians and the battle psykers of the Astra Militarum provided. Guilliman looked at the assessments his intelligence structures brought him, and he recognized something in the Pariah Nexus's architecture that the Inquisition's framing as a weapon did not fully capture. The Necrons were not attacking the Imperium. They were solving a problem. The problem happened to include the Imperium's psykers as an unacceptable variable. The distinction was, from a practical military perspective, irrelevant. The Nexus needed to be addressed regardless of the motivation behind it. But from the perspective of understanding what the Necrons actually were, what they actually wanted, What negotiation with them might or might not be possible, the distinction mattered. He filed this understanding for later. He sent the Space Marines. The conflict within the Pariah Nexus, the Indomitus Crusade's most sustained engagement against Necron forces, was unlike any Space Marine campaign that the chapter histories of the era Indomitus record, and the unlikeness was not primarily a matter of the enemy's capabilities. The Nexus suppressed psychers. Space Marine librarians entered its boundaries and found their gifts simply absent, the psychic connection that they had trained across decades of practice and that constituted a significant portion of their battle role simply gone, replaced by the specific disorientation of highly trained specialists suddenly deprived of the sense that their training had sharpened. The navigators whose warp sense allowed them to guide ships through the Imperium found themselves operating on instruments alone, in the manner of pilots who have always flown by touch, suddenly required to fly by instruments in conditions that the instruments had not been calibrated for. The Necrons within the Nexus were, by contrast, entirely unaffected. They did not use psychic power. They had never used psychic power. The entire Necron military tradition was built on the mastery of the material universe, on weapons and technology that operated by physical principles rather than psychic ones, on a philosophy of warfare that had been developed specifically to be effective against enemies whose primary advantage was their connection to the warp. The Pariah Nexus was, for Necron forces, what an ideal battlefield. The suppression of psychic ability removed the primary advantage that every major power in the galaxy held over them, leaving only the material, where the Necrons had always been supreme. The Space Marines fought anyway, without their librarians, without the psychic support that had become, across 10,000 years of operation, an assumed component of chapter warfare. With the unaugmented capabilities of transhuman warriors who had been designed to be effective even without their augmentations, and who demonstrated in the campaigns of the Pariah Nexus that the design specification had been met. They drove into the Nexus. They fought the Necrons on the Necrons' terms, which is never a position that any commander desires, but that the best commanders can convert from disadvantage into the specific kind of hardening that only fighting on the enemy's terms produces. They found the Silent King's purpose, ultimately not through military victory, but through the conversation that Guilliman had been filing away, for later finally becoming the conversation that the situation demanded. Two ancient powers, one just returned from 10,000 years of sleep. One returned from 60 million years of solitary calculation in the dark between galaxies, meeting across the specific gulf of interests and histories that separated them, recognizing each other across that gulf as the only beings in the material universe who understood, at the level required to act on the understanding, the true nature of what the galaxy was facing. The conversation that followed was not recorded in any document that has been made available to any institution below the highest levels of both parties' trust structures. What its consequences were is visible in the subsequent behavior of both parties, and in the specific quality of the conflict that continued even after the conversation, which was not resolved by the conversation, but which was, by those who observed its character before and after, measurably different. The Silent King continued his project, Guilliman continued his crusade, and the galaxy continued its slow, grinding, magnificent, terrible work of producing the next catastrophe from the materials of the current one, in the manner of a universe that has been doing this since the war in heaven, and that shows, 60 million years later, no inclination to stop. The scale of it was the first thing that broke the available vocabulary, not the scale of the enemy. The galaxy had always produced enemies on a scale that defied easy description, from the Citan's extinguishing of suns to Horus's armada arriving at Terra, to the Tyrannid hive fleets that crossed the galaxy's edge, carrying the biological mass of entire consumed worlds in their hulls. The scale of the enemy was a fact that the Imperium had been processing for 10,000 years with varying degrees of success, and no particular improvement in the frameworks available for the processing. The scale that broke the vocabulary was the scale of the response. The Indomitus Crusade was the largest military mobilization that humanity had undertaken since the Great Crusade itself. This comparison is not rhetorical. It is the assessment of the Logos Historica Verita, the organization of scholars and historians that Guilliman established specifically to conduct an objective accounting of the Imperium's history, founded in the understanding that an empire navigating a crisis of the current magnitude required accurate information about its own past, rather than the theologically convenient version that 10,000 years of ecclesiarchal management had produced. The Historica's analysts, comparing the resources committed to the Indomitus Crusade against the records of the Great Crusade's force structures, concluded that in terms of fleet tonnage, total warrior count, and logistical scope, the two operations were comparable. In terms of the conditions under which they were being conducted, the Great Crusade expanding into a galaxy that was largely empty of organized military resistance, the Indomitus Crusade fighting through a galaxy that had a catastrophic warp scar across its middle and active threats on every front simultaneously. The comparison favored the Crusade's difficulty rather than its scale. Guilliman had built it in months. This is perhaps the most extraordinary single fact about the Indomitus Crusade's genesis: the speed with which a Primarch who had been in stasis for 10,000 years, who had woken in a galaxy he did not recognize into a crisis he had not been briefed on, who had then made the journey to Terra and absorbed 10,000 years of history and taken the authority of Lord Commander and begun the work of reforming an empire that had been calcifying for 100 centuries. The speed with which this being had then looked at the situation and begun assembling the response. Cowl's Primaris reserves were the foundation. The centuries of accumulated Primaris warriors, held in stasis across a network of forge worlds and void stations that the Archmagos had been managing in secret, were released into the active deployment pool with the efficiency of a supply chain that had been designed for exactly this moment. Primaris reinforcements went to every chapter that requested them and most that did not. The Crusade's logistics treating the enhancement of existing chapters as parallel work to the founding of new ones, running both programs simultaneously on the theory that the galaxy's current emergency was not the kind of situation in which resource conservation made strategic sense. The new chapters were named and given colors and sent to the fronts that needed them most. Some had histories that stretched back to the Great Crusade in their gene seed lineage. Some were entirely new constructs, Primaris warriors without firstborn traditions, without the accumulated chapter culture of centuries, without the specific heraldry and mythology and martial vocabulary that older chapters carried as a second skin. They were, in a sense, the Indomitus Crusade's argument that the future was also worth fighting for. Not just the preservation of what existed, but the creation of something that had not existed before, and that would, if the Crusade succeeded in buying the time required, develop its own traditions in its own way. Not all of the older chapters welcomed the Primaris. The integration was, in many cases, genuinely difficult. Not at the level of individual warriors, most of whom found ways to accommodate their Primaris brothers with the pragmatic flexibility that the battlefield tends to produce in beings who are regularly required to rely on each other for survival, but at the institutional level, where questions about identity and heritage and the meaning of the gene seed's continuity generated debates that the Codex Astartes had no direct guidance for because the Codex had been written in a world that did not include the Primaris. What did it mean to be a space wolf if you had never bled on Fenris? What did it mean to be an Ultramarine if you had been created by Call's program rather than recruited through the chapter's traditional methods? Was the gene seed the continuity, in which case the Primaris were full inheritors of their chapter's legacy? Or was the culture the continuity, in which case the Primaris were newcomers who had received a biological inheritance they had not yet earned in the ways that earning required? Different chapters answered these questions differently. Some, like the Ultramarines, integrated the Primaris fully and immediately, Guilliman's own chapter accepting the new warriors with the efficiency that might be expected from a chapter whose Primarch had designed the program. Others integrated more slowly, the process taking years and requiring the kind of sustained institutional attention that the Crusades' operational demands made difficult to provide. A few resisted entirely, at least initially, chapters whose culture was sufficiently distinct, whose identity was sufficiently bound up in traditions that the Primaris' arrival threatened to disrupt, that the first reaction was refusal rather than accommodation. The Crusade did not force the issue. Guilliman understood, with the political intelligence of a being who had been governing complex organizations since before the heresy, that forced integration produced compliance rather than loyalty, and that compliance, in the specific context of beings who could and would die for their institution, was worth considerably less than loyalty. He waited. He continued. The Primaris demonstrated, on front after front across the galaxy, that they were what Call had said they were. The resistance softened. The Crusades' first phase was organized into fleet tertius groups, massive void armadas, each containing multiple Space Marine chapters, elements of the Imperial Navy, Astra Militarum forces in numbers sufficient for sustained ground campaigns, Adeptus Mechanicus support in the form of tech priests and their constructs, and the logistical infrastructure required to sustain a multi-year campaign across dozens of systems simultaneously. Each group was assigned a sector, and each sector had a strategic priority. The priorities were not equal. Some fronts were existential in a way that others were not. Some threats were more immediately capable of producing irreversible consequences if left unaddressed. But the overall shape of the Crusade was designed to address as many of the galaxy's active crises simultaneously as the available resources permitted. This meant, inevitably, that some crises were not addressed. Some worlds that could have been saved were not saved because the mathematics of an empire fighting on 100 fronts with resources sufficient for 60 required decisions about which 40 fronts would receive nothing and which 60 would receive something. Guilliman made these decisions. He made them with the cold precision of a strategist who had been told, in the briefings he received and the assessments the Historica provided, and the intelligence that his network of agents produced, exactly what the consequences of each choice were likely to be. He made them anyway, because the alternative to making them was to make no choice, which was itself a choice, and the least defensible one available. The first major campaign of the Crusades' primary phase was the liberation of the Gathalamor system. Gathalamor, a cardinal world of the ecclesiarchy, one of the most symbolically significant religious sites in the Imperium Sanctus, whose occupation by Chaos forces in the immediate aftermath of the Rift's opening had been both a military loss and a symbolic wound of the kind that the Imperium's faithful, whose faith was a strategic asset rather than merely a cultural feature, saw felt in ways that translated directly into military morale, was identified in the Crusades' first planning cycle as a priority target. Not primarily for strategic reasons, the system's material resources and positional geography, while not unimportant, were not sufficient in themselves to justify the commitment of Crusade-level forces, but for symbolic reasons, which in the Imperium's specific context were strategic reasons. Retaking Gathalamor would demonstrate something. The Crusades' opening phase reached Gathalamor in the early months of its operation, and the battle for the system was fierce in the manner of engagements where the defenders are fighting for something other than tactical advantage. The Chaos forces that had occupied Gathalamor since the Rift's opening had had months to fortify their positions, to corrupt the system's psychic infrastructure, to establish the specific kind of entrenchment that Chaos forces in warp-touch territory achieve through the combination of military preparation and the environmental modification that sustained Chaos presence produces in real space. The Space Marines of the Crusades' leading edge fought through it. The liberation was not clean. Liberation rarely is in the Warhammer 40k universe, where the definition of the word carries implications that the external history of warfare has not always required it to carry. Some of Gathalamor's population had not survived the occupation. Some had survived in conditions that required in the aftermath of liberation. See the kind of careful assessment that the Inquisition conducts when it needs to determine whether survivors have been contaminated in ways that make their survival a threat to the populations around them. Some portions of the system's infrastructure were beyond recovery and were, with the pragmatic thoroughness that the Crusades' logistical planners applied to all resource assessments, written off and replaced. The Ecclesiarchy's symbol was returned to Imperial hands. The Crusade moved on. The engagement with the Necron Pariah Nexus was the Crusades' most sustained campaign against a single non-Chaos opponent, and its character was shaped from the beginning by the specific nature of fighting an enemy who was not, in the conventional sense, fighting back, who was pursuing its own objective in a way that happened to be incompatible with the Imperium's interests, but whose orientation was not toward the Imperium's destruction, but toward the achievement of a goal that predated the Imperium by 60 million years. The Necron forces within the Nexus defended their Noctilith infrastructure with the methodical thoroughness of warriors protecting strategic assets, rather than the ferocious commitment of warriors defending territory they valued intrinsically. They were not angry. They were not afraid. They were, in the assessments of Space Marine commanders who had fought them and who had enough strategic intelligence to read a battle's psychological texture as well as its tactical dynamics, in simply doing their job, maintaining the conditions that their leadership had determined were necessary for the achievement of an objective that the warriors themselves might or might not have been fully briefed on. This was, in its way, more difficult to fight than rage or desperation. Rage and desperation have rhythms, peaks of intensity and valleys of recovery, moments when the pressure relents slightly and the defender can consolidate, moments when the attacker overcommits and the defender can counterattack. Necron defenders within the Pariah Nexus had no such rhythm. They did not tire. They did not despair. They did not have the moments of psychological vulnerability that biological beings experience when the balance of a battle shifts against them. They simply continued at the same intensity, with the same methodology, all until either the objective was achieved or they were physically destroyed. Destroying Necrons physically was harder than it sounded. The necrodermis bodies that the Necrons inhabited were capable of self-repair at a rate that made conventional Space Marine combat doctrine, the application of sufficient concentrated firepower to reduce an enemy position to the point of tactical collapse, less reliable than against opponents whose casualties remained casualties. A Necron warrior hit by bolter fire might fall. It might also, in the time it took the Space Marine who had fired to advance to the next engagement point, stand up again, its necrodermis having repaired the damage from internal reserves of nanoscopic constructors that the metal itself contained. Not always. Not every Necron rose. But enough of them did, often enough, to require the Crusades' tactical planners to factor the possibility into every engagement's resource calculation in a way that made already difficult campaigns more expensive. The Space Marines adapted. They always did. 10,000 years of fighting every category of enemy that the galaxy produced had given the chapters a tactical flexibility that no other military institution in the Imperium could match, and the specific demands of fighting within the Pariah Nexus, without psychic support, against an enemy that could recover from damage, drove innovations in close-quarters combat, in the application of melta and plasma weapons capable of destroying necrodermis beyond its self-repair threshold, in the specific doctrines of target prioritization that made the difference between an engagement that ground forward and one that simply ground. They drove through the Nexus. They did not destroy it. The Noctilith infrastructure was too extensive, too distributed, too deeply embedded in the geology of the systems within the Nexus's boundaries to be eliminated by the military assets available in the Crusades' primary phase. They reduced its scope. They recovered systems that the Nexus's suppression field had been affecting and returned them to something approaching normal warp conditions. They demonstrated to the Silent King's forces and to the wider Necron dynasties, observing the Crusades' capabilities, that the Imperium was aware of the Nexus project and was willing to commit sustained resources to opposing it. They had a conversation that no record fully captures. And then Guilliman turned the Crusades' attention to the next front. As a commander who has 17 simultaneous emergencies, must always be turning his attention to the next front. In the dark of the Eye of Terror, something was being built. The Arks of Omen were not Chaos Space Marine vessels in the conventional sense, not the corrupted hulks of Heresy-era warships that the Traitor Legions operated, not the diamond-touched constructs that the Chaos Power's most devoted servants sailed through the warp, in the manner of things that had long ago ceased to distinguish between navigation and consumption. They were older than that, stranger than that, all built from materials that included Noctilith, the same black stone that the Necrons had been deploying in the Pariah Nexus, and substances that the Adeptus Mechanicus had no name for, assembled by processes that left the ship's surfaces looking less like the products of manufacturing and more like growths, the way things grow in the dark when no one is watching. Vashtor the Archiphane stood at the center of it. He was not a chaos god. He was not a greater demon in the sense that the four primary ruinous powers produced greater demons. Not a bloodthirster, not a lord of change, not a keeper of secrets, not a great unclean one. He was something that occupied a space in the chaos powers hierarchy that was genuinely difficult to categorize, in the manner of things that do not fit existing categories because the categories were not built with them in mind. Vashtor was a demon prince of the chaos powers collectively, not elevated by any single ruinous power, but by something that all four of them shared in certain moments of convergence, when their individual appetites aligned sufficiently for something to slip between them and grow in the space that alignment created. He was the Archiphane, the Maker, the being who understood how things were built, and how the things that were built could be made to serve the cause of unmaking. His obsession was mechanism, technology, the specific point of contact between the material universe's physical laws and the will that shaped them, the place where a hand touches a lever, and the lever moves and the machine does what the hand intended. Scaled up to the level of cosmic architecture, he was interested in what the Necrons had built with Noctilith. He was interested in what the Imperium had built with the Golden Throne. He was interested in the Blackstone fortresses that Abaddon had gathered during the Gothic War, in the mechanisms of the webway, in the STC fragments that the Adeptus Mechanicus hoarded in their most secure repositories. He was interested, most specifically, in a weapon. Not a weapon in the simple sense of a thing that caused harm when deployed, but a weapon in the sense of a mechanism whose operation would produce a specific desired outcome on a specific desired target at a specific desired time, with a precision that the blunt instruments of conventional chaos warfare, the Black Crusade, the demon invasion, the grinding corruption of worlds and populations through sustained warp contact could not achieve. He and Abaddon had found each other in the way that beings in the Eye of Terror whose interests align find each other, through the specific combination of mutual recognition and mutual utility that constitutes the closest thing to alliance that the Chaos Powers service structure permits. Abaddon had resources. Abaddon had the traitor legions, or enough of them, or enough of the right parts of them. Abaddon had the institutional authority within the Eye's power structure that 10,000 years of consistent success had purchased. Abaddon had the Claw of Horus and the Sword of Unholy Might and the black armor and the specific quality of charisma that the Chaos God's most favored champions project. The aura of something that has been promised victory and that radiates, however faintly, the conviction that the promise will be kept. Vashtor had the blueprint. The arcs of Omen moved through the warp toward specific destinations, specific artifacts, specific mechanisms, specific components of something whose overall design only Vashtor had fully in his mind, assembled with the patience of a being who understood that the most powerful weapons were the ones whose construction took longer than the enemy expected, and whose function was not revealed until the moment of deployment. The Inquisition's attention already stretched across 100 fronts. I became aware of the arcs by their effects rather than their presence. The disappearance of artifacts from Mechanicus repositories, the specific pattern of raids on sites that seemed, individually, to have no obvious connection. The emerging intelligence picture of something being assembled in the dark from components that no one source could identify as components, because no one source had the full design. The picture assembled slowly, too slowly, in the assessment of those whose job was assembling it. The arcs continued their work. Abaddon waited in the Eye, patient as he had always been, watching the galaxy's response to the Crusade with the eyes of a strategist who had been waiting for this moment for 10,000 years, and who was not prepared to let the urgency of the response diminish the quality of what he was building toward. He had been wrong before, once, at the greatest moment of his original cause's history. He was not going to be wrong again. The Indomitus Crusade's first phase concluded at the Battle of Raukos, a planetary engagement in which the Crusade's leading elements, having driven through their assigned sectors and addressed the most acute of the threats they had been sent to manage, met a chaos force of sufficient size and organization to constitute a definitive engagement rather than a continuing campaign. The battle was won. The Crusade had achieved its primary objectives. The Imperium Sanctus, still fractured and still fighting on more fronts than its resources could comfortably address, was measurably more stable than it had been at the Crusade's launch. The Primaris had been distributed. The most vulnerable worlds had been reinforced. The chaos forces that had been exploiting the rift's opening with the opportunistic enthusiasm of predators in the presence of sudden vulnerability had been checked, if not stopped. Guilliman declared the Crusade's first phase complete and returned to Ultramar. The Crusade itself did not stop. It could not stop. The situation that had produced it had not been resolved. Had not been resolvable by any operation on any timescale shorter than the permanent, which was not an available timescale. The fleet groups continued their operations under their fleet commanders. New chapters continued to be founded. New fronts continued to emerge from the inexhaustible supply of catastrophe that the galaxy's current state produced. See, the Crusade had become not an event but a condition, a permanent state of organized military response to a galaxy-wide emergency that showed no signs of resolving into the kind of stability that would allow the response to stand down. This was, in the assessment of the Logos Historica Veritas' most honest analysts, probably not going to change. The galaxy was what it was. The Crusade was what the galaxy required. Guilliman carried both facts forward as he carried everything, without illusion, without the comfort of believing that the weight would eventually be set down, with the specific quality of endurance that the 41st millennium calls heroism, and that might, from a sufficient distance, look like something even more fundamental than that. He continued, because continuing was the only answer to the question the galaxy was asking, and because the question would keep being asked regardless of whether anyone answered it. That was the universe of Warhammer 40k. That was its nature and its darkness, and the specific terrible beauty of the thing that endured within that darkness. And it was not, despite everything, over. The galaxy of the 41st millennium is not a place with one darkness. This is one of the things that makes it so difficult to hold in the mind as a coherent whole. The tendency, when surveying the full scope of what inhabits the universe of Warhammer 40k, to look for a single source of the darkness, a central malevolence that, if identified and addressed, would resolve into something lighter. There is no such source. The darkness is distributed, structural, woven into the nature of a galaxy that has been at war since before the first star was named, that carries in its very physics the scars of conflicts so ancient that the civilizations which fought them have been gone for longer than humanity has existed. What moves in that darkness is not one thing, it is everything. Tonight, before the long river of this history finds its shore, let us drift through the full population of the dark, the powers and the peoples and the forces and the hungers that define the universe in which the Imperium struggles to endure, not to catalog them with the detachment of a taxonomist, but to understand them in the way that understanding is possible for things that are, in most cases, fundamentally incomprehensible to any mind that has not already been consumed by them. The Chaos Gods are not distant. They are not sleeping. They are not waiting for the right moment to act. They are acting now in every moment, in every corner of the galaxy that has ever produced a strong emotion or a desperate prayer or a dying scream. This is their nature, not predatory in the way that an animal is predatory, hunting specific prey in specific terrain at specific times, but omnipresent in the way that weather is omnipresent. The atmosphere of the immaterium, given direction and intent by the accumulated psychic weight of every sentient being that has ever lived and felt and suffered. Khorne does not require a war to be fed. He is the war, the principle of violence distilled into divine form, the cosmic argument that conflict is the truest expression of existence, that the strong taking from the weak and the weak dying in the attempt to resist is not a tragedy but a sacrament. He sits on his brass throne in the heart of his kingdom and receives the skulls and the blood and the anger of every act of violence in the material universe, and he grows stronger with each passing century. And he does not need to plan or scheme or manipulate because the galaxy produces what he requires without any particular encouragement. The blood god cares nothing for where the skulls come from. Champion or slave, space marine or guardsman, chaos servant or imperial defender. In his theology, the act of killing is the act of worship, and the act of dying is the act of offering. And the exchange between killer and killed is the most sacred transaction available to biological beings in a universe made of matter. His demon princes and greater demons, the bloodthirsters who tear through the boundary between the warp and real space with the force of entities that are the concept of martial fury given flesh, do not serve Khorne from devotion in the sense that other gods inspire devotion. They serve him because they are him, expressions of a divine principle that does not distinguish between the worshipper and the worshipped. Angron serves him now. The World Eater's Primarch, whose butcher's nails had already made him something close to what Khorne required before the heresy completed the transformation, had become a demon prince of blood in the centuries following the Siege of Terra, elevated to a form that was less the transcendence of what he had been, and more the completion of it. He was Angron before biotransference. He is Angron after it, the same essential being with the same essential relationship to violence, except that the biological constraints that had once put limits on the expression of that relationship are gone. He moves through the material universe when he can find the passage into it, his presence a catastrophe in the most literal physical sense, the reality around him warping under the psychic weight of what he is. And he fights, which is all he has ever done, which is all he will ever do. Tzeentch moves differently, the architect of fate, the changer of ways, the being whose nature is change itself, whose schemes within schemes within schemes have been running since before the galaxy's current age began, whose every action is simultaneously the advancing of 1,000 different plans and the subverting of 1,000 different others. Does not fight with armies except when it serves his purposes to do so, and it serves his purposes far less often than it might appear. Tzeentch's wars are not fought with blades and bolters. They are fought with information and misdirection, and the careful cultivation of ambition in beings who have not yet understood that the ambition was planted rather than grown. Magnus serves him, transformed into the Crimson King, seated in his impossible tower in the planet of the sorcerers, the demon world at the heart of the Eye of Terror, where the 1,000 suns reside in their crystalline regiments, each warrior a shard of the psychic catastrophe that Prospero's burning represented, each one carrying in their frozen bodies the specific tragedy of a legion that sought knowledge and found, in its seeking, exactly the thing that knowledge about the warp reliably finds you. The rubric of Ahriman, the spell cast by Magnus's most gifted sorcerer in a well-intentioned attempt to save the 1,000 suns from the mutation that Tzeentch's attentions were producing, had transformed the Legion's rank and file into armor with no occupant, suits of enchanted plate containing nothing but dust, animated by the residual psychic energy of the warriors who had inhabited them, capable of fighting with mechanical precision and incapable of anything else. The Rubrics, they were preserved in a sense. They would not mutate further, would not dissolve into the chaos spawn that uncontrolled Tzeentchian transformation tended to produce. But what they had been was gone. What remained was the form without the content, the armor without the soul. The most comprehensive possible expression of what happens when the pursuit of knowledge in the warp's domain produces a result that knowledge cannot undo. Ahriman wanders the galaxy looking for the way to reverse it. Tzeentch finds this funny. Nurgle has been discussed. His Death Guard carry his gifts across the galaxy in the slow, patient way of things that understand time as an ally rather than an opponent. But the full scope of his domain extends beyond Mortarian's armies, beyond the plague fleets, beyond the specific military expression of his philosophy. Nurgle's garden is real. In the warp, in the specific region of the Imperium that the plague god has shaped to his preferences across the entirety of his existence, there is a place of extraordinary terrible beauty, sprawling, fecund, all teeming with life in every stage of its dissolution, the air thick with the sweet sour perfume of organic matter in the process of becoming something other than what it was. The garden is not a metaphor, it is not symbolic, it is a place that beings who enter the warp in sufficient proximity to Nurgle's domain can find themselves in, a place of warmth and decay, and the specific peace that comes after the point where resistance has been exhausted and acceptance has been achieved. The great unclean ones, Nurgle's greater demons, vast and bloated and cheerful in the specific manner of beings who have fully embodied the philosophy they serve, move through it with the contentment of gardeners who love their garden. They are not cruel, they do not hate. They offer their gifts with the genuine warmth of beings who believe, completely and without reservation, that what they offer is the most loving thing available to them. This is the horror of Nurgle in its most complete form. The gifts are genuinely given with love, and the love is genuine, and the love is the most terrible thing in the garden. Slaanesh hungers. The youngest of the Chaos gods, born from the fall of the Eldar, and still feeding on Aeldari souls with the specific appetite of a divine being whose nature is the exact shape of what created it, is currently in a state of constraint that the other Chaos powers find variably amusing and concerning. The Aeldari, in a process connected to the birth of Ennead and the specific dynamics of the god of the dead's emergence, have been conducting operations against Slaanesh that are, in the cosmological terms of divine power, not military but existential. They are trying to steal Slaanesh's collected souls back. This is an ongoing process. Fulgrim serves Slaanesh, transformed into something that the Emperor's children's pre-heresy histories suggest their Primarch would have found both horrifying and irresistible. A being of absolute excess, every aesthetic faculty that Fulgrim had possessed before his corruption elevated to a divine register, and then past it. His beauty and his artistry and his perfectionism all present and all utterly inverted, expressing themselves now in the language of the transgression that Slaanesh requires, rather than the excellence that Fulgrim had once sought. He creates. Still, in the depths of the Eye of Terror, in the daemon world of the Emperor's children's current habitation, Fulgrim creates things of extraordinary dark beauty that his still considerable artistic intelligence informs, and that his patron deity's nature shapes toward ends that the Emperor's children's pre-heresy legacy would not recognize as the same impulse. They are, in a deeply uncomfortable way, the same impulse. The Drukhari of Komara move through the webway in their raiding parties with the practiced efficiency of people doing something they have been doing for 10,000 years and have become very good at. The Dark City itself is a place that defies easy description, even for those who have been there, and those who have been there as captives rather than residents tend to describe it with the specific urgency of people who want to communicate the full scope of something to an audience that has no adequate frame of reference for it. Komara exists in a pocket dimension within the webway, its geography impossible by the standards of real space physics. Towers that extend kilometers into a sky that has no sun, streets that connect in ways that Euclidean geometry does not permit. Districts whose relationship to each other shifts according to the political dynamics of the noble houses that control them. It is beautiful, in the specific way of things that have been designed by beings of extraordinary aesthetic capability who do not include considerations of the beautiful's effect on the observer in their definition of the beautiful. The architecture is extraordinary. The light, sourced from captured stars, from the bioluminescence of engineered organisms, from the residual psychic glow of the suffering that Komara's industries produce, is wrong in ways that the eye adjusts to only gradually and that the psychic sense never adjusts to at all. The Drukhari aristocracy, the archons of the cabals, the homunculi of the covens, the succubi of the witch cults, rule their city through the specific combination of absolute power and constant existential threat that characterizes institutions where everyone above you is trying to destroy you and everyone below you is trying to replace you. Their politics are conducted with weapons. Their weapons are works of art. Their art is suffering. They raid the material universe because they must. Because the psychic sustenance that Slaanesh requires to be kept temporarily at bay can only be generated through the pain and fear of others, and because Komara's internal politics, however violent, does not produce sufficient suffering at the required quality to sustain the city's population indefinitely. They go out, they bring back, they consume. They do not hate humanity specifically. They do not love it either. Humanity is, or from the Drukhari perspective, a resource of extraordinary abundance, numerous, emotional, capable of a range of suffering that makes other species seem limited by comparison, and possessed of a specific quality of hope that the Drukhari find, in the specific way that connoisseurs find certain qualities in rare materials particularly interesting to work with. The craft world Aeldari endure in the way of things that know they are dying and have decided to make the dying last as long as possible. Each craft world is a closed system, a world of several million souls at most, drifting through the void, dependent on its own resources and its own gene pool and its own institutional knowledge for everything, or connected to the wider Eldari diaspora through the webway routes that the craft worlds maintain, and through the specific alliances and communications that the Farseer's guidance produces when the paths converge. The paths are the craft world Aeldari's primary cultural defense against the fate that destroyed their empire. An Aeldari on a path, the warrior path, the seer path, the path of the artisan, the path of the outcast, commits themselves fully to a single discipline for a period that might last years or decades, experiencing that discipline with the full intensity of their hyper-empathic nature while being insulated by the path structure from the kind of excess that the discipline pursued without structure might produce. See, the warrior path produces aspect warriors, Aeldari who have temporarily assumed the identity of one of Cain's warrior aspects, the dire avenger or the howling banshee or the fire dragon or the others, and who fight with the full emotional intensity of beings who are not merely playing a role but genuinely becoming the archetype. When they leave the path, they carry the experience but not the obsession. The Shrine's Keeper, the Exarch, the Aeldari who has been trapped on the warrior path, who cannot leave it, whose identity has merged with the aspect so completely that departure is no longer possible, is a reminder of what the path is protecting against. The Farseers look at the skein of possible futures and make decisions that are, from the outside, too frequently incomprehensible, sacrificing worlds that could be saved to preserve outcomes that their probability calculations indicate are more valuable, accepting losses in the present to prevent catastrophes that only they can see coming, making choices in the cold light of calculated necessity that the shorter-lived species who interact with the craft worlds find difficult to distinguish from cruelty. They are not cruel. They are desperate in the way of people who can see all the ways things can go wrong and who have, across 10,000 years of post-fall existence, developed a functional definition of acceptable outcome that would horrify anyone who had not spent those 10,000 years watching unacceptable outcomes arrive with the regularity of the tides. Iniad stirs at the edge of their theology, the god of the dead, so barely formed, accumulating strength from each Aeldari soul that chooses to go to it rather than to Slaanesh at the moment of death. Yvrain of the Inari carries the god's message that death is not the end, that the accumulated wisdom of the Aeldari dead is becoming something, that there is a path forward that does not end in she who thirsts. The craft world establishment regards this message with the mixture of desperate hope and institutional suspicion that all establishments feel toward ideas that require them to change. The Toe look at the galaxy and see something different from everything else that looks at it. Where the Imperium sees darkness to be endured, and the Aeldari see the consequences of a catastrophe to be survived, and the Chaos Powers see fuel for their appetites, the Tau see a problem to be solved. So this is their specific contribution to the 41st millennium's philosophical landscape. The argument, maintained with the earnest conviction of a young species that has not yet been fully educated by the galaxy's history, that cooperation and reason and the greater good are not just ideals but practical tools, that a galaxy of different species with different needs and different capabilities might, if those differences were treated as complementary rather than threatening, produce something better than what any single species pursuing its interests in competition with all others could achieve. They are wrong, in the sense that the galaxy has been demonstrating the limits of this philosophy since before the Toe achieved spaceflight. But they are not entirely wrong. The Toe Empire, Say, with its integration of multiple species under the TOE's administrative guidance, with its genuine commitment to the welfare of its subject peoples in ways that the Imperium's relationship to its subject populations does not consistently replicate, is a functioning argument that the alternative the TOE propose is at least achievable at small scale, even if the galaxy's larger dynamics tend to eventually find and test whatever stability the Tau have managed to build. They are young. They are optimistic. They will learn. What they learn, and when and whether the learning comes at a cost, they can survive. That is the question that the TOE's arc in the 41st millennium is working toward answering. The Tyranids do not think about the galaxy. They consume it, the hive mind, that vast, distributed, a biological intelligence that coordinates the actions of trillions of individual organisms across interstellar distances through a psychic connection of absolute totality, does not have opinions about the civilizations whose worlds it strips bare. It does not have plans in the sense of deliberate strategic calculation. It has appetite expressed with the focused efficiency of an intelligence whose entire cognitive architecture has been shaped by a single overriding imperative: consume, grow, adapt, consume more. The fourth tyrannic war is gathering. The tendrils of hive fleets that have been probing the galaxy's defenses since Behemoth's assault on Macraga have been reporting back, in the biological sense of reporting that the hive mind employs, not through words or data packets, but through the reabsorption of organisms that carry the accumulated experience of their deployment in their genetic material, feeding that experience back into the hive fleet's collective intelligence and producing from that feeding adaptations that make the next tendril's engagement with the same defenses more effective. The Tyranids are not winning because they are strong. They are winning, slowly, incrementally, in the geological timescale that the hive mind operates on, because they learn. Every world they consume, every defense they encounter, every weapon that kills their organisms produces a more effective organism in the next generation, adapted against the specific weapon that killed its predecessor. The shadow in the warp precedes them, and in the wake of the Great Rift, the shadow has grown. The orcs are, in a very specific sense, having the time of their lives. Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, the greatest orc war boss of the current era, the being whose capacity to unite the perpetually fragmented orc species under a single Wa has no precedent in the species' recorded history, except possibly among the ancient Krork that the Old Ones created, who were something more than what the orcs are now, has been building since his defeat at Armageddon. The orcs thrive in the Great Rift's aftermath in the specific way that a species designed by an ancient intelligence for the purpose of perpetual war thrives when the galaxy enters a period of maximum conflict. The psychic energy of violence, the specific warp resonance of orc collective enthusiasm for fighting, the wow energy that their shamans called Weird Boys channel, and that their very biology generates as a byproduct of their engineered psychology, builds and builds in the turbulent conditions of the post-Rift galaxy. Gazkul carries the Wa. He does not carry it in the way that Abaddon carries the Black Crusade, with the cold strategic intelligence of a being who has spent 10,000 years planning toward a specific goal. He carries it in the way that an orc carries anything, with both hands as fast as he can move toward whatever is loudest ahead of him. The genius in it is not strategic. It is biological. Gazkul is what the orcs were made to produce, the apex expression of a species designed in an emergency to fight gods, now operating in a galaxy that has plenty of things worth fighting. The Genestealer cults wait in the walls. This is perhaps the most insidious threat that the Imperium faces from within, not the spectacular violence of a Black Crusade or the visible horror of a Tyranid tendril, but the quiet, patient corruption of human populations from the inside. A single genestealer introduced to a human population begins a cycle of infestation that operates across generations. The first-generation hybrids appearing almost human, their xenos heritage submerged beneath a surface of biological normality that makes identification difficult. The second generation less human, the third less still. By the fourth generation, the brood is sufficiently established, sufficiently numerous, sufficiently armed with the specific psychic compulsion that genestealer biology produces, to begin the uprising that the infestation has been building toward. On 1,000 imperial worlds, in the walls and the underhives and the mining complexes and the agricultural communities where the administratum's oversight is thinnest, genestealer cults are waiting. They have been waiting for years, some for decades. Their patriarch, the original genestealer, ancient and psychically powerful and surrounded by the fourth and fifth generation descendants of its decades of reproduction, sits at the center of each cult's psychic web and maintains the unity and the patience that the uprising will require. They wait for the shadow. The shadow of a hive fleet in the warp above a world tells every genestealer cult on that world that the time has come, that the hive mind's attention has arrived, that the world is about to be consumed, that the cult's purpose is about to be fulfilled in the specific way that genestealer biology has always been aiming at. The uprisings on those worlds are not rebellions in any conventional sense. They are biological programs executing on schedule, the final phase of an infestation that was always moving toward this moment. And then there are the kin. The leagues of Votann occupy a place in the galaxy's current configuration that is simultaneously ancient and obscure. A human-derived species that the wider Imperium had, until very recently, no comprehensive awareness of. See operating in the galactic core's hostile environment with the self-sufficient competence of people who have been doing exactly this for 20,000 years without anyone else's help or knowledge. The Votann are, in the Mechanicus's reluctant assessment, standard template constructs made flesh, beings engineered from human stock by the men of iron during the dark age of technology, built to operate in the extreme conditions of the galactic core, where baseline humanity could not function adequately, given the biological and cultural tools to sustain themselves in an environment that makes most of the 41st millennium's claimed hostile environments look accommodating by comparison. They are not human, not quite. The engineering that adapted them to the galactic core's conditions left marks in their stocky, dense physicality, in their enhanced metabolisms, in the specific psychological profile that 10,000 years of collective existence in isolation produced. They are a people shaped by their circumstances in the way that all peoples are shaped by theirs, and their circumstances have been, for 20,000 years, the specific combination of resource scarcity and extreme environmental hostility and the institutional knowledge that survival requires everyone to carry their weight, and then some. They are formidable. Their technology is, in certain respects, among the most sophisticated available to any faction in the 41st millennium. Not because the Leagues possess knowledge that the Adeptus Mechanicus lacks, but because they have retained access, through the ancestor cores, to something that the Mechanicus lost when the Age of Strife scattered the STC libraries. The ancestor cores are the tragedy at the heart of Votann civilization, and understanding them requires sitting with the specific quality of grief that attends a people who know, with absolute precision, what they are losing and are powerless to stop the losing. Each ancestor core is a machine intelligence, a vast, distributed cognitive system built in the dark age of technology, designed to preserve and provide access to the full technical knowledge that the STCs contained. They are not simple databases. They are, or were, thinking systems. capable of analysis and synthesis, and the kind of creative problem-solving that turns preserved knowledge into applicable solution. That takes what the STC recorded and extends it to situations the STC did not specifically address. They have been running for 20,000 years. The query load they have sustained across that span, the accumulated weight of 20,000 years of a civilization consulting them for every technical decision of any complexity, asking them to calculate every structural load and design every mining system and solve every engineering problem that the League's existence in the galactic core has required, has taken a toll that the kin understand and cannot stop. The ancestor cores are degrading, not quickly. The degradation is measured in centuries, not years, and any given generation of kin experiences the cores as functional, as reliable, as the foundation of everything the Leagues do and build and are. But the scholars who have been tracking the quality of the core's outputs across generations have documented the trend. The responses are less precise than they were. Certain queries return answers that are subtly wrong in ways that experienced engineers can sometimes detect and that inexperienced ones cannot. Some regions of the knowledge base have become inaccessible, not lost in a dramatic deletion but faded, the way memories fade in an aging mind, present in outline but absent in detail, the specifics gone but the general shape remaining. The ancestor cores are the last functional remnants of the dark age of technology's knowledge base, the closest thing that exists in the 41st millennium to the full technical inheritance of humanity's golden age, and they are dying. Slowly, over centuries, with the particular dignity of things that were built to last and that are lasting, but not indefinitely, not without cost, not without the gradual accumulation of loss that 20,000 years of continuous operation has made inevitable. The kin fight to protect them. They fight for the Leagues, for their people, for the specific quality of life that their civilization has maintained in the galactic core's hostile dark. But underneath all of it, informing every strategic decision about which threats to prioritize and which territories to defend, is the understanding that the most important thing they are protecting is not their worlds or their fleets or their bodies. It is the memory of what humanity could build when it was at its best. The memory of what was possible before the darkness came and the knowledge was lost and the Imperium was left with relics it could maintain but not replicate, with machines it could operate but not understand. The ancestor cores hold that memory. They hold it imperfectly, degradingly, with the fragility of a flame in wind. But they hold it. This is the galaxy of Warhammer 40k in its full, terrible population. Not one darkness, but many darknesses, each one the expression of a different answer to the question of what survives in a universe that has been at war since before the first civilization learned to name the stars. The Chaos Gods, who are the war's psychic residue made divine. The Aeldari, who are the war's oldest survivors, carrying its consequences in their soul stones and their dying numbers. The Necrons, who made the war and closed their eyes and woke to find it still going. The Tyranids, who are the universe beyond the war, the darkness that waited on the other side of the galaxy's edge for the war to weaken the defenses. The Orcs, who are the war made biological and given the gift of joy. The Drukhari, who are the war's most honest practitioners. The Tau, who are the war's most recent argument that there is an alternative. And the kin in their galactic core fastnesses, tending the fading memory of what humanity was before any of this. And the Imperium, in its vast and broken and enduring entirety, holding the line that it does not have enough hands to hold, but that it holds anyway, because holding it is what it does, and because the line, however thin and however costly, is the only thing between the darkness and the people behind it. All of it moving in the dark, All of it, in its own way, alive. Drift a little deeper now. We have spent a long time in the places where gods make decisions, and Primarchs fight their brothers, and civilizations rise and fall in spans of time that make individual lives feel like the spaces between heartbeats. We have moved through 60 million years of history with the perspective of something looking down from a very great height, watching the patterns form and dissolve and reform, tracing the long lines of cause and consequence that connect the war in heaven to the burning of Cadia, to the silence of the Golden Throne. But the Warhammer 40k universe is not only experienced from that height, most of it is experienced from the ground. From inside cramped chimera transports that smell of promethium and unwashed bodies, rattling across the churned mud of a world that is being fought over by forces whose strategic motivations the soldiers in the back of the transport have not been told and would not be able to fully process if they were. From the lower decks of hive cities where the lumens flicker, and the air recyclers are 20 years past their maintenance date, and the work quotas have been increased again, and the Ministorum priest who comes on Throne Day is the only person in the block who ever speaks about anything beyond the immediate requirements of survival. From the cockpits of void fighters above gas giants that no one outside this system has ever heard of, against enemy craft that outnumber them 3-1, say in a battle that will not appear in any Imperial record because the records office for this sector was destroyed 6 years ago and has not been replaced. This is where most of it happens. Not in the throne rooms and the strategiums and the councils of the mighty, but in the 10,000 small desperate places where ordinary human beings are doing what ordinary human beings in the Warhammer 40k universe do, enduring and fighting and dying, and somehow, in aggregate and against all reasonable expectation, continuing to constitute a civilization. Tonight, before we reach the river's end, let us drift through that ground-level world. Let us understand what the long history we have traced actually means to the people who live inside it. The Astra Militarum is the largest military organization in the history of the galaxy. Not the most powerful. The Space Marines are more powerful, unit for unit, by several orders of magnitude, and the Adeptus Custodes make even the Space Marines look like a rough approximation of what a post-human warrior could be. Not the most sophisticated, the Adeptus Mechanicus's war machines and the Titan legions of the Adeptus Titanicus bring capabilities to the battlefield that ordinary infantry cannot approach. Not the most elite, the various specialist organizations that the Imperium maintains for specific threat categories, from the Grey Knights to the Death Watch to the various chamber militant organizations of the Inquisition, represent concentrations of skill and equipment that the ordinary Astra Militarum regiment could not match, but the largest, by an order of magnitude that defies easy comprehension. Billions of soldiers drawn from the population tithes of the Imperium's 10,000 worlds, organized into regiments of varying size and composition according to the specific military culture and biological characteristics of their homeworld, equipped with the standard weapons and vehicles of Imperial manufacture, and deployed to wherever the grinding arithmetic of the Imperium's perpetual wars requires them. They are not superhuman. This is the point. The Space Marine is a post-human construct, a being whose biology has been so thoroughly modified from the baseline that the question of whether a Space Marine and an ordinary human being are the same species is not a purely rhetorical one. The Space Marine can take bolter hits and keep fighting. The Space Marine can survive environments that would kill an unaugmented human in minutes. The Space Marine has organs that the unaugmented human does not have, and lacks the vulnerabilities that the unaugmented human cannot escape. A Space Marine is the Imperium's argument that the darkness can be faced on its own terms. The Astra Militarum soldier is the Imperium's argument that it cannot, and that you go anyway. The ordinary guardsman, The man or woman from Cadia or Katashan or Krieg or Vostroya or 100 other worlds, each one with its own military tradition and its own relationship to the specific qualities that war in their particular environment has developed, goes into battle with a lasgun and a flak vest and the training that their regiment's culture has given them against enemies that the Space Marines were built to fight, against Chaos Space Marines in corrupted armor that a lasgun's beam cannot penetrate in a single hit, against tyrannid organisms engineered to be resistant to exactly the kind of small arms fire that a guardsman carries, against orc bodies so physiologically robust that killing them reliably requires an application of force that feels disproportionate to the weapon in hand. They do it anyway. The Catachans, raised on a death world where the native flora and fauna constitute a permanent and enthusiastic threat to human survival, fight with the specific quality of people for whom the transition from civilian life to military life required no adjustment of baseline threat level, only a change in the category of what was trying to kill them. Their physique, shaped by generations of survival on a world that culls anything unable to match it, he produces warriors whose unaugmented capabilities approach the lower end of the Space Marine range in raw physical terms, and whose tactical intuition for jungle and wilderness warfare is something that the Adeptus Astartes acknowledges as genuinely extraordinary. The Death Corps of Krieg fight in the opposite register, not the instinctive, individually talented warrior of Katashan, but the deliberate, disciplined, collectively organized soldier of a world that has been conducting penance for a sin of rebellion through centuries of military service, whose culture has so thoroughly internalized the willingness to die in service of the Emperor that individual self-preservation has become, for Krieg soldiers, a consideration that ranks below mission completion in a way that observers from other regiments find both admirable and deeply unsettling. They wear gas masks, they advance in lines, they dig trenches with the methodical thoroughness of people for whom the digging of trenches is a form of devotion, and they hold those trenches with the specific quality of soldiers who have been culturally prepared to hold them indefinitely, regardless of cost, because the cost is the point. The Vostroyan firstborn send their firstborn sons to the Imperial Guard as a matter of tradition, the oldest of each family's male children, given to the Emperor's service as an act of honor that the society has maintained since the heresy. When Vostroya's refusal to provide soldiers for the Great Crusade was atoned for by the subsequent commitment to provide their most valued resource in perpetuity. They are well equipped by Guard standards, their traditions of martial excellence producing warriors whose personal pride in their regiment's heritage translates into the specific extra margin of care and commitment that makes the difference in small engagements on forgotten worlds between holding and breaking. What unites all of them, the Catachan and the Krieg and the Vostroyan and the 10,000 other regimental cultures of the Astra Militarum, is the fundamental fact of what they are: ordinary human beings in a universe that is not designed for the survival of ordinary human beings, choosing to stand on the line anyway. Not because they have been given no choice, though in many cases the circumstances of their service leave them no practical alternative, but because the line exists and it needs to be stood on, and they are the ones standing on it, and in the Warhammer 40k universe, that is sufficient reason. It has always been sufficient reason. The Space Marines in the era Indomitus are carrying a question that the heresy ended, and the Indomitus Crusade reopened. Who are we? It is not, in the first instance, a philosophical question, or not only that. It is an institutional question, a cultural question, a question about identity and heritage, and the relationship between the biological inheritance of the gene seed and the cultural inheritance of the chapter that has shaped how that gene seed expresses itself across centuries of operation. The firstborn, the original Space Marines, I built to the specifications of the original template, carrying the accumulated culture and the established traditions and the specific heraldry and mythology of chapters that in some cases stretch back to the second founding and beyond, find themselves in the era Indomitus in a relationship with the Primaris that is more complicated than a simple welcome or a simple rejection. The Primaris are taller, more capable, built to a more advanced specification. The mathematics of transhuman biology are not flattering to the Firstborn in any direct comparison. The battlefield evidence is clear, but the Firstborn are more than their specifications. They carry chapter history in the specific way that a warrior who has fought in the chapter's colors for 100 years carries it, not as an abstraction, but as a lived accumulation of deployments and losses and victories, and the specific weight of knowing where the honored dead lie and having fought beside some of them. A Primaris warrior, however capable, does not have this. He has the gene seed. He does not yet have the years. The Rubicon Primaris resolves the question for those who cross it, those who survive the procedure, who allow Kal's techniques to be applied to their existing physiology, who cross the threshold between Firstborn and Primaris in the most literal possible sense, emerge with the enhanced capabilities and with the history intact, the continuity maintained. The question answered in the most definitive way available. I am both. I was what I was, and I am now what I have become, and the line between them is part of what I am. Those who die in the crossing are commemorated as warriors who chose the attempt. There are chapter masters who have crossed. There are warriors who have declined, who wear the old template as a statement about what continuity means, and who fight in the old armor with the old capabilities, and who are, in their specific refusal of enhancement, making an argument about the relationship between identity and biology that the Codex Astartes does not directly address. Both are right in the way that arguments about identity are often both right simultaneously. The Adeptus Mechanicus is becoming something that the Omnissiah's original conception, whatever that conception was, filtered as it is through 10,000 years of institutional theology that has accreted around the original philosophical core like coral around a shipwreck, did not specifically include. The senior magi of the Mechanicus, those who have been augmenting themselves for long enough that the ratio of biological to mechanical in their bodies has tipped past any comfortable human definition of where biology ends and machine begins, are not fully human in any meaningful sense. They move through the Imperium's political and military landscape as something adjacent to human, sharing its institutional context, participating in its governance, fighting in its wars, but experiencing that context through sensory systems that have been modified past the point of biological baseline, processing that experience through cognitive architectures that have been restructured by the same accumulation of augmentation that has reshaped the physical. They are not the men of iron. They are careful not to be the men of iron. The horror of the Dark Age rebellion is so deeply embedded in the Mechanicus's institutional memory that the prohibition on true AI is among the most absolute and most consistently enforced in the entire Adeptus. Every augmentation is checked against the threshold. Every cognitive system is deliberately constrained below the line of genuine artificial intelligence. The lobotomization of servitors, the conversion of criminal or otherwise processed humans into simple biological machines whose higher cognitive functions have been surgically reduced to a level that makes them safe to integrate with simple automated systems, is not a compromise or an ethical failure in the Mechanicus's understanding. It is the responsible alternative to the alternative, but they are still becoming something. The Skitarii, the Mechanicus's military arms, warriors whose augmentation is as extensive as practical military function permits, represent the further end of the spectrum that the Mechanicus's culture produces. More machine than man in their bodies, and in some cases in their minds as well. The Skitarii are soldiers in the sense that a chimera is a tank, functional, capable, formidable, and related to the original organic template in ways that are more complicated than a simple descendant relationship. They fight with the Crusade, they serve the Omnissiah, they process their service through whatever remains of the cognitive and experiential architecture that the augmentation has left accessible. Whether that processing constitutes experience in the sense that the word carries for fully biological beings is a question the Mechanicus does not encourage its members to ask. The Sisters of Battle pray before every engagement. This is not a ritual. It is not a performance of piety for the observation of the ecclesiarchy's hierarchy. It is the specific, functional activity of warriors who have discovered, through centuries of combat experience at the individual and institutional level, that prayer works, that the focused devotion of a fully trained Sister of Battle, directed through the specific psychic architecture of genuine faith in the Emperor as a divine being, produces effects that the Officio Medicae cannot explain in biological terms, and that the Inquisition has classified as miraculous rather than as psychic ability, because the distinction between the two is a theological question that the Imperium cannot answer, but that it can and does regulate. The acts of faith, those moments in combat when a sister's devotion reaches a quality of intensity that the universe responds to, when the Emperor's will, expressed through the psychic resonance of genuine belief, manifests as something measurable in the outcome of a battle, are real. The Ecclesiarchy's theology says they are real. The battlefield record says they are real. The physical evidence says they are real. What generates them is not agreed upon. The Inquisition's Ordo Hereticus, which exists partly to regulate psychic ability, which has a detailed and extensively developed framework for distinguishing between legitimate imperial psyker activity and the warp corruption that such activity can lead to, has spent centuries trying to categorize the acts of faith. They are not psychic in the standard sense. They do not originate from the individual sister's connection to the warp in the way that a sanctioned psyker's abilities originate from theirs. They are, in the most careful assessment that the Ordo can produce, something that comes from outside, a response rather than an initiation. The universe answering the prayer rather than the prayer drawing power from the universe. Whether the entity that answers is the Emperor, active and present and capable of direct intervention despite his condition on the Golden Throne, or whether it is the Gestalt psychic resonance of the billions of praying faithful whose collective belief has created something in the warp that is sufficiently present to occasionally respond to petitions directed toward it. This is the question. The sisters do not debate it in the field. They pray. The acts of faith occur. The battle progresses. The theology can wait. The Golden Throne is failing. Not quickly. Not in any way that is immediately visible to anyone except the most senior Adeptus Mechanicus Magi who maintain it and the most senior members of the Adeptus Custodes who guard it. Not in any way that has yet produced a change in the Emperor's condition, whatever that condition is, however it is experienced by whatever remains of the being on the throne. The change is not at the level of the Emperor himself, but at the level of the machine that sustains him. The Golden Throne was not designed to run indefinitely. Designed is perhaps the wrong word. It was constructed for the specific purpose of the Webway project, a grand infrastructure undertaking that was never completed and then repurposed in the desperate hours following the siege as a life support mechanism for a being whose biological body had been destroyed, but whose psychic presence was too important to the Imperium's survival to allow to disperse into the warp. It was not designed as a permanent solution. It was constructed as an emergency measure by the best minds available under the worst possible conditions, and it has been running on the principle of emergency measures kept operational by the continuous and devoted attention of generations of Mechanicus Magi for 10,000 years. The components that were designed for decades of operation have been running for 10,000 years. The systems that were intended to be replaced every century have been replaced imperfectly because the full technical specifications for their replacement were part of the Webway project's documentation, and the documentation was lost in the age of apostasy. And what the Mechanicus has been working from for the past several thousand years is a combination of fragmentary records and the institutional knowledge of the tech priests who trained the tech priests, who trained the tech priests, who were the first generation to work from fragmentary records rather than complete ones. Each generation does its best. The best is slightly worse than the generation before. The threshold at which slightly worse becomes critically insufficient has not yet been reached. How far away that threshold is, in years, in centuries, in the specific sequence of component failures that will eventually produce a cascade that the Magi cannot arrest, is not publicly known. It may not be precisely known by anyone. The Mechanicus's internal estimates, those that exist, are classified at levels that put them beyond the access of most individuals who might find them useful in their decision-making. Call knows more than he says about this. The specific content of what Guilliman and the Emperor communicated in the Golden Throne Room is not known, but among the few things that Guilliman said to Call in the days that followed, in the private conversations that the Archmagos has not made available for record, was something that caused Call to reorder his priorities in ways that those who observed his behavior in the aftermath noted but could not precisely explain. He began spending more time with his calculations. The Astronomicon burns. 1,000 psychers a day drawn from the black ships, processed through the Adeptus Astra Telepathica's assessment systems, fed into the choir that sustains the beacon that guides every warp-capable ship in the Imperium Sanctus. 1,000 lives a day, consumed in the generation of the signal that is the Imperium's circulatory system, the medium through which its scattered worlds remain connected to each other and to Terra. The mathematics of this are not secret. They are known. They appear in the administrative documents of the Imperium with the matter-of-fact plainness of resource consumption figures that have been part of the operating budget for 10,000 years, and that no one alive has ever known the Imperium to function without. 1,000 psychers a day, 365,000 a year. The black ship's collection routes are planned to produce this number with the reliability of a supply chain whose output is a strategic necessity rather than a commercial preference. The people who are consumed are not, as a rule, individually remembered. They are not warriors in most cases. They are ordinary human beings whose unfortunate distinction is the possession of a psychic gift, powerful enough to be useful to the Astronomicon choir, but not powerful enough to be trained into the specific applications that would give them a longer and more individual career in the Emperor's service. They are told, in the processing that precedes their consumption, that their sacrifice sustains the Imperium, that the Emperor receives them, that their death is a form of service that the greatest warriors of the Space Marines cannot offer. Because the Space Marines are built for fighting, and these individuals are built, or rather born, for this. Whether this is comfort or cruelty depends on the individual receiving it, and the individual delivering it, and the specific conditions of the delivery, and the Imperium's institutions have not, in 10,000 years, made it a priority to determine which of those it is. The choir sings. The Astronomicon burns. The ships navigate. The Imperium persists. The Emperor is silent. He has been silent for 10,000 years. No words, no direct communications, no unambiguous divine intervention that the Inquisition has been unable to explain through other means. The acts of faith may or may not be him. Only the rare and disputed instances of individuals claiming to have received visions or instructions from the Emperor directly are assessed by the Inquisition with the specific mixture of theological openness and operational suspicion that the institution applies to all such claims, and the assessments produce, in the aggregate, more uncertainty than clarity. The ecclesiarchy requires his divinity. The theology depends on it. 10,000 worlds of faithful are organized around the belief that the Emperor is present, is aware, is receiving their prayers and their sacrifices and their offered deaths, and is directing the Imperium toward purposes that are, even when incomprehensible in the moment, ultimately benevolent. The Inquisition requires his unknowability. The institution's authority depends partly on the principle that the Emperor's will is mediated through the Imperium's institutions rather than expressed directly, that no individual can claim a divine mandate that supersedes the institutional structures, because the institutional structures are the mechanism through which the divine mandate operates. The Adeptus Mechanicus requires his silence. The Magi's role as the interpreters of the machine god's will, the custodians of sacred technology, the intermediaries between human capability and the divine order expressed in the physical laws of the universe, all of it depends on a god who does not speak directly, whose silence creates the space in which interpretation is necessary, and therefore in which the interpreters have authority. Each institution needs the Emperor to be a different kind of silent. What he actually is, what remains in the broken body on the golden machine, what experience constitutes the 10,000-year vigil of a psychic entity, too powerful to die and too damaged to act, is not answerable by any of them. He may be dreaming. There are psychers who report, in the unguarded moments between consciousness and sleep, impressions that they attribute to proximity to the Astronomican's signal. Images of golden fields and burning cities, and the specific quality of grief that belongs to a being watching something it loves, fail slowly over a very long time. He may be fighting. The theory that the Emperor's psychic presence in the warp is not passive, but actively engaged. That the silence of the throne is not the silence of a being incapacitated, but the silence of a being concentrating, spending every available resource on a conflict in the immaterium that the material universe cannot observe, has defenders in the Inquisition and among the Mechanicus, who point to the specific qualities of the Eye of Terror's boundary, to the places where the warp's encroachment into real space has been arrested in ways that are most plausibly explained by an opposing force. He may be simply enduring. This may be the most honest assessment and therefore the least comfortable one. The Emperor enduring, holding on, maintaining the minimum of psychic coherence required to keep the Astronomican burning and the Chaos powers from having what they have been working toward since before the heresy, not because there is a plan and not because there is a victory coming, but because the alternative to enduring is the instant and total darkness. Is the Emperor that the 41st millennium most clearly describes when it is being honest with itself. It is also in the specific moral vocabulary of the Warhammer 40k universe, enough. Endurance is enough. Endurance in the face of the impossible, maintained past the point where any rational assessment would justify it, continued in the full knowledge that continuation is not the same as victory, and may never produce victory. This is what the 41st millennium calls heroism, and it calls it heroism correctly, because it is the hardest thing available to beings who have been given no good options, and who choose the least bad one and keep choosing it, day after day for 10,000 years. The ordinary human beings of the Imperium do not know most of what has been described in this long night's telling. They know the Ministorum priest who comes on throne day. They know the lumen tubes in their block that flicker and are replaced and flicker again. They know the work quota and the tithe and the recruiters from the Astra Militarum who come every generation and take the children who have the appropriate physical profile and train them and send them somewhere that the family may never hear from again. They know that the Emperor protects. They know this not because they have read the theological texts of the ecclesiarchy, though some of them have. Not because they have been convinced by argument, though the priests argue. They know it the way people know things that are too fundamental to be the product of deliberation. The way a person who has been raised in a specific place and time and community absorbs the foundational beliefs of that place and time and community, not as conclusions but as starting points, the things from which deliberation begins rather than the things at which it arrives. The Emperor protects, whether he does or not, whether the protection is real in the sense of divine intervention or real only in the sense of shared belief, producing the social cohesion and the military commitment and the willingness to die rather than surrender that the Imperium requires from its population. The belief is real. And in the Warhammer 40k universe, where belief has psychic weight, where the collective faith of billions generates a presence in the immaterium that even the Chaos gods find difficult to simply dismiss, the reality of the belief and the reality of its object are not as cleanly separable as a materialist philosophy would prefer. The Emperor protects. Maybe that means the Emperor is present and active and directing the Imperium through the medium of his divine will, expressed through the institutions that serve him. Maybe that means the accumulated belief of 10,000 years of faithful humans has created in the warp something that functions as a protective presence because that is what the belief directed it to become. Maybe it means both, in the way that the most important things in the Warhammer 40k universe tend to mean both. Simultaneously, the cynical reading and the sincere one, simultaneously the mechanical explanation and the spiritual one, simultaneously the thing that breaks your heart and the thing that holds it together. The guardsman in the Chimera, rattling toward the front of a war she has not been told the full context of, on a world she may not survive, for an Imperium that does not know her name and will not record her death in any document that will be preserved. That guardsman believes the Emperor protects, and she marches into the dark, and that, in the specific moral universe of Warhammer 40k, is not a small thing. That is everything. The galaxy does not end. This is the first thing to understand, and the last and perhaps the most important thing that this long night's telling has been building toward without quite saying directly. In the Warhammer 40k universe, there is no resolution in the conventional narrative sense, no final battle that settles the question, no last villain defeated that allows the credits to roll, no moment at which the darkness is comprehensively addressed and the light takes permanent possession of the space the darkness vacated. The river of this history does not flow toward an ocean. It flows into the galaxy's present, into the specific suspended moment of the era Indomitus, in which all the forces we have traced across 60 million years are simultaneously active, simultaneously engaged, simultaneously pressing against each other in the vast dark with the specific intensity of things that have nowhere else to go. This is not a failure of the storytelling, it is the story. The Warhammer 40k universe does not tell a story of triumph. It tells a story of endurance, which is a different, and in certain respects a harder kind of story. Harder to tell and harder to receive, and harder to find meaning in. Because endurance does not produce the catharsis that triumph produces, does not deliver the emotional satisfaction of watching the darkness definitively broken. What it delivers instead is something more austere and more demanding, the recognition that the beings who endure in this universe are doing something genuinely extraordinary, not despite the absence of triumph, but because of it, because they endure anyway, because they continue anyway. Because the darkness not ending does not end them. Settle into that for a moment. Let the river carry you the rest of the way. The Indomitus Crusade continues, not as the vast, singular mobilization of its first phase, not with Guilliman at the head of a fleet whose scale matched the Great Crusade's own, driving through sectors in sequence with the focused energy of a project newly launched. The Crusade has, in the years since its first phase concluded at Raukos, become something more like a permanent condition of the Imperium Sanctus's military posture, a rolling, continuous, multi-front operation that different fleet groups prosecute in different regions simultaneously under different commanders according to different local priorities, bound together by the common name and the common origin and the common direction that Guilliman established at the launch. It is less dramatic than the first phase. It is also more sustainable, which in the Warhammer 40k universe's strategic arithmetic is more important than dramatic. Guilliman governs from Macragge and from Terra in rotation, spending months at a time in each location, managing the political and military complexity of an empire whose needs do not pause for the Lord Commander's schedule, attending to the thousands smaller crises that exist beneath the threshold of the Crusades' formal operations, and that would, if left unattended, become the larger crises of the next decade. He reads the Historica's assessments. He reviews the intelligence analyses. He makes the decisions that only the Lord Commander can make, and delegates the decisions that can be delegated to the subordinates whose capability he has assessed and whose judgment he has concluded is trustworthy within defined parameters. He is not happy. This is not a secret that Guilliman keeps. The Primarch who woke from 10,000 years of stasis into a galaxy of comprehensive ruin and chose to continue anyway, has not found in the years of the Crusades' prosecution any development that has substantially revised the assessment he made on that first day in the Fortress of Hera. The Imperium is still what it was. The Ecclesiarchy still worships the god the Emperor told it not to make of him. The Inquisition still burns what it cannot categorize. The Adeptus Mechanicus still hoards knowledge behind the barrier of institutional theology. The institutional calcification that 10,000 years of managed emergency has produced has not reversed in the years since Guilliman's return, and he does not, in his honest assessments, expect it to reverse in the years remaining to his second tenure as Lord Commander. He continues anyway, because the alternative to continuing is accepting the consequences of not continuing, and those consequences include the deaths of the billions of people behind the line that the Crusade is holding, and those people have not done anything to deserve those consequences, and Guilliman is a being who finds the concept of the undeserved consequence the most intolerable feature of an intolerable situation. He continues for them. That is the entire reason, I stated plainly. He continues for the people behind the line, the ordinary human beings in the chimeras and the hive cities and the mining complexes and the agricultural communities who are doing what ordinary human beings do in the Warhammer 40k universe, enduring and working and praying to the Emperor who told them not to pray to him, and trusting that somewhere, someone is making the decisions that give their endurance a context larger than their own survival. He is that someone, and he carries that trust the way the Silver Throne carries him, imperfectly, at great cost, without any guarantee that the carrying will be sufficient. The lion moves through the Imperium Nihilus. He has found, in the years since his awakening, a rhythm, not the rhythm of an administrator or a strategist in the conventional sense, but the rhythm of a knight-errant, which is what the lion has always been beneath the surface of the Primarch's role that circumstance required of him. Moving from crisis to crisis, from the world that needs a sword to the world that needs a decision that only a being of Primarch-level authority can make to the world that needs simply the fact of a giant in golden armor appearing from the dark and standing between the people and the thing that was killing them. He has not gone to Terra. He has not formally announced his return to the wider Imperium. The Dark Angels know he is alive. The chapter and its successors have had their relationship with their Gene Father confirmed in the specific, private, and utterly unprecedented way that a Primarch's return to his chapter confirms it. but the public announcement that Guilliman's return involved has not been replicated. The Lion is operating in the dark, and in the dark, the absence of a formal announcement has strategic value. In the Nihilus, where the Imperium's formal authority structures have been degraded by the isolation and the time distortion and the accumulated years of fighting without direction or reinforcement, the arrival of a Primarch through informal channels, not through the bureaucratic apparatus of the Imperial hierarchy, but through the simple physical fact of a transhuman warrior with a great sword appearing in the crisis and resolving it, has a different quality than an official deployment. It speaks to something older than the Imperium's institutional framework, something that the populations of isolated worlds, cut off from the formal reassurance of the Imperial hierarchy's symbols and processes, respond to at a level beneath institutional conditioning. He came. He fought. He is still here. In the dark, this matters in ways that a formal announcement, filtered through the Ecclesiarchy's theological apparatus and the Administratum's information management infrastructure, could not quite replicate. The fallen are out there too. The Dark Angel's ancient shame, the warriors scattered through time and space by the destruction of Caliban. Some of them fall into chaos in the millennia since, and some of them not, carrying the secret that the Dark Angels have been protecting and pursuing across 10,000 years. The Lion's return has not resolved this. It has complicated it, in the way that the return of the person who was present at the original wound always complicates the management of the wound's consequences. He carries that complication with him, into the dark, where the people need him. The psychic awakening has not resolved into a simple verdict. The surge of psychic manifestation that followed the Great Rift's opening, the sudden increase in the rate at which humans across the galaxy were developing psychic abilities, has continued in the years of the Crusades' prosecution, and the Imperium's institutional response to it has evolved from the initial emergency posture of burning and containing to something more nuanced, if not yet fully considered. Guilliman has been involved in this evolution. He understands something about the psychic awakening that the Inquisition's immediate instinct, control, suppress, eliminate the threat, does not fully account for. He understands that a humanity more psychically capable is also a humanity more able to do the things that the 41st millennium requires of it. That the librarians who serve the Space Marine chapters represent only the most formally developed expression of a capacity that, if it is genuinely increasing in the human population, could change what humanity is capable of in ways that the desperate wars of the era Indomitus might require. He has not said this publicly. The political and theological consequences of the Lord Commander publicly arguing for an expanded role for psychers in the Imperium's institutions would be substantial, and the moment for that argument has not yet arrived. But he is thinking about it, and the Eldar Farseers, who have been watching the psychic awakening with the attention of people who have been through their own version of this process, and who understand, better than anyone currently living in the material universe, where it can lead, are watching Guilliman think about it. Whether they will intervene, whether the specific future that the psychic awakening points toward is one that the Farseer's calculations indicate is acceptable or catastrophic, is a question that their carefully maintained silence on the subject has not yet answered. Vashtor continues to build. The Arks of Omen have completed a sufficient portion of their retrieval operations that the Inquisition's intelligence analysts, working from the emerging pattern of absences and the fragmentary reports of agents who have returned from proximity to the Ark's operations with varying degrees of completeness, have begun to assemble a picture of what the Archiphane is constructing. It is incomplete. The picture is incomplete. But incomplete is not nothing, and what the incomplete picture suggests is significant enough that the senior inquisitors who have seen it have briefed Guilliman, and what Guilliman did upon receiving the briefing was read it twice, and then added to the collection of things he was already carrying. Abaddon waits in the eye. His patience across 10,000 years has been the defining quality of the long game he has been playing, and the long game has not yet reached its conclusion. The 13th Black Crusade achieved what it was designed to achieve. Cadia is gone, the pylons are destroyed, the Great Rift is open, the galaxy is broken in the ways that the game required it to be broken. The next phase is not simply more of the same. It is something that has been building since the War Master began to understand, in the years after the Siege of Terra, that his Gene Father had moved too quickly. What Vashtor is building, and what Abaddon intends to do with it, and when, these are the questions that the Inquisition is spending its deepest resources to answer. The answers are not yet in. They will be. The Necrons continue their long game in parallel with everything else. The Silent King has returned to the galaxy he abandoned 60 million years ago and has found it. In the assessment of an intelligence that has had 60 million years of solitary calculation to refine its analytical frameworks, significantly worse than he left it. The warp contamination that the war in heaven began has metastasized across the entirety of the intervening span into something that his original projections had identified as a worst-case scenario, and that the galaxy has apparently decided to embody with comprehensive thoroughness. The Pariah Nexus project continues, reduced in scope by the Crusades' intervention, but not abandoned. The Silent King's calculations indicate that the scope reduction is recoverable, that the timeline has been extended rather than terminated, that the fundamental project remains viable. The Noctilith infrastructure that the Crusade dismantled is being rebuilt in regions that the Crusade's forces have moved on from, in the quiet and methodical way that Necron operations proceed when the strategic context does not require urgency. The Necron dynasties are not a unified force under Sarek's authority. He is not their emperor in any straightforward sense. The Necrons' political structure is complex, the pharaon of each dynasty retaining sovereignty within their territory, the Silent King's authority extending across the species only in the specific contexts where his millennia of accumulated wisdom and the specific weight of his history give him a standing that the dynasty pharaons are willing to acknowledge. Imhotep operates according to his own calculations. Trazyn acquires. The destroyer cults require management that never fully succeeds. The awakening itself continues, tomb complexes across the galaxy stirring in sequence, each one adding to the species' military mass and subtracting from the coherence that the Great Sleep's imperfect preservation has left the individual warriors with. The galaxy is filling up with Necrons who do not fully remember what they are supposed to be doing. The pharaons who do remember are engaged in the specific challenge of providing direction to forces whose capacity to receive and act on direction varies enormously, and the challenge is not one that the War in Heaven's military traditions, however sophisticated, specifically prepared them for. They manage, in the cold, patient way of beings who exist outside the urgency that biological time creates. The Tyranids gather. A hive fleet Leviathan, the third major incursion, which struck from below the galactic plane in a movement that bypassed the defenses the Imperium had positioned on the assumption that Tyranid attacks would continue to come from the galactic rim, has been attrited but not destroyed. Its remaining biomass, dispersed into the galaxy's interior by the campaigns of the Third Tyrannic War, is coalescing, adapting, incorporating the biological lessons of every engagement with Imperial, Eldari, Orc, and Necron forces into the next generation of organisms that will carry those lessons forward. The Fourth Tyrannic War is not a future event. It is a present condition that has not yet reached its acute phase. The tendrils that constitute its leading edge are already engaged on multiple fronts. The shadow in the warp that precedes the main fleet's attention is already affecting the psychic conditions of worlds in the fleet's projected approach corridors. The hive mind does not experience urgency. It does not have a deadline. It has appetite, and the appetite does not diminish, and the galaxy it is moving through does not have the means to permanently satisfy it and cannot permanently stop it. Guilliman has read the Fourth Tyrannic War assessments. He has added them to what he is carrying. Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka is building the greatest war in the history of the orc species. This is not a metaphor. The psychic energy that an orc warg generates, the warg field, that resonance in the warp produced by the collective enthusiasm of millions of orcs engaged in or anticipating combat, is, at the scale Gazkul is assembling, something that even orc shamans describe in terms that suggest they are not fully certain they can contain it. The largest war in the current galaxy's history would have been, in the assessment of any pre-Rift strategist, a crisis. In the post-Rift galaxy, where every front is already a crisis, the largest war in the galaxy's history is the crisis that the crisis management is too busy to get ahead of. The orcs do not know that they are terrifying. They are happy. This is the specific quality of the orc threat that the Imperium finds, beneath the obvious military danger, existentially disconcerting. The cheerfulness of a species that has been engineered for war and that has found, in the post-Rift galaxy's comprehensive violence, the ideal expression of its nature. The orcs are not suffering. They are not the victims of the darkness. They are its enthusiastic participants, and their enthusiasm is genuine, and their enjoyment of the galaxy's current condition is, from the perspective of every other faction simultaneously trying to survive it, profoundly unreasonable. They are also extremely difficult to kill comprehensively, and growing stronger with every engagement, and will not stop because they are asked to and cannot be negotiated with in any framework that does not include a very large amount of violence as a component of the negotiation. The galaxy endures them, and the Emperor sits on his throne, and the Astronomicon burns, and the choir sings their 1,000-voice sacrifice into the dark. And somewhere in the warp, in the dimension of psychic energy and divine consciousness, where the rules of the material universe do not apply, and where the distinction between experience and action may not be as clear as the material universe's categories suggest, the most powerful human psychic entity in history endures its 10,000-year vigil. What is left of him there is the question that the 41st millennium cannot answer, and that the universe of Warhammer 40k does not intend to answer, because the answer would resolve something that is most powerful as a question, most generative of meaning when held open rather than closed. But the Astronomicon burns. This is a fact, and the fact of the Astronomicon's burning means that something is maintaining it, that some coherence, some will, on some minimum of the psychic presence that was once the most comprehensive human consciousness that has ever existed, persists behind the golden mechanisms and the sacred oils and the 10,000 years of devoted maintenance. The Emperor endures, in whatever form endurance is available to him. Here is what the Warhammer 40k universe is, in the end. After 60 million years of history and 10,000 years of desperate holding, and the war in heaven and the fall of the Eldar, and the Horus, Heresy and Cadia, and the Great Rift and the Indomitus Crusade, and all of it, all of the vast dark river of it, arriving at the shore of the present. It is an argument that endurance is not the consolation prize of failed triumph, but a genuine and specific form of heroism that triumph precisely because it ends the need for it. Hull cannot produce. An argument that the beings who get up every morning in the most hostile universe imaginable and do the work of holding the line, the guardsman and the space marine, and the sister of battle and the navigator, and the tech priest and the inquisitor and the primarch, who woke from 10,000 years of sleep into comprehensive ruin and chose to continue. are doing something that matters, even if the scale of what they are facing means that what they are doing will never be enough to end the need for doing it. It is an argument that the small things count. The guardsman's lace gun, the sister's prayer, the tech priest's careful maintenance of a machine that should have failed 3,000 years ago. The navigator's steady hand on a route through the warp that gets the regiment to the world that needs them a day earlier than the alternative route would have managed. The commissar's voice in the darkness before a dawn assault, giving words to the thing that the soldiers in the trench already feel, but that needs to be spoken to become fully real. These small things are not small. They are the substance of the Imperium's survival, disaggregated into 10 billion individual decisions by 10 billion individual beings, each one choosing, in the specific limited context available to them, with the specific limited information and resources and capacity that their situation has given them, to do the thing that keeps the line rather than the thing that abandons it. The darkness does not end. The line does not break. Both of these things are true simultaneously, and their simultaneous truth is the entire universe in miniature. Drift now if you are ready. The galaxy is vast and old, and full of stories that have not been told tonight, full of worlds we have not visited and battles we have not described, and individuals whose names will never appear in any document that survives the age they lived in. The Warhammer 40k universe is larger than any single telling can contain, and this telling, this long, dark river from the Old Ones to the Indomitus Crusade, is one path through it. Not the only path, perhaps not even the most important path, but a complete one, from the beginning that made everything else possible to the present that everything else has produced. The Necrontyr looked at the Old Ones and wanted to live forever. The Old Ones built a garden and called it a galaxy. The Citan gave the Necrontyr what they asked for and took everything else. The war in heaven tore the warp open, and the wound has never healed. The Aeldari built a paradise and burned it with their own beauty. Humanity survived its darkness and built an empire from the rubble. The Emperor walked among his people for 15,000 years, and then sat down and has not stood since. Horus fell. The Imperium endured. Cadia fell. The Imperium endured. Guilliman woke and wept and continued. The lion walks in the dark. The Astronomicon burns. The Emperor is silent, and the silence is the loudest thing in the galaxy, and in the silence, in the specific quality of an absence that 10,000 years of devotion has given a presence, something persists. Something that is not quite hope, and not quite faith, and not quite defiance, and is perhaps all three simultaneously, in the way that the most fundamental human responses to the most fundamental human conditions tend to be several things at once. Something that endures. Wherever you are tonight, whatever city or town or quiet room receives these words, whatever hour your clock shows, whatever darkness is outside your window, and whatever light remains within, you are part of this, in the small way that people are part of the stories they carry in their minds when they close their eyes. The galaxy of the 41st millennium is a place of extraordinary darkness, and it is full. Every corridor, every void, every sealed tomb and burning shrine, and drifting craft world and hidden city of Comarach, full of beings who persist in it anyway. Who get up, who fight, who pray, who endure. Share in the comments where you are tonight and the time of your evening. Weave your thread into the tapestry. You are not required to explain why you are awake at this hour, in the specific dark of wherever you find yourself. The universe of Warhammer 40k understands, better than most, that some nights are long, and that long nights need long stories, and that the best long stories are the ones that carry you all the way to the shore. You have arrived. The river finds its shore here in the dark and the quiet, with the stars outside your window. those ancient burning things. I each one a sun that has been burning since before the Necron Tire first looked up and felt the particular cold ache of wanting to live as long as the light, and the small enduring warmth of wherever you have made yourself comfortable tonight. The Emperor protects. The Vigil is eternal, and you are safe to drift now in the dark between the stars, where the Old One's seeds are still growing, and the Necrons are still waking, and the Great Rift burns its wrong-colored light across the sky of 1,000 worlds that have not yet decided whether they will endure. They will endure. They always endure. So will you. Rest now.